Chapter 2026, Zero Wings Hidden Strength. Chapter 2026, Zero Wings Hidden Strength. Visit Zero Wing. Cleansed Rue wasn't the only one confused. The several hundred flowers palace upper echelons behind her revealed similarly shocked expressions. Based on the information they had obtained, Zero Wing only operated in Starmoon Kingdom, the Or Empire, and the Black Dragon Empire. Although they had found Zero Wing's shadow in the Twin Towers Kingdom, the guild hadn't accomplished anything in the kingdom thus far. Yet Cruel Sword told them that if their guild wanted to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom, it needed to speak with Zero Wing. That's right. If you want to gain a foothold in the kingdom, you should speak with Zero Wing, Cruel Sword said, nodding his head. Rather, if the Hundred Flowers Palace wishes to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom successfully, it can only do so with Zero Wing's help. Does Zero Wing really have that much power? The palace's upper echelons gave Cruel Sword skeptical looks. Zero Wing was impressive for reaching its current state without any background or support, but based on the information they had gathered, the guild shouldn't have any relation to the Twin Towers Kingdom. They found it hard to believe that Zero Wing could help them develop in the kingdom. Of course it does. Cruel Sword insisted. The Assassin's Alliance has only developed so rapidly in the kingdom due to Zero Wing's assistance. I'm sure you know about the abyssal monsters in the Twin Towers Kingdom and how dangerous it is in the fields. If one cannot avoid these monsters, developing in the kingdom would be incredibly difficult. Meanwhile, Zero Wing can construct magic arrays that repel the abyssal monsters, preventing them from approaching a specific area. My guild only established itself in the kingdom due to the magic arrays Zero Wing set up. Unlike the other guilds in the kingdom, the Assassin's Alliance has taken almost no damage. It's only natural that the other guilds are no match for us. A magic array that can repel abyssal monsters. Zero Wing has such a thing. Realization dawned on Cleansed Rue and the others after listening to Cruel Sword's explanation. In reality, the Twin Towers Kingdom had just as many resources as Starmoon Kingdom, but the abyssal monsters' invasion had crippled it. Even so, the temptation of a new class had lured many players to the kingdom. If a guild could construct magic arrays that repelled abyssal monsters, it could monopolize the various resource-rich maps in the Twin Towers Kingdom. It was easy to imagine how quickly a guild could develop with such an advantage. It was no wonder why the Assassin's Alliance's performance in the kingdom had been so impressive, leaving the various first-rate guilds in its dust. If what Cruel Sword said was true, then the Hundred Flowers Palace truly needed to visit Zero Wing. Thank you for sharing such integral information, Guild Leader Sword. Cleansed Rue thanked the man. I'll have someone deliver the 5 pieces of epic equipment I've promised tomorrow. Although Cruel Sword hadn't provided any details about the various powers in the Twin Towers Kingdom, such information paled in comparison to what he had told her about the magic arrays that could repel abyssal monsters. Let's forget about the epic equipment. I simply told you this to gain an ally in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Whether or not you persuade Guild Leader Black Flame to help you is entirely up to you. I haven't actually done anything, Cruel Sword said, refusing the offer. No, I must thank you. Moreover, I'd like to ask you to introduce us to Zero Wing, Cleansed Rue firmly insisted, shaking her head. She had some understanding of the Assassin's Alliance's situation in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Due to the guild's recent growth, the various first-rate guilds in the kingdom had secretly banded together to hinder the Assassin's Alliance's progress. As a result, the guild hadn't been able to operate in the kingdom's central region. She also knew why Cruel Sword rejected her offer. If the Assassin's Alliance had a powerful ally, it could reduce the pressure it faced. The Hundred Flowers Palace was undoubtedly a good fit for the position. However, no one would doubt that Cruel Sword had provided the palace with this information. Introduce you? After giving the matter some thought, Cruel Sword said, "All right, I'll talk to Zero Wing about this matter, but I can't guarantee that the guild will agree to a meeting." After Cleansed Rue and Cruel Sword finished their discussion, Cleansed Rue left the bar with her subordinates and made their way to Zero Wing's residence. She was in such a hurry because of the fact that the Twin Towers Kingdom was the best hope for the Hundred Flowers Palace, and the guild didn't have much time left. The longer they delayed shifting their base of operations, the more their guild would suffer. As Cleansed Rue and her entourage walked through Zero Wing City streets, they noticed that the news of Zero Wing's dominance in Golden Flow Town had already spread throughout the city. Excitement filled the air, and the merchant players were particularly lively. They found it hard to imagine that not long ago, an intense killing intent had enveloped Zero Wing City. There are so many merchant players and Tier 2 players here. Zero Wing City has almost caught up to Dark Knight City. This city may not be a match for Dark Knight City yet, but the political situation in Dark Knight City is chaotic. On the other hand, Zero Wing has full control of its city. That's true. It really makes you wonder how strong Zero Wing actually is. Zero Wing City is already so impressive, and the guild has so much influence in the Black Dragon or empires. It even has influence in the Twin Towers Kingdom. The Hundred Flowers Palace's upper echelons, who rode an advanced horse carriage, gained a newfound appreciation for Zero Wing as they watched players roam the city streets. They had never considered that Zero Wing had hidden so much of its power. They hadn't expected that their guild, a bona fide first-rate guild, would have to cooperate with Zero Wing to continue its existence in God's domain, either. "Do you think that Zero Wing will agree to work with our guild?" a female cleric asked, worriedly, gripping a wooden staff in her hands. The Hundred Flowers Palace is a first-rate guild. Even though we have fallen from our peak, we are still much stronger than any ordinary guild. If Zero Wing wants to secure more resources from the Twin Towers Kingdom, why wouldn't it agree to cooperate? A bearded, middle-aged man stated confidently. "Well, you're not exactly wrong." Although the female cleric wanted to offer a retort, she held back. Zero Wing had the ability to produce a magic array that could repel abyssal monsters. In other words, Zero Wing had the initiative. And while Zero Wing could cooperate with many other guilds, the guild was the Hundred Flowers Palace's only hope. "All right, enough talking. We've arrived." Cleansed Rue also knew how disadvantageous the palace's current position was, and she was just as worried as her companion. Once the horse carriage rolled to a stop, she disembarked. Their carriage had stopped before the main entrance to Zero Wing's residence. When Cleansed Rue and her subordinates left the carriage, they were stupefied by the scene before them. Hundreds of 4-meter-tall players stood beyond the main threshold, all of which had reached level 60. They also wore level 55+ top-tier equipment, and some even sported pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment. Their auras were so intense that even peak experts like Cleansed Rue and her entourage couldn't help but shudder. However, these giants weren't the most eye-catching scene within the residence. Rather, what caught Cleansed Rue's attention were the 8 two-story-tall crimson tanks parked within. These crimson tanks were none other than the rumored Hell tanks. However, Zero Wing had used these Hell tanks constantly in the Or Empire, and they weren't easy to move elsewhere. In other words, these 8 Hell tanks weren't the war weapons that defended Silverwing Town. Zero Wing had only recently built these tanks. While Cleansed Rue and the others stared at the war weapons in astonishment, a beautiful woman in luxurious clothing approached. When they saw this woman, the representatives from the Hundred Flowers Palace couldn't help but gasp. Their reaction hadn't been a result of witnessing the woman's elegance and beauty, but because of her level and equipment. Not only was she a level 61 Tier 2 summoner, but she actually possessed 3 pieces of epic equipment, and they had never heard of this woman before. "Hello, you must be from the 100 Flowers Palace, correct? I am Yulan, Zero Wings City's trade manager. Our guild leader has heard of your situation from guild leader Cruel Sword," Yulan said as she beamed an elegant smile at Cleansed Rue's group. "Please follow me." Chapter 2027, Obscure Experts. Chapter 2027, Obscure Experts. When Cleansed Rue and the others saw Yulan and felt the powerful pressure she radiated, they could not help their surprise. No matter how they looked at it, a level 61 Tier 2 player with 3 pieces of epic equipment should be well known. The highest level players in God's Domain's various empires had only reached level 61. Even the Dark Knight Empire only had 5 of these experts. She must be one of Zero Wing's Hidden Peak experts, the Tier 2 female cleric from the 100 Flowers Palace said through the team chat. "I agree. With her level and equipment, she is definitely on the level of Zero Wing's Fire Dance," the middle-aged Tier 2 Berserker agreed, nodding. The rest of the team nodded as well. God's Domain's various guilds generally hid some of their power, including the 100 Flowers Palace. However, unlike Zero Wing, the palace hadn't hidden an expert as powerful as Yulan. Reserving such an expert would be a waste. But when they considered Zero Wing's stealthy presence in so many locations, they realized that it wasn't strange to hide a peak expert. When they remembered the 8 new hell tanks sitting in the residence, as well, goosebumps erupted across their arms. They had learned some details about those hell tanks, and they knew that each tank was the equivalent of a mobile defense turret. Moreover, the hell tank's defensive and melee capabilities were far beyond defense turrets, yet 8 of these tanks were stationed within Zero Wing's residence. All right, enough. Let's prepare to enter Zero Wing's residence. Don't forget that you represent the 100 Flowers Palace. Once we're inside, do not do anything that would sully the guild's reputation, Cleansed Rue said, expressing her dissatisfaction with her teammates' actions. After lecturing her team, she followed Yulan into the residence. As a residence within a guild territory, Zero Wing's residence was far more spacious than those normally found in NPC cities. Not only did the residence have far more facilities than normal, but its mana density was even higher than elsewhere. It felt pleasant just to walk through the residence's halls. The 100 Flowers Palace's members also discovered a change to their double EXP view accumulation bars, located directly beneath their experience bars. Amazing! Players can actually accumulate the double EXP buff so quickly here. Although players would start to accumulate the double EXP buff the moment they entered Zero Wing City, they could only accumulate 20% after a 48-hour stay. However, players would accumulate 30% after resting in the residence for the same amount of time. Visiting the residence was 50% more effective than just visiting the city. Even in first-rate guilds, very few players enjoyed such an astounding accumulation rate. After all, a guild hall only had a limited number of private rooms, and only the guild's expert members were usually allowed to rent the rooms for GCPs. Accumulate 20% after a 48-hour stay. However, players would accumulate 30% after resting in the residence for the same amount of time. Visiting the residence was 50% more effective than just visiting the city. Even in first-rate guilds, very few players enjoyed such an astounding accumulation rate. After all, a guild hall only had a limited number of private rooms, and only the guild's expert members were usually allowed to rent the rooms for GCPs. As Cleansed Rue and her companions entered the guild hall, yet another spectacular scene greeted them. Zero Wing members filled the first-floor hall, all of which were level 57 or higher. These players' levels were on par with first-rate guilds' expert members. Furthermore, even if they ignored the giant players, there were hundreds of Tier 2 players in the hall. The number of Tier 2 experts within Zero Wing City was almost half as many Tier 2 players in Hundred Flowers Palace. Quite a few NPCs also moved around the hall, making up roughly 30% of the first-floor hall's occupants. This isn't a joke, right? Judging by the number of NPCs here, easily 4,000 NPCs visit this residence each day. Only about 600 NPCs visit our main headquarters to commission guild quests per day. The Tier 2 cleric stared with wide, shocked eyes when she saw the number of NPCs milling about the hall. Aside from player count and strength, a guild's prosperity relied on the number of guild quests it received from NPCs each day. Not only did these commissioned guild quests bring in a significant amount of income, but they also awarded a lot of benefits to the guild members that completed them. Over 70% of the high-ranked quests the Hundred Flowers Palace's members received were commissions from the NPCs that visited the guild residences. Even the guild's expert players fought to complete high-ranked quests. No, that's not it. Look over there. Some of these NPCs are nobles. A Tier 2 ranger with sharp eyesight said as he pointed to a handsome, WH-dressed man nearby. Two mates followed the man around. Even Baron-ranked NPCs commissioned Zero Wing for quests. Cleansed Rue's heart skipped a beat when she inspected the handsome man with her identification skill. There was a massive difference in God's domain between noble NPCs and ordinary NPCs. NPC nobles rarely reached out to veteran first-rate guilds like the Hundred Flowers Palace for quests. When they did, these quests were typically quite important and yielded valuable treasure. Moreover, those quests were from ordinary NPC nobles. She had never seen a ranked NPC noble commission the Hundred Flowers Palace to complete a quest. There were currently more than 30 ordinary noble NPCs in Zero Wings Hall, in addition to 2 Baron-ranked NPCs. Every one of these nobles stood in line to request Zero Wings help with a quest. It was unbelievable. Once Cleansed Rue and the other upper echelons from her guild finished gawking, Yulan led them to the guild leader's office on the guild hall's top floor. 2 NPC guards stood before the guild leader's office, and both were level 80 NPCs. Although they stood by the door quietly, their auras made Cleansed Rue and her companions' hearts palpitate. They actually used secret silver personal guards to guard an office. The Hundred Flowers Palace's members were speechless when they saw the 2 personal guards. Nowadays, the various guilds had allotted some of their focus to searching for and nurturing personal guards. Even so, the number of high-ranked personal guards the guilds had actually found was pitifully low. Most of the personal guards the various guilds employed were merely bronze rank. Mysterious iron personal guards were as rare and valuable as a piece of epic equipment. As for secret silver rank, the Hundred Flowers Palace had only obtained 3 secret silver personal guards thus far, and only because it had gotten lucky. The other first-rate guilds generally only had 1 or 2. These secret silver personal guards were valued as priceless treasures and wouldn't be given any responsibility. Rather, guilds would instruct them to focus on improving their strength and levels. Yet, Zero Wing used 2 secret silver personal guards to guard an office. Under Yolan's lead, Cleansed Rue and her entourage entered the guild leader's office. A cloaked man sat behind a desk within the office. A dozen or so expert players stood beside him, including Silent Blattle, Stubborn Bone, Remnant Cloud, Graceful Moon, and Seven Light. The lowest leveled player among them was level 61, while the highest had reached level 62. Every one of these players wore level 60 fine gold and dark gold equipment, and some even wore a piece of epic equipment. When Cleansed Rue sensed these players' auras, she felt the threat of death loom over her. Their auras were no less intense than Yolan's. After crossing the threshold and sensing the powerful auras of the dozen or so Zero Wing members, the several hundred Flowers Palace upper echelons stumbled to a halt, not daring to take another step into the room. Are you kidding me? These people are all Zero Wing members. As the palace's upper echelons gazed at Silent Blade, and the others, whom they had never heard of before, they lost any and all confidence. Now, they only felt an immense pressure. Welcome to our residence, friends from the Hundred Flowers Palace. I've heard that you have something you wish to discuss with me. May I know what it is about? Shifeng, who sat in the guild leader's seat, asked Cleansed Rue and the others. Chapter 2028, Yolan's Proposal. Chapter 2028, Yolan's Proposal. Shifeng's words snapped Cleansed Rue and her entourage out of their daze. Right. Thank you for finding time to meet with us in your busy schedule, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Cleansed Rue, the Hundred Flowers Palace's Vice Guild Leader. I am here to represent my guild in our request for cooperation with Zero Wing, Cleansed Rue explained after regaining her senses. To think that even the Dark Knight Empire's famous Frostflame goddess has come to visit me, it would seem that you have an extraordinary request. Can I trouble you to elaborate? It will allow me to make a more sound decision, Shifeng calmly asked as he watched Cleansed Rue's tense expression. Certainly. Cleansed Rue nodded. She then explained why the Hundred Flowers Palace wanted to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom without withholding any details. Before they had arrived at Zero Wing's residence, the guild upper echelons accompanying Cleanse, Rue had disagreed with revealing their situation to Zero Wing. However, their discontentment had vanished after witnessing Zero Wing's residence. Meanwhile, Shifeng hadn't spoken a single word throughout Cleansed Rue's explanation, and this made the Hundred Flowers Palace's upper echelons nervous. Zero Wing was far stronger than they had imagined. They had assumed that Zero Wing had only allied with the Assassin's Alliance because it lacked the manpower to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom personally, but after witnessing the guild's residence, they realized that Zero Wing was fully capable of securing a foothold in the kingdom without any assistance. It did not need anyone's help to exploit the Twin Towers Kingdom's resources. While your proposal is interesting, please allow me to reject it, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Why? If you help us contest with the other first-rate guilds in the kingdom, we can quickly secure the kingdom's central region. We'll be able to provide Zero Wing with even more resources than the Assassin's Alliance. Cleansed Rue impulsively retorted as she stared at Shifeng's impassive expression. As you have seen, Zero Wing previously lacked the strength to lay claim to the Twin Towers Kingdom's territories, but my guild has grown. With how rapidly Zero Wing has been developing lately, we'll need to expand our territories. Zero Wing no longer faces a lack of resources, Shifeng said as he gestured to Silent Blade and the others. If we hand over the Twin Towers Kingdom's territories to the Hundred Flowers Palace, the kingdom won't have much left for us. It's not that I don't want to help you, but for the sake of my own guild's development, I can't afford to help. Cleansed Rue fell silent for quite some time. She simply could not think of a rebuttal. Shifeng's decision was reasonable. As a guild leader, his priority would forever be the guild's benefit. How could he possibly give up a good expansion opportunity to help another guild? Now that Zero Wing had defeated the almighty Starlight Alliance and stabilized its rule in the Witch's Hill, this was the perfect opportunity for the guild to expand its influence. If she were in his place, she'd likely choose her own guild's development over helping another, as well. The other Hundred Flowers Palace despaired upon hearing Shifeng's decision. What should we do now? One of the Hundred Flowers Palace's upper echelons muttered in the team chat. Currently, the Hundred Flowers Palace had already begun to prepare for its migration from the Dark Knight Empire. Yet they had just been told that their two best options were no longer available. With how weak the Hundred Flowers Palace had become, contesting for kingdoms under other first-rate guilds' rule would be nigh impossible. As cleansed Rue and her companions began to panic, Yulan, who stood near the group, stepped forward with a smile. "Guild leader, I have a proposal that will benefit both our guild and the Hundred Flowers Palace. May I speak up?" Yulan asked respectfully. "A proposal that will benefit both guilds. Let's hear it, then. After all, the Hundred Flowers Palace has taken the initiative to seek our help. We can't disappoint the palace too much," Shifeng said, and nodded after giving the matter some thought. "Understood." Yulan then straightened herself and continued. "The Hundred Flowers Palace is struggling due to the fact that it doesn't have enough territory to sustain itself. This is all because of Starlink's interference, hampering the palace's continued survival in the Dark Knight Empire. But what if the palace could defend itself against Starlink? If that were possible, couldn't the palace remain in the Dark Knight Empire? However, trying to stand against a superpower like Starlink isn't an easy task. Even if our guild sends an army to assist, we're not likely to accomplish anything. We'll need sufficient support from the Hundred Flowers Palace itself." Support. Upon hearing Yulan's words, cleansed Rue's eyes began to glow as she hurriedly interjected. "If such an operation requires funds or manpower, that won't be an issue. If you can help defend our position, the Hundred Flowers Palace will supply Zero Wing with plenty of the Empire's resources." She had gained a certain level of understanding of Zero Wing's strength. If Zero Wing were willing to help the Hundred Flowers Palace on a large scale, the palace should have no problem defending over half of its territories in the Empire. Although I have offered this proposal, the risk of openly opposing a thriving superpower is incredibly high. Moreover, this war will definitely be a protracted one. Zero Wing will also have to keep an eye out for multiple enemy superpowers. This is no longer a problem that can be solved with funds and resources. If the situation is not handled properly, Zero Wing could suffer on all fronts. I don't believe that anyone wants to see that outcome, Yulan said, shaking her head as she glanced at cleansed Rue. "Is there no better way to help them?" Shifeng asked, pretending to sigh in disappointment. However, he was quite satisfied with Yulan's performance. "There is. Our two guilds can form a mutually dependent relationship. If Zero Wing has management rights to the palace's shops and lands, and we can become close allies, Zero Wing can develop in the Dark Knight Empire and amass enough strength to contend with Starlink. It wouldn't affect our strength in our other territories, satisfying our guild with the alliance," Yulan said after giving the matter some thought. This cleansed Rue couldn't help but hesitate. Shops were a part of a guild's foundation, but with the Hundred Flowers Palace's current state, they couldn't afford more of a delay. Gritting her teeth, she turned to Yulan and asked, "How many shops will Zero Wing require?" "If we want to amass enough strength to survive in the Dark Knight Empire, we'll need around 60% of the Hundred Flowers Palace's shops," Yulan replied seriously. 60? Isn't this a little?" Cleansed Rue's eyes widened in shock, and she broke out in a cold sweat. The majority of the Hundred Flowers Palace's funds and resources originated from the guild's shops. If the guild suddenly lost 60% of these shops, it would definitely impact the guild's operations. Yulan, the Hundred Flowers Palace could become one of Zero Wing's close allies in the future. Is there no way to reduce the cost a little?" Shifeng asked, playing along. "Since you insist, then 50%. Any less, and we'd have to dig into the funds and resources from our other territories. We'd be at a disadvantage against the superpowers in those areas," Yulan said with a troubled expression. "That's the gist of the situation. What is your opinion on this matter, Vice Guild Leader Rue?" Shifeng asked softly, turning to cleansed Rue. Chapter 2029, Presumptuous Request, 50%. Oh, Chapter 2029, Presumptuous Request, 50%. Cleansed Rue and her companions revealed bitter smiles. Even losing 50% of the guild's shops and lands was unbearable for the Hundred Flowers Palace. Both were essential to a guild's development, and neither could be casually sold off. If the Hundred Flowers Palace lost half of the shops and lands under its control, the guild would be forced to limit the scale of its operations due to the decreased income, even if the guild could survive in the Dark Knight Empire. If that happened, returning to the guild's former glory would become excruciatingly difficult. Most of the lands in major NPC cities were already owned, and even if they had the money, it wasn't necessarily possible to purchase more. I know this isn't an ideal offer, but we have our own troubles to deal with. You can return to your guild and consider the offer carefully, Shifeng announced, watching the silent group before him. Guild leader, our guild intends to develop in the Twin Towers Kingdom. We'll need a lot of manpower to accomplish this, so we'll need to know whether or not we're going to help the Hundred Flowers Palace as soon as possible to see to the appropriate preparations. Otherwise, this alliance will impact our original plans, Yulan hurriedly advised. Cleansed Rue and her entourage's expressions twisted further. As guild upper echelons, they knew that planning was necessary before a guild began a large-scale operation. If Zero Wing truly intended to mobilize a large amount of manpower to lay claim to the Twin Towers Kingdom, then helping the Hundred Flowers Palace would become far more difficult for the guild. Zero Wing might even dismiss the idea of providing assistance entirely. How soon do we need to make a decision? Shifeng asked. A day, if possible, Yulan replied after giving the matter some thought. That will be the opportune time for our guild to expand. Although Cleansed Rue and the other upper echelons wanted to comment, they couldn't bring themselves to speak up. They couldn't possibly tell Shifeng that they'd need a long time to gather the guild's upper echelons and elders, not to mention the representatives from the major corporations that supported the Hundred Flowers Palace. One day simply wasn't enough time for the palace to reach a decision. In fact, the decision to abandon the Dark Knight Empire and develop in another kingdom had only been made after a lengthy discussion. The proposal to partner with Zero Wing would likely take even longer. Too many people and organizations were tied to this matter, and persuading all parties involved would be extremely difficult. How is such a short time enough to negotiate anything? Try to find a way to give them more time. Shifeng sternly commanded when he saw the awkward expressions on the Hundred Flowers Palace's upper echelons. Deciding something so important in a single day was impossible for any guild, especially a true veteran first-rate guild like the Hundred Flowers Palace. Too many people held shares of the guild. We can hold off for 2 days, but we will miss out on the opportune moment to strike in the Twin Towers Kingdom, Yulan said, her imperative tone implying that Zero Wing would cough blood if it gave the palace a second more. Thank you, Guild Leader Black Flame, Cleansed Rue said sincerely. However, before I negotiate with my guild's upper echelons, may I make a presumptuous request? Let me hear it. As a potential ally, I will help wherever I can, Shifeng said, nodding after giving the matter some thought. I'd like to borrow Zero Wing's strength during the meeting to show my guild that we truly have hope of fending off Starlink's harassment. I'm sure they will find it easier to agree to the partnership that way, Cleansed Rue said, as she turned to Silent Blade and the others, who stood beside Shifeng. Silent Blade and his comrades were all level 61, tier 2 players or above, and every one of them radiated a deadly aura. No guild could afford to take their strength lightly. If she could show off Zero Wing's experts, she believed that she could persuade her guild's upper echelons to agree to this alliance. After all, the Hundred Flowers Palace's members would have a much easier time developing if they could continue in the Dark Knight Empire, where they were comfortable rather than migrating to another kingdom. That won't be a problem. Before your meeting begins, I'll send some people to express Zero Wing's sincerity. Shifeng agreed. He understood Cleansed Ru's thoughts. Convincing people was easier if one provided a personal experience. Cleansed Ru and her subordinates soon left Zero Wing's residence, returning to the Dark Knight Empire to break the news to their guild. They weren't in such a hurry simply because of the time limit Zero Wing had given them, but because the 100 Flowers Palace didn't have much time left in the Empire without help. They needed to move quickly. After the palace's representatives left, the atmosphere in the guild leader's office relaxed. Stubborn Bone and Remnant Cloud, who had both served as commanders of an adventurer team, couldn't help but turn reverent gazes on Shifeng. Both of their teams had been well-known adventurer teams, but compared to first-rate guilds, they had been insignificant. Yet, they had just witnessed a veteran first-rate guild, like the 100 Flowers Palace, submit before Shifeng. Guild leader. Although the 100 Flowers Palace is in a precarious state right now, I'm afraid that Cleansed Ru will have a difficult time persuading the palace's old members with her status as a vice guild leader. I suggest that we send Fire Dance and the others to visit the guild in the Dark Knight Empire. If they attend the meeting, I'm sure that those old members will agree to the partnership regardless of their personal feelings. If this partnership succeeds, developing in the Dark Knight Empire will become much easier. We won't have to waste a large amount of time and manpower building a foundation from scratch, Yulan offered after Cleansed Ru and her companions had left the residence. Forget it. Fire and the others are still participating in their special training. Let's not interrupt them, Shifeng said, shaking his head. We'll just send Silent and his team. Although Silent Blade, Stubborn Bone, Remnant Cloud, and the others hadn't been members of Zero Wing long, they had grown a lot stronger after training in the Lost Town's Extraordinary Tower. Shifeng had to admit that the Realms of Truth training was immensely helpful to expert players. Despite the fact that they hadn't yet entered the Realms of Truth, Silent Blade and the others had successfully mastered 1 or 2 advanced combat techniques during their training in the Extraordinary Tower. With how close they were to reaching the Refinement Realm, their overall combat power could now rival true Refinement Realm experts. Furthermore, Silent Blade and his team were geared in weapons and equipment that even the various superpowers struggled to acquire at this stage of the game. Only Superpowers Peak experts had a chance of defeating these Zero Wing experts. This, Yulan could not help but worry as she looked at Remnant Cloud and the other players standing by Shifeng's side. Although she knew that their combat standards were on par with hers, she was concerned that they wouldn't be enough to fulfill their purpose. Relax. I'll give them something good before they leave. Once the palace's people see it, they'll know what the wisest decision is, Shifeng said, chuckling. He then asked, "How is the material collection I tasked you and Melancholic Smile with coming along?" "We have done our best to gather as many of the materials you requested. However, the required stock is massive, and every material is incredibly rare. Even after raiding the treasuries in the Starlight Alliance's 2 guild towns, we have barely collected 5 sets of materials," Yulan said. "Good. Transfer the materials to White River City's candlelight trading firm immediately." Shifeng was ecstatic to hear the news. "Also, notify Melancholic and tell her to gather the people I requested earlier." He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He could finally craft the Guardian Puppet. Chapter 2030 Puppet Production. Chapter 2030 Puppet Production. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. As Shifeng left the crowded teleportation hall, he sensed that the city's atmosphere had changed. During his last visit, a depressing energy and dense killing intent had fallen over the city. Now, however, excitement almost crackled in the air. far fewer guild players wandered the city streets, replaced by far more adventurer team players than before. As Shurfeng wandered through the city, he could hear players discussing the recent events in the Witch's Hill. Zero Wing is so amazing. It captured 2 of the Starlight Alliance's guild towns, back to back. Not even the various superpowers have accomplished such a feat. Who would have thought that Zero Wing had such a powerful foundation? After its defeat, the Starlight Alliance disbanded. The corporations supporting it have already pulled out their investments. I don't think it'll be long before Zero Wing removed the guilds that participated in the alliance from the kingdom. Who told those guilds to be so arrogant and make an enemy of Zero Wing? Didn't they see how Zero Wing became Star Moon Kingdom's overlord in the first place? They're just reaping what they sow. I know, right? I've heard that Zero Wing's giant players were responsible for capturing both guild towns. They're 4 meters tall and have immeasurable strength. Their defense is off the charts, too. The town's defense turrets barely left a scratch on them. With Zero Wing's home ground advantage, who would dare provoke the guild in the Witch's Hill now? It really makes you wonder how Zero Wing managed to convert so many players into giants. I wish I could become a giant player, too. Isn't that simple? Just join Zero Wing. Since Zero Wing can convert so many players into giants, it's natural that it can do so with even more players. The conversion price is the only concern now. That's right. After its victory in the Witch's Hill, independent players in the kingdom are rushing to join Zero Wing in the hopes of securing a conversion slot. Although living in human cities will be inconvenient after joining a neutral race, the combat power you get in return is definitely worth it. Moreover, once we reach higher levels, we'll be able to explore more neutral maps. The inconveniences players face as a neutral race will become insignificant. Honestly, it isn't really necessary to join Zero Wing if you want to become a giant. All of the powers in God's domain, aside from those in Star Moon Kingdom, have begun to look into the conversion process due to the performance of Zero Wing's giant players. They all hope to amass their own force of giant experts. It is only a matter of time before someone reveals the conditions for becoming a giant. Once they do, even independent players like us will have an opportunity to convert. The independent players on the streets talked about the battle in the Witch's Hill passionately. Their eyes glowed as they discussed Zero Wing's giant players, and many of them wanted to convert. At this point, both independent players and the various powers were eager to become giant players. The era of the giants had officially begun. Seeing this, Shurfeng merely smiled as he continued toward the candlelight trading firm. While the giant race was impressively powerful, it also had glaring flaws. These flaws included promotion difficulty. Without a guild support, even expert players would struggle to reach Tier 3. Shurfeng had only chosen to convert 1,000 shield warriors and berserkers into giants due to Zero Wing's precarious position. Normally, he would have only converted players after ensuring that they understood the implications of the process. Of course, these giant players could return to their human state at the cost of a few levels. If they struggled with their Tier 3 promotion quests, they could simply convert back. A few lost levels wouldn't be a problem compared to gaining the giant race's advantages while they were still at Tier 2. Moreover, he could determine the truly talented players among the group by converting them into giants. Before converting, no one would know whether or not they'd be suitable for the race. Once he discovered these talented players, he could grant them the Titan bloodline, reducing their promotion difficulty and allowing them to shine as true giant experts. As for the various large guilds' search into the giant conversion, both Aqua Rose and Yulan had expressed some concerns on the matter. However, Shurfeng paid it no mind. It was only a matter of time before the public discovered Thunder Axe City, and he had already activated the teleportation array that led to it. Moreover, players would need some time to complete the conversion quest. If they used the normal method of becoming a giant, meanwhile, Zero Wing would reap all of the possible benefits from the giant race. It wasn't long before Shi Feng reached his destination. When he arrived at the candlelight trading firm, he found that melancholic Smile had already prepared the necessary manpower and materials to begin the Guardian Puppet's production. Zero Wing urgently needed capable combatants, so it should work on increasing its members' levels and the number of giant players in its employ. But in Shi Feng's opinion, producing the Guardian Puppets was more meaningful. In the past, war weapons like the combat puppets were a large part of the reason that the various second- and third-rate guilds had survived the presence of first-rate guilds and superpowers. Sin Realm's decision to use the steel puppet against him had been foolish. Combat puppets weren't meant to kill individual players. They were only truly valuable when they defended or attacked towns and cities. Had Sin Realm utilized its steel puppet to protect Golden Flow Town, capturing the town would have been far more challenging. If Sin Realm had used enough combat puppets, Shi Feng would have been forced to rely on more than just his giant players. Likewise, if he crafted a certain number of Guardian Puppets, the various superpowers wouldn't be able to threaten Zero Wing. Inside his spacious special forging room, a small mountain of materials sat atop his work desk. These materials would only be enough to produce one power source for the Guardian Puppet. Let's begin. Shi Feng took in a deep breath as he examined the design and materials before him. He then activated the Soul Fire's and Philosopher's Hand's abilities, quickly melting down the fine Titan ingots and mana stones on the table. The most difficult part of constructing the Guardian Puppet was its power source. To attempt the production, one had to be an intermediate master forger, at the very least. Moreover, an intermediate master would have a painfully low success rate. Fortunately, the Philosopher's Hand's ability could upgrade Shi Feng to Advanced Master Forger for a short time. This was why Shi Feng dared to attempt producing the Guardian Puppet. Time passed quickly. Before he had realized it, half a day had passed since Shi Feng had begun to work on the Guardian Puppet. Dark Knight Empire, Silver Pine City. Silver Pine City was the 7th largest NPC city in the Dark Knight Empire and fully under the 100 Flowers Palace's jurisdiction. However, players from other large guilds roamed the city as if they owned the place. It did not look like the 100 Flowers Palace's territory. Meanwhile, the normally lively 100 Flowers Palace residence was as quiet as the grave. The palace's members watched one guild upper echelon after another enter the guild hall's first-floor hall, shock gripping their hearts when they saw the upper echelon's faces. Some of these upper echelons had come from other kingdoms and empires, and even the rarely seen guild elders made an appearance. What's going on? Why are all of the guild's upper echelons gathering here? Isn't that Crimson Heart, the first vice guild leader? Wasn't she managing the branch guild in the Holy Hill Kingdom? She's actually made a trip here? The 100 Flowers Palace's members went into an uproar when they saw the silver-armored, soldierly woman with crimson eyes. Although Crimson Heart was the guild's first vice-guild leader, she disagreed with the guild leader's management choices and had led a group of players to develop in the Holy Hill Kingdom. Her endeavors in the kingdom had been quite successful, and she paid no heed to the main branch's matters. Even when the palace's main branch had fallen into a precarious state, she had refused to make an appearance. The guild's members had never expected Crimson Heart to visit the main branch at this time. When the crowd saw the 3 players following Crimson Heart, they couldn't help but gape. The highest-leveled player among them had reached level 61. At that level, one could rank among the top 30 experts on the Dark Knight Empire's ranking list. Moreover, all 3 players wore level 60 equipment, with the weakest piece at Secret Silver rank. Level 60 Secret Silver equipment was currently considered top-tier equipment, and not even the various superpowers had many pieces. In addition, these 3 players had a few pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment on them. Most importantly, they all wore 2 or 3 pieces of epic equipment. It was a dazzling sight. Many of the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons were stupefied to see these 3 players as well. They had never considered that Crimson Heart's development in the Holy Hill Kingdom had been so profitable. Crimson, you're finally here. And here I thought that you planned to abandon the 100 Flowers Palace. A level 60, tier 2 male berserker carrying a great sword on his back commented, smiling when he saw Crimson Heart enter the meeting room. My opinions simply differ from the guild leaders, but I am still a member of the 100 Flowers Palace. Of course, I have to make an appearance for such an important matter. Moreover, Rue has fallen too far. The 100 Flowers Pavilion can solve its own problems. We don't need outsiders' help. Crimson Heart sapped, frowning as a flash of rage lit her eyes. As soon as Crimson Heart fell silent, a commotion broke out outside of the meeting room. Shortly after, Cleansed Rue joined the guild's upper echelons with a dozen or so players trailing behind her, all of which wore a 6-winged emblem on their chests. Chapter 2031, Strong Team. Chapter 2031, Strong Team. Inside the grand, solemn meeting room, the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons and guild elders were silent as they stared at Zero Wings players standing behind Cleansed Rue. How is this possible? Level 62. How does Zero Wing have so many level 61 experts and above? Are these people really from Zero Wing? I thought the players Fire Dance and Cola were Zero Wing's peak experts. The 100 Flowers Palace's members whispered to each other as they examined Silent Blade and the dozen or so Zero Wing members from afar, confusion filling their gazes. Although many of the players in the meeting room had reached level 60, a massive amount of EXP was necessary to rise from level 60 to 61. Currently, fewer than 30 people in the Dark Knight Empire had reached level 61, and even if they included the experts that chose to hide their levels, there were still less than 50 level 61 players in the Empire. Moreover, most of these players were from the 3 superpowers in the Dark Knight Empire. Yet, the 14 representatives from Zero Wing could make up 1/3 of the Empire's highest-level players. Furthermore, 10 of them were level 62. If these Zero Wing members migrated to the Dark Knight Empire, they would instantly monopolize the top 10 positions on the Empire's ranking list. Although a player's level was not proof of strength, the equipment these players wore was at least on par with the equipment the 3 players who accompanied Crimson Heart wore. When these 14 Zero Wing members stood together, their combined aura was significantly stronger than the combined aura of Crimson Heart's 3 subordinates. Even the guild upper echelons felt greatly pressured by this aura, not to mention the guild members outside of the meeting room. It was no wonder why there had been such a commotion beyond the meeting room's doors. So this is Zero Wing. It is even more powerful than the rumors claim. A hint of surprise flashed across the male berserker's face as he looked at Silent Blade, Stubborn Bone, and the others. He was particularly surprised to see the young man leading Zero Wing's members. Despite having used an advanced identification skill, he couldn't learn any details about him. The only thing he discovered was the young man's name, Yifeng. It seems that Zero Wing isn't all talk. No wonder it dares to meddle in our guild's affairs, Crimson Heart commented as she glanced at Shifeng and the others. Unfortunately, they came for nothing. A guild could not become more powerful by relying on a small number of peak experts. Although Zero Wing had sent a shocking number of peak experts, guilds had to rely on the cooperation of a large force of ordinary expert and elite players when safeguarding its territory. The great sword-carrying berserker nodded in agreement with Crimson Heart's statement. From an outsider's point of view, the 100 Flowers Palace had fallen from its peak. However, that wasn't entirely true. At most, the guild had 2/3 of its previous power. Moreover, that didn't include the forces Crimson Heart had been nurturing in the Holy Hill Kingdom. Her forces alone made up 1/3 of the palace's previous strength. Now that Crimson Heart had returned to the main branch, the guild had, in a way, recovered to its peak. With such strength, the guild would have no problem fending off Starlink's offensive. Starlink's main target, after all, was unyielding soul. After a brief discussion among the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons, the guild leader, Shadow Flower, finally arrived, marking the meeting's official start. "So, she's Shadow Flower?" Sure Fong was a little taken aback when he saw the masked woman sitting in the guild leader's throne. The 100 Flowers Palace was one of the few guilds in the virtual gaming world that favored women over men. Meanwhile, among the multiple guild leaders that had led the 100 Flowers Palace, Shadow Flower had accomplished the most. The 100 Flowers Palace had eventually grown into a quasi-super first-rate guild under this woman's lead during Sure Feng's previous life. Although the palace never managed to become a super first-rate guild, it had amassed the strength to rival one. However, Shadow Flower's identity had even been a mystery in the past. She almost never appeared before the public. People only knew of her existence, but no one had ever seen her in person. Many had speculated that Shadow Flower was in her 30s or 40s, but when Sure Fong inspected her with omniscient eyes, he discovered that she was barely over 20. She was even younger than Cleansed Rue, and she was no less beautiful. Her level was even more impressive as a level 61, Tier 2 assassin. While Sure Fong quietly observed the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons, the players before him fell into a heated debate. Overall, these upper echelons had split into two main groups. The first group supported the idea of accepting Zero Wing's help, but with the condition that part of the remuneration was paid in resources, rather than solely shops and lands. The second group vehemently wanted to refuse Zero Wing's offer since, due to Crimson Heart's return, the 100 Flowers Palace had enough power to stop Starlink's merciless invasion. Cleansed Rue and Crimson Heart led these two groups, and both argued intensely. Big says Crimson, although Starlink hasn't officially been recognized as a super first-rate guild, it's in no way weaker than actual super first-rate guilds. It has even surpassed Unyielding Soul. It's targeting us to ensure that it can focus on Unyielding Soul later. Starlink is not playing around and will do everything in its power to eliminate us. With just our guild's strength, resisting Starlink will be incredibly difficult. Cleansed Rue said, "While you're correct, you know that there have been cases where guilds that rival first-rate guilds have stopped a superpower's offensive. Zero Wing's success against Miracle in the Black Dragon Empire is one such example. I admit that our guild doesn't have weapons like the basic combat device and magic-breaking crossbows," Crimson Heart said as she shot Sure Fong a glance, who currently lounged in a guest seat. Revealing a faint smile, she continued, "But we have an absolute advantage when it comes to terrain. We also have a large stock of blood source potions. Replicating Zero Wing's success and chasing Starlink out of our territories isn't necessarily impossible." The blood source potion was a unique berserk potion, which she had the recipe for. After consumption, players would instantly rise by 5 levels for 3 hours. During the potion's duration, they'd also enjoy a 20% basic attribute increase, and their physique would improve by 40%. The potion's side effects were its only flaws. Once the potion's duration ended, the player would lose 1 level and enter a weakened state for 12 hours. Because of this, it was considered taboo, and most players refused to use it unless absolutely necessary. If the 100 Flowers Palace used blood source potions against Starlink in the fields, it might achieve a greater victory than Zero Wings against Miracle. The palace had thousands of experts it could dispatch, whereas Zero Wing's forces had been limited to the number of basic combat devices and magic-breaking crossbows in its possession. Cleansed Rue fell silent at Crimson Heart's words. The other guild upper echelons also found her opinions reasonable. After all, Crimson Heart had relied on the blood source potion to secure a sizable territory in the Holy Hill Kingdom with a small number of guild members. Starlink couldn't afford to fight a drawn-out war with the Hundred Flowers Palace if it wanted to deal with unyielding Soul. Once it discovered that the palace was too tough to finish off in a short time, it would give up on the palace. It was a similar mentality to the one miracle used when it withdrew from its fight with Zero Wing. Since Zero Wing was capable of stopping a superpower's offensive, why couldn't their guild do the same? Furthermore, the Hundred Flowers Palace could dispatch far more experts than Zero Wing had during that fight. As the upper echelons discussed Crimson Heart's view and agreed with her suggestion, a system notification rang in their ears. Guild System. Starlink has captured East Valley Town's town order. East Valley Town is no longer under the Hundred Flowers Palace's jurisdiction. Guild popularity reduced by 2,000. Chapter 2032, Proof of Ability. Chapter 2032, Proof of Ability. When they heard the guild system notification, the meeting room fell silent as if time had frozen. The Hundred Flowers Palace's upper echelons only recovered from their daze after 3 seconds had passed. East Valley Town has been captured? How is that possible? What did Starlink do? Quick, send someone to contact our people in East Valley Town. I want to know what's happening. Find out how Starlink captured it. The upper echelons barked out orders to their subordinates, demanding a full investigation into this matter. They were all visibly anxious, having abandoned their prior calm. Even Cleansed Rue, one of the guild's vice-guild leaders, was clearly flustered. East Valley Town was one of the Hundred Flowers Palace's 3 most important towns due to its proximity to the Thorny Ridge, a level 60 to 80 neutral map. The Thorny Ridge was the most suitable map for players to grind and level up. Not only could players level up quickly there, but they could also secure excellent resources from the map. Furthermore, East Valley Town had almost been large enough to promote to intermediate rank. Due to East Valley Town's importance, the Hundred Flowers Palace had stationed between 30,000 and 40,000 players in the town. Although only 1,000 of them were expert players, the rest being elites, East Valley Town shouldn't be easy to capture. To prevent other powers from taking the town from them, the guild had also constructed 8 defense turrets and 10 arrow towers, in addition to hiring 1,000 NPC soldiers for the town's protection. If worst came to worst, the palace had a collection of war weapons, Tier 3 summoning scrolls, and Tier 3 large-scale destruction magic scrolls stored in the town. Yet, despite having such defenses, East Valley Town had fallen without any of them receiving word of an attack. Why wouldn't they worry when such a heavily fortified town had been captured so easily? After waiting for a short while, the Hundred Flowers Palace's upper echelons received reports from their subordinates. However, their expressions became even gloomier after reading the reports. Vice Guild Leader Rue, what happened in East Valley Town? Sherfone could not help but ask. We have received a report from the members stationed in the town. Starlink sealed off communication in the town before several thousand Tier 2 experts appeared in our residence. Because of how sudden the attack was, our members were caught completely off guard. Using the confusion to their advantage, Starlink's members claimed the town order. Cleansed Rue said, turning to Sherfone with a complex expression. Starlink had used the same tactical assault that Zero Wing had employed against the Starlight Alliance. It was highly likely that Starlink had only decided to use the tactic after witnessing Zero Wing's success. If Zero Wing had not used it, Starlink would likely have failed to capture such a fortified town as East Valley Town. Although this situation impressed upon the palace's upper echelons how truly impressive Zero Wing was, it was also a fact that Zero Wing had indirectly helped Starlink capture one of the palace's fortified towns. This would likely encourage these upper echelons' resentment against Zero Wing. They used our guild's assault tactic. Remnant Cloud and the others, who sat around Sherfong, were stunned. Although they felt as if the 100 Flowers Palace deserved their apology, they were also a little delighted. The 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons had already stated that they were capable of fending off a superpower in the same way Zero Wing had. However, due to Zero Wing's tactic, the palace had lost one of its most important towns. However, the situation didn't particularly surprise Sherfong. After an adventurer team had used the tactic to destroy a guild town in the past, similar situations had occurred across God's domain. No one could resist the temptation of obtaining a guild town so easily. But using this tactic required one to fulfill certain conditions. The first condition required one to possess sufficiently strong combatants. The second condition involved the ability to transfer a large number of players across long distances. Naturally, the second condition was more difficult to fulfill since the majority of teleportation tools in the game only allowed individual travel. Group teleportation tools, even those that allowed short-distance travel, were extremely rare and valuable, not to mention long-distance group teleportation tools. Normally, one would require tools like Tier 3 group teleportation scrolls to achieve the feat, but such scrolls were insanely rare, rivaling Tier 4 magic scrolls. They were not easy to come by. This was also why Sherfong treated his 7 Luminaries ring as a divine tool. Its ability to teleport a group of players was already immensely precious, not to mention its other abilities. However, that isn't the most important news right now. Based on the information we gathered during our people's investigations, Starlink simultaneously dispatched an army to Moon Creek Town, one of our other important bases. Cleansed Rue said, "We estimate that the guild has mobilized over 300,000 players for the assault, and it has sealed off communication and all paths to the town. We were only able to learn of its movements through offline means." It was obvious that Starlink was serious about taking Moon Creek Town from the 100 Flowers Palace. An army of 300,000 elite players was the equivalent of 3/4 of the palace's elite members. With all paths to and from Moon Creek Town blocked, teleportation to the town was impossible as well. It would take a very long time for the palace to mobilize a force large enough to match Starlink's army. Meanwhile, only around 30,000 players defended the town. By the time the palace's main army arrived, the guild would have likely lost Moon Creek Town. If the 100 Flowers Palace lost Moon Creek Town as well, the guild would lose all hope of developing in the Dark Knight Empire. The various large guilds relied on their guild towns, which were usually constructed in high-resource maps to obtain leveling resources and funds. Without any guild towns, a guild would stagnate. "Guild leader, what should we do?" It'll likely take an hour or two to gather 100,000 elite members right now, and we'll need another 4 or 5 hours to reach Moon Creek Town. With Moon Creek Town's defenses, I'm afraid it won't last that long. Don't forget, Starlink has set up blockades on the paths to Moon Creek Town. Getting through those blockades will likely take as much time as actually traveling to the town. How are we supposed to send reinforcements? In that case, we've already lost East Valley Town. If we lose Moon Creek Town as well, we'll have no choice but to leave the Empire. All of the palace's upper echelons anxiously voiced their opinions, one after another. They had never expected Starlink to launch such a fierce offensive. Rather than facing their guild in the field, Starlink had directly assaulted their guild's vital points. All we can do is organize a small force of experts to break through Starlink's blockades. I have blood source potions with me. If we can get these potions to Moon Creek Town, we can fortify the town's defenses. We should be able to buy enough time for the main army to arrive, Crimson Heart declared. Currently, there are 2 paths that will allow us to reach the town quickly, but trying to break through a single front will be quite dangerous since both paths are relatively close to each other. The Starlink members stationed at the blockades will easily be able to provide each other reinforcements. Hence, I suggest that we try both paths. We'll use one force as bait while the other tries to deliver the blood source potions to Moon Creek Town. Rue, you insisted that we ally with Zero Wing, correct? Then, let's see Zero Wing's strength. If Zero Wing can't even help us with this operation, then the guild isn't strong enough to stop Starlink. This cleansed Rue couldn't help but turn to Sherfoam with an awkward expression. She had merely invited Zero Wing's experts to this meeting to show off its strength to her guild's upper echelons. With that understanding, Zero Wing had only sent 14 experts with her. How could such a small force fight a large-scale battle? That won't be a problem. We can use this opportunity to prove to you that Zero Wing is powerful enough to repel Starlink, Sherfoam volunteered, nodding calmly. Cleansed Rue had no choice but to agree with Crimson Heart's plan after Sherfang's approval. However, she intended to gather the experts under her command. As well, she had suggested this alliance. She couldn't afford to watch from the sidelines. Since we're all in agreement, let's begin the operation. Moon Creek Town can't last long without our help, Crimson Heart said, flashing Sherfoam a grin. In truth, she didn't have much hope of Zero Wing's success in this operation. She had only suggested the plan to prove to Zero Wing that she and her subordinates could smash through Starlink's blockade and reach Moon Creek Town in time to help its survival, following which the 2 Vice Guild leaders left to prepare, with Crimson Heart organizing the experts that had accompanied her from the Holy Hill Kingdom and Cleansed Rue leading her own subordinates and Zero Wing's group to the appointed location. Chapter 2033, Breaking Through? Chapter 2033, Breaking Through. Dark Knight Empire, Silent Canyon. A 1,000-man team from the 100 Flowers Palace rose through a rugged mountain path atop the guild's Black Panther mounts. The team left kicked-up clouds of dust as they passed, the sound of the Black Panther's footfalls echoing throughout the valley. Players that encountered the army of Black Panthers stepped aside and made way for the beasts. In the lead, Crimson Heart rode atop a pitch-black drake. Unlike the rest of her team, she wore a suit of silver armor and carried a dark purple spear across her back that radiated a frosty aura. Holding her mount's reins in one hand, she looked like a heroic Valkyrie riding into battle. Independent players who saw her were awestruck, and many unconsciously followed the army of Black Panthers in hopes of catching another glimpse of Crimson Heart. Who is she? Since when has the 100 Flowers Palace had a member like that? She feels so powerful. I only caught a glimpse, but I can't help my desire to submit to her. You're new to the Dark Knight Empire, so it isn't unusual that you haven't heard of her. She's the 100 Flowers Palace's first Vice Guild leader. With her strength alone, she established a branch guild in the Holy Hill Kingdom and developed it into one of the kingdom's 2 overlords in a short time. She's strongly opposed to entering her name on the God's Domain expert list, so the secret pavilion ended up giving her the title Shadow Spear. She's even stronger than the 100 Flowers Palace's Frost Flame Goddess, Cleansed Rue. A title from the secret pavilion. Amazing! That's not all. The Dark Cloud Legion under her command is frighteningly strong. The Legion once defeated an army of tens of thousands of elite and expert players in the Holy Hill Kingdom. The Legion isn't any weaker than Superpower's trump card legions. I've heard that Starlink has blocked off all paths to Moon Creek Town and intends to lay siege. She probably plans to reinforce the town by crossing the Silent Canyon. A siege battle? I have only seen siege battles in videos. Why don't we follow her and watch? The battle between Starlink and the Hundred Flowers Palace is definitely going to be an interesting show. You're right. We don't get many chances to watch siege battles in person. Once the battle is over, we might even get to make a little profit. The independent players quietly discussed the situation as they watched the Dark Cloud Legion dash by. Although Starlink's siege on Moon Creek Town had been a tight secret, it was very difficult to keep the assault under wraps when mobilizing such a large force. As some experts watched the imposing Dark Cloud Legion ride by, they began to grow even more interested in the upcoming battle. Unable to help themselves, they climbed on their mounts and chased after Crimson Heart and her team. Big Sis Crimson, quite a few players are following us. Should we deal with them? A female assassin with a devilish body asked Crimson Heart as she glanced at the players behind the team. Ignore them. With the commotion we're causing, hiding our actions is impossible. Let them tail after us, Crimson Heart said, shaking her head. Any news on the Starlink forces blocking this path? A report just came in. According to our scouts, Starlink has dispatched particularly powerful forces to guard the two shortest paths to the town. The guild must have guessed that we'd focus on these paths, so it sent 2 vice guild leaders, each with an army of 15,000 elite and expert players to block the paths, the female assassin replied grimly. Starlink was a new guild that had only established after God's Domain had launched. It had become a superpower so quickly, even rivaling Unyielding Soul, after annexing plenty of guilds, adventurer teams, and famous experts. Meanwhile, Starlink's vice guild leaders had either been guild leaders of first-rate guilds or commanders of top adventurer teams. They were all famous experts that had shaken the virtual gaming world in the past. Not only were these players incredibly strong as individuals, but they also had a large number of capable experts under their command. Otherwise, they wouldn't have qualified for the positions as Starlink's vice guild leaders. Since Starlink had sent 2 of its vice guild leaders to guard the 2 closest paths, breaking through would be even more difficult. Crimson Heart couldn't help her frown. Although she had expected Starlink to establish a tight blockade, she hadn't expected this much trouble. She then asked, "Do you know who the vice guild leaders are?" After taking a deep breath, the assassin replied in a soft, serious tone. Starlink's 7th vice guild leader, Desert Tiger, is guarding the path we're on now. He has earned the title Hundred Fist Tiger. The other path is guarded by Starlink's recently promoted 4th vice guild leader. 3 kills. 3 kills? He actually joined Starlink. How did Starlink manage to recruit him? I thought he decided to retire a long time ago. Crimson Heart's expression darkened when she heard the name 3 kills. Ordinary players might not know the name, but as an upper echelon of a first-rate guild, Crimson Heart was quite familiar with 3 kills. The name had once shaken the virtual gaming world's apex over a dozen years ago. 3 kills had been the guild leader of the Super Guild, Jormungandr. He had been one of the only geniuses that appeared in the guild once a decade. However, for some unknown reason, 3 kills had announced his retirement one day, leaving the virtual gaming world alongside a large group of experts. Less than 5 years later, Jormungandr had disbanded and faded from the virtual gaming world, and other super guilds and super first-rate guilds had poached its abandoned members. However, when 3 kills had led the guild, Jormungandr had nearly become one of the top 4 super guilds in the virtual gaming world. We don't know the exact reason, but we're certain that this player is the real 3 kills, the female assassin said, shuddering. Ordinary players would assume that a super guild's guild leader only played a management role in the guild, but Crimson Heart, a first-rate guild's upper echelon, knew that the position was proof of one's strength in super guilds. With a big shot like 3 kills defending the blockade, why wouldn't she shudder in fear? Hopefully, Zero Wing can buy us some time, Crimson Heart said as she examined the map. Let's increase our speed. We need to break through the blockade before Zero Wing clashes with 3 kills. She had planned to show off the 100 Flowers Palace's strength to Zero Wing in this operation, proving that the palace was no weaker than Zero Wing, perhaps even stronger. Once Zero Wing realized its inferior position, it would give up on trying to lay claim to the palace's shops and lands. However, she had lost her previous certainty. Even a super first-rate guild would likely struggle to get past a blockade, led by 3 kills, not to mention Zero Wing. Right now, she needed to put as much distance between her team and 3 kills as possible before he annihilated Zero Wing's small force. If she had to fight both Desert Tiger and 3 kills at once, she'd never reach Moon Creek Town. Following which, Crimson Heart and the Dark Cloud Legion members increased their pace to reach Starlink's blockade before the agreed-upon time. Meanwhile, on another path through the Silent Canyon, Cleansed Rue's group had arrived a short distance away from Starlink's blockade. Elder Yifeng, the situation has changed. I've just received a report stating that 3 kills is leading the force ahead. He was the guild leader of Jormungandr, a super guild from several years ago. Cleansed Rue reported grimly. Breaking past them is no longer possible here. However, I'm hoping that you can help me delay 3 kills for some time. If we can hold him off for 4 or 5 minutes, it will be enough. I see. I understand, but since we've agreed to prove Zero Wing's ability to resist Starlink to the 100 Flowers Palace, we cannot go back on our word. Zero Wing would become a laughingstock among the other guilds if we did. We'll make sure you and your team make it to Moon Creek Town, Shifeng calmly declared. 3 kills is a monster of an expert. Do you really think that you can break through his blockade? A Tier 2 female cleric from the 100 Flowers Palace asked when she heard Shifeng's confident tone. If the path is only guarded by 1 monster like him, we shouldn't have any issues, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. Big Sis Rue, this person is insane. The female cleric whispered to her leader, flabbergasted. She very nearly failed to control herself and shot Shifeng a disdainful look. Zero Wing had only sent them 14 players. Although the narrow mountain terrain didn't allow large-scale combat, only suitable for a small number of players to fight each other at a time, getting past a force of 15,000 elite and expert players with such a small force would be nigh impossible. Furthermore, Starlink's force was led by the former guild leader of a super guild. The female cleric sent a hopeful glance at Remnant Cloud and his companions behind Shifeng. She hoped that they would stop such a mentally disturbed leader, but when she saw one of Zero Wing's members open their mouth, assuming that they would indeed dissuade Shifeng. Boss Feng, can you leave 3 kills to me? Chapter 2034, Beyond Salvation. Chapter 2034, Beyond Salvation. Even Shifeng was shocked into turning towards Seven Light, the player who asked to face 3 kills. Seven Light was very young, and he hadn't come into contact with virtual reality games until recently. In fact, God's Domain was the first virtual reality game he had ever played. However, his talent was the real deal. Although he had only joined Zero Wing recently, his talent for combat had helped him rise through the guild's ranks to its main force through the guild's monthly ranking competition. Seven Light had also gained more inspiration and strength from his training in the Extraordinary Tower than any of his comrades. Shifeng had to admit that the youth was worthy of the title Arclight Sword Emperor, the title he had wielded during Shifeng's previous life. Although Seven Light had yet to enter the realms of truth, he had unexpectedly entered the realms of refinement during his training, becoming one of Zero Wing's few refinement realm experts. All right, I'll leave him to you. Seeing the fighting spirit in Seven Light's eyes, Shifeng could see that he truly wanted to test his newfound strength. although Seven Light had only reached the refinement realm, which wouldn't be significant in a superpower. He also wore the level 60 Demonkin set equipment he had obtained after slaying the Demonkin King. Shifeng had awarded Seven Light the set equipment after he had entered the refinement realm. Rather, only refinement realm experts qualified to utilize the set, giving the equipment to an ordinary expert would be a waste. This was also the reason that Shifeng had only distributed the level 60 secret silver equipment to the players who had participated in the Demonkin King raid, while he had stored the fine gold and dark gold equipment in the guild warehouse. Seven Light currently wore the level 60 dark gold ranked Demonkin chest piece and boots, while the pants, gloves, helmet, and bracers were fine gold ranked set pieces. Despite the difference in quality, the combination still activated the Demonkin set's 6-piece set effects. The Demonkin set's effects were no weaker than Cola's Scorching Wind set. However, since the Scorching Wind set was level 70 equipment, its basic attribute bonuses were far higher than the level 60 Demonkin set. They were two of the best set equipment available in the game right now. Understood. I swear I will complete this mission. Seven Light could not help his growing excitement when Shifeng agreed to his request. After listening to the conversation between Shifeng and Seven Light, the Tier 2 female cleric nearby rolled her eyes at Zero Wings members. Now, she looked at the players as if they were psychopaths. Their opponent had once been a Super Guild's guild leader, a legendary existence in the virtual gaming world, yet Shifeng and Seven Light spoke as if 3 kills was some common monster that could easily be defeated. Big Sis Rue, the Tier 2 cleric, could not help but tug on Cleansed Rue's sleeve in a plead for comfort. She hoped that Cleansed Rue would be able to dissuade these lunatics. Cleansed Rue could only sigh in response, expressing her agreement. However, she found it natural that Zero Wings members knew nothing of 3 kills. After all, Zero Wing was a relatively new guild, so it was ignorant about many things regarding the virtual gaming world's hierarchy. Furthermore, 3 kills had retired over a decade ago. After all was said and done, she had been responsible for inviting Zero Wings members here, and since they wanted to smash through the blockade, how could she demand they sacrifice themselves to simply buy some time instead? Vice Guild Leader Rue, it's almost time. Should we set off? Shifeng asked as he turned to Cleansed Rue. Are we not going to discuss our plan for getting past the blockade? Cleansed Rue asked, giving Shifeng a strange look. Aside from Zero Wing's 14 members, she had brought with her more than 900 experts from the 100 Flowers Palace to help their operation. Although she recognized Shifeng and his companion's strength, they were, at best, as powerful as ordinary peak experts. They should be far weaker than a superpower's peak experts. If they did not plan this operation properly, the enemy ranged experts would likely bombard them to smithereens before they could reach the blockade. Moreover, the defenders had the advantage with how narrow the terrain was. Even a 10,000-strong army could easily hold back several tens of thousands of players for a long time, much less their team of 1,000 players. Right, we need to come up with a plan. Realization dawned on Shifeng. Shifeng's reaction rendered the 100 Flowers Palace members speechless. They hadn't dreamed that Zero Wing would have an upper echelon that lacked such common sense. I'll explain what I have in mind, then. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng said, Later, my team and I will spearhead the charge. Once we tear a hole through Starlink's defenses, the enemy will concentrate their firepower on us. Catch up with us the moment you see an opening, and try to avoid fighting the enemy as much as possible. We are severely outnumbered. After all, if we try to fight them, we'll be at a disadvantage. As soon as Shifeng finished, every player from the 100 Flowers Palace stared at him with dropped jaws. They would have cursed at him if Cleansed Rue hadn't been there. How was that supposed to be a plan? He basically wanted them to launch a kamikaze attack. If they truly followed Shifeng's play, they might as well call themselves the suicide team. Shifeng wasn't satisfied with simply sacrificing himself and his players. He actually wanted them to die with him. Did he think that they were just as mentally ill as he was? Very good. It seems nobody has any issues with it, Shifeng said, nodding his head when no one spoke up. In that case, let's begin. Big Sis Ru, are we really going to follow him? The Tier 2 female cleric could not help but ask Cleansed Ru softly. She felt that Shifeng's mental disorder was beyond salvation. If they followed his plan, they'd likely be annihilated within 30 seconds. They'd break the record for the fastest 1,000-man team to die while charging a blockade, becoming the biggest joke in the Dark Knight Empire. Let them go. Once they die, we'll think of a better plan to buy time. That way, Big Sis Crimson's side should have an easier time breaking through to the town, Cleansed Ru said. She released a deep sigh as she watched Shifeng and the others, who eagerly prepared to charge into Starlink's blockade. Meanwhile, hundreds of independent players stood less than 1,000 yards away from Starlink's fortifications. They all waited for Starlink to let them pass. Although many of these independent players whispered complaints, none of them could do anything about the roadblock. Starlink had set up their blockade in a strategic location, choosing a path that was sandwiched between two steep cliffs. Although the cliffs were not magically enhanced, even high-agility assassins would struggle to climb across. Furthermore, several hundred ranged experts stood guard atop each cliff. They'd easily spot anyone who attempted to climb the rock side. Getting past this blockade without being detected was simply impossible. The main path was guarded by several hundred MTs. Tier 2 MTs fully comprised the first two defensive lines, and when they raised their shields in unison, not even a rat could sneak past them, much less players. Boss kill. Someone's trying to break past Desert Tiger's team. From what we've learned, these players seem to be from the Dark Cloud Legion that follows Crimson Heart, the 100 Flowers Palace's first vice guild leader. It's the palace's strongest legion, with impressively strong members. Why don't we take some people and head over to take a look? I'm tired of sitting here and doing nothing. It's boring, a level 60 Tier 2 ranger holding a beer bottle suggested to the middle-aged man wearing dark blue plate armor and carrying two war hammers. It seems the 100 Flowers Palace is tired of sitting still, 3 Kills calmly commented. Since they're here, let's greet the Shadow Spear. Although 3 Kills looked like a man in his 40s, and he was relatively slim, lacking muscle mass, he radiated a chilling aura that made players unconsciously distance themselves from him. If a player examined him with an advanced identification skill, they'd discover that 3 Kills was a level 62 Tier 2 Berserker, and his equipment was just as frightening. He wore a total of 5 epic items for equipment pieces and 1 weapon. Of the rest of his equipment, the weakest piece was level 60 Secret Silver rank. His aura wasn't the slightest bit inferior to a level 60 Grand Lord's. As 3 Kills finished speaking, the Starlink players that were responsible for scouting the surrounding area shouted, "Enemies sighted 500 yards away. A team of players is rapidly approaching." With the scouts' warning, Starlink's elite players began to grow nervous. The 100 Flowers Palace had been pushed to the brink of destruction, and the guild wouldn't spare any expense to get past their roadblock. Even though they had the defender's advantage, they'd need to spend a long time grinding to recover the lost EXP on the off chance that they died in the upcoming battle. Luck is on our side today. We actually get to participate in such an event. Hopefully, I'll loot a good piece of equipment before this is over. Starlink's Tier 2 experts, however, didn't respond in kind. Rather, they practically vibrated with excitement and anticipation. The independent players that waited to move past the blockade had heard Starlink's experts showing similar excitement. They rarely witnessed large-scale guild battles like this, and they were so close to the battlefield with how chaotic combat was. They might be able to take advantage of the situation to secure some unexpected loot for themselves. The Hundred Flowers Palace is launching a two-prong assault. After giving the matter some thought, 3 Kills asked, how many people are approaching? 14. Chapter 2035, Extraordinary Towers Effects. Chapter 2035, Extraordinary Towers Effects. The Scouts report stunned Starlink's members, clearly wondering if the Scout was toying with them. Even 140 players would die instantly if they assaulted the blockade, much less 14 players. If the Hundred Flowers Palace wanted to make it past the roadblock, it should have at least sent a 1,000-man team, like the Legion that assaulted Desert Tiger's post. They must be independent players that want to head to Moon Creek Town. The Hundred Flowers Palace can't be this stupid. I agree. They're most likely just passing by. The Starlink members that had prepared for a fight began to relax. They also shot the Scout disdainful looks for making them worry over nothing. Starlink hadn't publicly announced its siege on Moon Creek Town, so very few knew about it. Even if some players discussed the situation on the official forums, most players grinding in the fields rarely checked the forums while they worked. It wasn't unexpected to find players that didn't know about Starlink's blockades as they made their way to the town. In fact, they had already encountered several similar parties. No, these players are different. They're all wearing black cloaks, and I can't tell who they are. Moreover, their movement speed is extremely high. The man leading the charge is also riding an extraordinary mount. The mount is around 5 meters tall. It should be a secret silver rank or higher. They're definitely not ordinary players. The Scout hurriedly explained. Although mounts had already become popular among ordinary players, bronze rank and higher were still incredibly rare. Even at this stage of the game, the various large guilds' upper echelons didn't necessarily own mysterious iron mounts, let alone secret silver rank. That's interesting. Everyone, get ready. We'll see what they intend to do. 3 Kills commanded, deciding to take the situation seriously after hearing the Scout's explanation. As the Scout had said, ordinary players weren't capable of obtaining a secret silver mount. Even 3 Kills had only recently secured a secret silver mount. When they heard 3 Kills command, Starlink's members began to prepare for combat. After a short moment, a dozen or so figures appeared on the narrow mountain path. Each of them wore a black cloak, preventing anyone from determining whether they were independent or guild players. However, as the Scout had claimed, these players rode extraordinary mounts. The movement speed was far greater than common rank mounts, at least as fast as bronze rank dash. Incoming players, listen up. Starlink has closed down this road. Dismount immediately and maintain a 100-yard distance. We'll kill any who resist. One of Starlink's members shouted a warning once the strangers were nearly 100 yards from the blockade. But despite the warning, these intruders maintained their speed, continuing their approach. Didn't they hear Starlink's warning? They had to. I've even farther from the blockade, and I heard it clearly. How could they not hear the warning? Do they plan to charge through the blockade? That shouldn't be the case, right? That's Starlink we're talking about. Such a small force isn't even a warm-up for Starlink's members. The hundreds of independent players waiting by the roadside were astonished as they watched the dozen or so figures run towards the blockade without any hesitation. When the cloaked figures were less than 70 yards from the blockade, another Starlink scout shouted, "A 1,000-man team from the Hundred Flowers Palace has appeared 500 yards away. They're slowly approaching our location." Is this first group acting as bait? The Tier 2 Ranger, mountain passenger, wondered aloud after taking a swig of his beer. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he watched the dozen or so mounted figures, saying, "Boss, It seems the Hundred Flowers Palace has seriously underestimated us. Can I go ahead and eliminate those riders by myself? Forget it. I'm sure this team is simply here to delay us, ensuring that the team on Desert Tigers Road can make it to Moon Creek Town. 3 Kills said, shaking his head. Smiling, he continued, since that is the case, take a team of 3,000 and reinforce Desert Tigers' forces. As for this bait, we'll leave them to Tyrant. Understood. Mountain Passenger replied as realization dawned on him. As a first-rate guild, the Hundred Flowers Palace had ways of learning about their movements. Information gathering was one of a first-rate guild's foundational abilities. Once the palace had discovered their intentions, it would realize that breaking past Starlink's forces would be impossible on this path. Hence, they intended to send wave after wave of a dozen or so players at the blockade, buying time for the palace's Dark Cloud Legion to force its way past the other blockade. Unfortunately, 3 Kills was the palace's opponent this time. If he hadn't been there, its ploy might have been successful. We don't need to waste time on these suicidal bastards. All ranged players, attack together. 3 Kills commanded as he glanced at Shurfeng and the other Zero-Wing players. The several hundred ranged players atop the cliffs on both sides of the road began to prepare their attacks. However, just before these players could launch their attacks, a massive silver magic array appeared above them, covering a 500-yard radius. Pitch-black smoke flowed out of the array, and the Starlink members who were about to use their skills and spells found themselves silenced. An AoE silence. Mountain Passengers stared at the black smoke, stunned. AoE silencing skills and spells were extremely rare in God's domain. A Tier 3 AoE silencing scroll's value could even rival that of a Tier 4 magic scroll, both treasured in any guild. Naturally, skills and tools that could employ an AoE silence were far more valuable, and one would need more than just tens of thousands of gold to purchase one. Yet, for the sake of its bait, the Hundred Flowers Palace had used such a trump card. It was insanely extravagant. A futile struggle. Do they think silencing us will change anything? Everyone, use normal attacks. 3 Kills calmly commanded, unfazed by the AoE silence effect. The debuff would be crucial in a team fight. Starlink still had an overwhelming numerical advantage. A single normal attack might not pose much of a threat to these trespassers, but several hundred at the same time would. Furthermore, their ranged players had the high ground. These 14 players would find their attacks difficult to dodge. Hearing 3 Kills command, his teammates calmed down and used normal attacks against Shurfeng's group. Hundreds of arrows rained down on Zero-Wing's members. But after a second, Starlink's players were stupefied. The 14 players moved through the arrows as if strolling through their own backyards. None of the arrows touched them. How is this possible? Starlink's members, as well as the Hundred Flowers Palace's scouting assassins and the spectating players, stared at Zero-Wing's small force with gaping mouths. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. They were talking about several hundred arrows. Even ordinary experts would be forced to defend themselves with their weapons. Some ordinary experts wouldn't even block every arrow, taking a few hits. However, not only had Shurfeng and his party dodged every arrow, but they had also done so effortlessly. Based on their appearances, they still had plenty of energy to spare. However, Seven Light and his companions weren't surprised in the least. After all, compared to dodging the extraordinary tower's attacks during the trial, avoiding these arrows was child's play. Not only were the arrows much slower, but their attack trajectories remained unchanged as well. Players that could reach the 150-yard mark in the first floor trial could easily avoid these arrows, not to mention Seven Light and his teammates, who had reached the 100-yard mark. Meanwhile, after Starlink's Rangers launched several volleys of arrows, Seven Light Remnant Cloud, Stubborn Bone, Graceful Moon, Silent Blade, and the other Zero-Wing experts finally arrived before the blockade's defensive line. The level 58 to 60 Tier 2 Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights that made up the first defensive line had already raised their shields, forming an unshakable steel wall. But when Seven Light and his comrades reached them, they plowed through the wall without hesitation. They did not even pause to find attack opportunities or target the MTs with weaker equipment. Omni Slash, Whirlwind Slash, Savage Charge, boom, boom, boom dash. Like a powerful cannon blast, Zero Wings players forced a hole through the steel wall almost instantly. Dozens of Starlink's Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights were sent flying, crashing into the players at the rear. Not a single Starlink player could be found within 15 yards of the Zero Wing party. Chapter 2036, Successive Breakthroughs. Chapter 2036, Successive Breakthroughs. Starlink's members were stunned after watching Seven Light, Silent Blade, and the others blast apart the human wall. The fact that these 14 players had dodged a rain of arrows was already shocking enough, but the word was no longer enough to describe the scene they had just witnessed. Are they monsters? This thought simultaneously drifted through the minds of Starlink's players. The MTs on the first line were bona fide Tier 2 experts, fully geared in level 55 Secret Silver equipment. Some of them even wore 1 or 2 pieces of level 55 Fine Gold equipment. They were the envy of ordinary experts. That defensive line shouldn't have broken even under an assault by several thousand elite and expert players. Yet, just 14 players had shattered it. Meanwhile, the independent players and the 100 Flowers Palace's assassin scouts were just as flabbergasted. Not only had Zero Wing's party broken past Starlink's defensive lines, but they had also sent the Tier 2 MTs flying over a dozen yards away. Their strength was beyond common sense. However, after a short moment of silence, Starlink's experts recovered from their shock and promptly reinforced the second defensive line, while the guild's ranged players provided cover fire. Now, Starlink's members wouldn't dare look down on Seven Light and his party. Only their changed attitude didn't faze Zero Wing's players. Although Starlink's expert players were well equipped, Seven Light and the others were far beyond that. The weakest piece of equipment among them was level 60 Secret Silver rank, while most of their equipment consisted of level 60 Fine Gold and Dark Gold equipment. Their basic attributes far surpassed those of Starlink's experts. Furthermore, due to their Tier 2 skills and spells enhancing their combat power, they increased the gap between themselves and Starlink standards. The difference between them was like the difference between an expert and an ordinary player. Zero Wings players sent one Starlink member after another flying. Starlink's Tier 1 players couldn't even put up a fight, as Seven Light and his companion skills and spells killed them instantly. Without the help of their skills, the guild's Tier 2 experts only survived a few blows before they, too, fell. In less than 10 seconds, Starlink's second defensive line had shattered. Unlike the initial charge, however, Seven Light and his party left corpses in their path. Am I dreaming? Are those people really players? The watching independent players felt as if they were in a dream as they stared at the corpses littering the mountain path. They had witnessed many team battles before, but they had never watched over a dozen players slaughter several thousand. Seven Light and the others massacred Starlink's experts as if they were slaughtering chickens, taking a life with every swing of their weapons. Although Starlink's members had successfully landed a few hits, Zero Wing's healers easily mitigated the damage. Although Starlink was normally the target of independent players' hatred, they couldn't help but pity its members as they watched the carnage. Some of them even considered cheering on Starlink's members, protesting the fear and irrationality Seven Light and the others instilled in them. How is this possible? I thought they were supposed to be the palace's bait. Is the Dark Cloud Legion the true bait? 3 Kills was confused as he watched the invaders break his second defensive line. Boss, they're going to reach the 3rd defensive line soon. If they break that line as well, we'll have trouble stopping them. Mountain Passenger warned his commander when he realized that 3 Kills hadn't yet given an order. Should we join the fight? They had set up quite a few defensive lines on this mountain path, but the first 3 were the strongest. If the enemy broke through, the most the rest of their players could do was buy time. They'd have no chance of stopping the 100 Flowers Palace's advance. Meanwhile, failing the first major mission it received after joining Starlink would be a massive embarrassment for Jormungandr. If the fallout weren't handled properly, it might even lose its standing within Starlink. Go. We can no longer afford to hold back, 3 Kills said, nodding. In a chilling tone, he continued, since we must get involved, we cannot give these intruders an easy death. Boss, rest assured, since these people have spoiled our plans, I'll make sure they regret ever standing before us. Mountain Passenger enthusiastically declared. He had to admit that these newcomers were quite strong, nothing that ordinary experts could compare to. However, compared to Jormungandr's peak experts, they were nothing. God's Domain had main tools, and among them, some doubled a player's death penalty. Fortunately, these Starlink experts had something even more valuable. The Necromancer's Globe in their possession targeted players' souls. Although it was a one-time use item, the targeted player would be barred from logging into God's Domain for 5 to 10 days and suffer a permanent 15% decrease to their physique if they died within half an hour. To expert players, such a loss was far worse than losing several levels and several pieces of top-tier equipment. When Zero Wings players were within 30 yards of the 3rd defensive line, 10 figures emerged from both sides of the road, blocking their path. Commander Mountain? When Starlink's members saw these figures, excitement instantly replaced their anxiety. All 10 players were peak experts within the guild, existences that ordinary players like themselves had no hope of comparing to. Every one of them was a monster capable of single-handedly eliminating several hundred ordinary experts. Although 7 Light and the others wielded frightening strength, they were no match for Mountain Passenger's group. After all, 7 Light's party relied on an AoE silencing effect to secure an overwhelming victory. Without it, the first defensive line would have stopped these players. Starlink's peak experts. When 7 Light and his comrades saw these 10 players, they knew that these experts were on an entirely different level than the players they had faced thus far. Every one of them radiated a boundless killing intent, and the weakest piece of equipment on them was level 55 fine gold rank, with quite a few pieces being level 60 secret silver rank. Moreover, some of them wore epic equipment. In terms of equipment, these 10 peak experts could almost rival their own. I'm truly surprised that you managed to break past 2 defensive lines without stopping, but now that our boss has allowed us to take action, your advance stops here. Mountain Passenger said, chuckling as he observed 7 Light and the others. I had wanted to toy with you, but since you've made such a huge mess, we need to put on a show for the Dark Knight Empire. So, I'll have to ask you to struggle as much as you can. After saying so, Mountain Passenger waved a hand. Immediately, the 9 players around him began to move. The leading ranger then removed the ancient, pitch-black bow that hung over a shoulder and pulled back its string. Since you're hiding so far away, I'll start with you, Mountain Passenger said with a sneer. 3 streaks of black light then flew toward Sherfong, who stood the farthest away from the 3rd defensive line. Advanced combat technique, triple moonstrike. It seemed as if Mountain Passenger had only fired 3 normal arrows, but in reality, he had launched 6, each arrow moving in tight pairs. When they struck, their hits would contain at least 60% more strength that the Ranger possessed. Not even Tier 2 MTs of the same combat standards could stop his attack. However, when these 3 streaks of light clashed with Shifeng's killing ray, they stopped as if they had crashed into an adamantine wall. The arrows crumbled under their own power instantly, their remains scattering across the ground before Shifeng. Chapter 2037, Whimsical Battle. Chapter 2037, Whimsical Battle. He blocked it. Mountain Passenger stared at the remnants of his arrows in astonishment. He wasn't the only one surprised by the outcome. The other 9 members of 3 Kills' personal security team were also stunned. Most of Starlink's members might not know about Mountain Passage's triple moonstrike, but as long-term friends, they were aware of how powerful the combat technique was. Not even they dared to intercept the move directly. Not only would they suffer grievous injuries by doing so, but it would also force them to reveal holes in their defenses. Yet, Shifeng had neutralized the technique effortlessly. For a moment, they wondered if their eyes had played a trick on them, and Mountain Passage had simply used an ordinary attack, not truly employing a combat technique. Not bad. While it looks like a normal attack, it's actually an advanced combat technique that can end a life if one's not careful. No wonder why you were so confident, Shifeng praised, chuckling at the distant Mountain Passenger. Mountain Passage wasn't pleased to receive Shifeng's praise, but humiliated, giving the swordsman an intensely frosty expression. As one of Jormungandr's peak experts, he had been quite famous in the virtual gaming world for over a decade. He felt humiliated and displeased to receive such an evaluation from an unknown junior who was still in his early 20s. You have a big mouth for someone so young. You merely relied on your high strength to block one of my moves. I'll show you what a true expert is. Mountain Passenger bellowed as he readied his bow. Shio, shio, shio. One streak of black light after another flew toward Shifeng. Although each attack carried Mountain Passenger's normal strength, the Ranger had launched a large number of attacks simultaneously, his arrows raining down on Shifeng without pause. Advanced combat technique, Storm Barrage. Unlike Triple Moonstrike, Storm Barrage didn't rely on overwhelming power to destroy the target. Rather, it relied on a continuous stream of attacks to suppress and whittle down the target. Mountain Passenger had created the advanced combat technique specifically to counter strength-based players. While the Ranger fired his arrows, 7 Light and the other 0 Wing members shifted their gazes to Shifeng. What? Are you thinking of helping him? If that's the case, I've got some bad news for you. You won't get past me. Tyrant Dragon, a level 61, Tier 2 Berserker, and another member of 3 Kills' personal security team, chuckled at 7 Light and the others. You can only blame that kid for provoking the wrong person. He might have lived a while longer, but now no one can save him. Help. Giving Tyrant Dragon a curious look, 7 Light asked, why would we try to help him? You don't realize why he needs help. You guys are really looking down on Mountain Passenger. Tyrant Dragon could not help but laugh at 7 Light's response. He never expected to find a bunch of nobodies looking down on Mountain Passenger, someone who had been renowned in the virtual gaming world back in the day. Mountain is quite strong. If he hadn't been keeping such a low profile, he could have easily ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domains experts list. But since it's been so long since anyone has made me laugh, I'll hold off for now and let you witness how powerless someone who only relies on overwhelming strength truly is before Mountain Passenger. This lesson will benefit you all. As soon as Tyrant Dragon finished speaking, more of Mountain Passenger's arrows rained down on Shifeng. Not only were these arrows incredibly fast, but they'd also collide while in mid-flight, altering their attack trajectories. The complexity of Mountain Passenger's attacks was on an entirely different level than the rangers who guarded the mountain path. However, despite the arrows descending, he simply and leisurely walked toward the ranger. As if they were deliberately avoiding Shifeng, none of the falling arrows touched him. Although some of the arrows looked as if they'd find their mark, a blue light would flash before Shifeng, deflecting the arrows and sending them to crash into other arrows. Like the domino effect, these arrows would then collide with other arrows. Eventually, every arrow that might have struck Shifeng landed at his feet. Am I dreaming? Every player watching the battle was stupefied by the scene. Although they had considered the possibility of Shifeng avoiding the arrows or using a skill to block them, they had never imagined that a player could counter a rain-like attack method using nothing more than normal attacks. Not even domain realm experts would necessarily succeed, let alone peak experts. Storm Barrage consumed a lot of stamina, so Mountain Passenger was forced to stop after a little more than 10 seconds of using the technique. Now, when he looked at Shifeng, who stood less than 20 yards away, he did so with an expression that was tenser than ever before. Although he didn't want to admit it, Shifeng's performance wasn't anything like his previous feat. The swordsman had relied on brute force to counter his triple moon strike, but now he relied entirely on combat techniques. Although I don't know why you would think that I'm not a real expert or why you chose to attack me first, I'd like to know if it's my turn to attack now. Shifeng asked Mountain Passenger with a lackluster expression. The moment Shifeng finished his question, Mountain Passenger felt an unprecedented pressure weigh down on him. He immediately realized that Shifeng wasn't just some player with nothing but basic attributes, but someone with combat standards that could rival or surpass his own. Upon realizing this fact, Mountain Passenger pushed his 5 senses to their limits and focused all of his attention on Shifeng. However, Shifeng suddenly vanished without a trace. By the time he relocated the swordsman, the man had moved within attack range. Tier 2 Taboo skill, Instant Strike. A blue flash passed by Mountain Passenger's throat despite seeing the attack. The ranger had no time to block or dodge the strike. He could only watch as killing ray slit his throat, draining his HP bar. Eventually, his HP fell to 0, and he collapsed to the ground. Only after Mountain Passenger's vision faded, and his body was thoroughly paralyzed, did he understand that Shifeng had killed him, and he had been utterly powerless to retaliate. When Mountain Passenger died, the battlefield seemed to freeze as everyone stared at the ranger's corpse in silence. Mountain Passenger, one of 3 Kill's personal bodyguards, had died just like that. The players who were most shocked were undoubtedly Tyrant Dragon and the other guard team members. Although they couldn't believe that the ranger was dead, their instincts as peak experts forced them to move. They immediately put more distance between them and Shifeng, moving as far from the swordsman as possible. Their instincts screamed at them that if this man came within attack range, they would suffer dire consequences. Chapter 2038, Frightening Demonkin. Chapter 2038, Frightening Demonkin. Tyrant Dragon and the others reacted very quickly. The instant Mountain Passenger died, they realized that they'd be no match for Shifeng in a one-on-one fight. They'd have to work together if they hoped to secure their victory. However, as Tyrant Dragon and his teammates retreated, Shifeng vanished once more. By the time he reappeared, he stood before a level 60 Tier 2 assassin. He was so fast that he was impossible to follow with the naked eye. The moment the Tier 2 assassin saw Shifeng before him, he understood that escape was futile. Instinctively, the assassin used his trademark move. Advanced combat technique, Phantom Assault. As if the assassin had used a doppelganger skill, his body split into 4 copies, all striking at Shifeng. It was impossible to determine which copy was real. In addition, this assassin possessed an innate talent that amplified the Phantom Assault, Godspeed response. The assassin's reaction speed was extraordinary, allowing him to execute more movements than normal players in the same time span. This was a rare talent that could only surface in one out of several million people. When the assassin combined his talent with phantom assault, he could execute attacks that were impossible to block. This even held true against an opponent that could see his attacks. However, before the assassin's 4 copies could move within 3 yards of the swordsman, Shi Feng's killing ray thrust into the assassin's heart with lightning speed. A moment later, the assassin's 3 doppelgangers faded, and his HP fell to 0. When the assassin noticed that his vision had begun to fade and saw the sword impaling his chest, he opened his mouth in an attempt to ask how the swordsman had performed the feat. Unfortunately, the assassin couldn't produce any sound. The other members of 3 Kills' personal security team felt an unprecedented fear launch through them. Shi Feng was too fast. Not only was his attack speed incredible, but his reaction speed was just as fast. He's a monster. Do not let him get within melee range. Attack him from as far away as possible. After watching another companion fall, Tyrant Dragon began to retreat away from Shi Feng with even more urgency. He now understood that Shi Feng was beyond their capabilities. However, a figure abruptly dashed past Tyrant Dragon and intercepted his retreat. The figure also sent 2 fierce thrusts towards Tyrant Dragon's blind spots. Scram! Tyrant Dragon bellowed, sensing the incoming attacks. Twisting, he began to spin while swinging his great sword, the blade deflecting the incoming strikes. Although he had blocked the 2 attacks, the figure didn't end their assault. On the contrary, this figure intensified their attacks. In the blink of an eye, 2 more attacks flew towards Tyrant Dragon. Defending himself, Tyrant Dragon brandished his greatsword once more. Pung! He blocked these attacks as well, but he had to stumble 3 steps back before he could stabilize his stance. Strength combination. Through his greatsword's vibrations, Tyrant Dragon knew that he hadn't just blocked ordinary attacks. He shifted his gaze toward his assailant, wanting to know who attacked him, but he was stunned to see the player before him. You. The person standing in Tyrant Dragon's way was none other than Seven Light, whom he had been prepared to clash with previously. Tyrant Dragon simply could not believe that this brat was capable of executing a technique as difficult as strength combination. He isn't just a refinement realm expert. Tyrant Dragon couldn't help but wonder as he stared at the youth. Strength combination was an advanced combat technique. Logically, a mere refinement realm expert shouldn't be able to master the technique. Normally, players could only master it after reaching the Void Realm, since it required perfect timing during execution. The slightest deviation would result in a failure to combine the strength of multiple attacks. A player would only be able to perform such a precise attack once they were capable of pushing their 5 senses to their very limits. When Tyrant Dragon recalled Shi Feng's victory over Mountain Passenger, he felt that his guess was likely correct. When he realized that this little fellow, who likely wasn't even 20 years old, was a Void Realm expert, he couldn't help his shock. Within the various super guilds, players who could reach the flowing water realm before the age of 20 were considered geniuses among geniuses, treated like priceless gems in their guilds. Yet Seven Light had reached the Void Realm at such a young age. He was likely a genius that only surfaced once every decade. If that were the case, Tyrant Dragon was no match for Seven Light in a one-on-one fight. Even after so long, he hadn't yet mastered strength combination. If he tried to fight a player that had mastered the technique, had wielded combat standards on his level, he'd be guaranteed to lose. No. Tyrant Dragon shook his head, attempting to banish the thought. Based on his previous attacks, he should have more strength than me. If he really has mastered strength combination, the impact would have been more intense. While Tyrant Dragon struggled with his internal debate, Seven Light launched another assault. Like before, Seven Light executed 2 attacks. After Tyrant Dragon dodged one of the slashes, he used his great sword to block the other. Since he only took 1 hit, he didn't stumble in the slightest. Sure enough, Tyrant Dragon could not help but smile at Seven Light's continuous assault. Although I don't know how you managed to grasp strength combination based on your attacks, you haven't mastered it yet. It's more than enough to take you down. Seven Light snapped, attacking Tyrant Dragon again. Seven Light was aware that he hadn't mastered strength combination. If not for the Extraordinary Towers training, he wouldn't have been able to execute the technique at all. Even though he could use the technique, he could only increase his attack strength by 30% after combining his strikes. He also knew that his minor advantage in basic attributes was practically negligible against an expert like Tyrant Dragon. If he tried to face the enemy Berserker normally, he'd simply be seeking an early grave. He could only defeat the man by increasing his attack's raw power. With 30% more strength in his strikes, the Berserker would suffer a fatal blow if he didn't counter the attacks properly. However, after launching several consecutive attacks, Seven Light's attacks grew weaker, and Tyrant Dragon was able to interrupt them forcibly before he could use the strength combination technique. If Tyrant Dragon had had any access to his skills, the Berserker would have long since had defeated him. Fortunately, such an intense life-or-death battle had allowed Seven Light to recognize many of his flaws, especially with the way he utilized strength combination. Brat, you may have a basic attribute advantage, but your time will end soon, Tyrant Dragon commented as he glanced around him. The dark smoke on the battlefield had begun to lessen, signaling that the AoE silence's duration was almost over. He didn't have access to his true strength while silenced, but once the effect was gone, he could finish Seven Light off in less than 10 seconds. If he was not silenced, however, he could finish Seven Light in less than 10 seconds. What about this move, then? Seven Light asked as he activated his Demonkin set's 6-piece effect. Demonkin's shadow. Black smoke began to emerge from Seven Light's body, enveloping him. The smoke hid his abrupt and rapid growth. It wasn't long before the smoke receded, revealing a 5-meter-tall Demonkin with a body covered in black smoke. The Demonkin swished his tail and glared at his opponent with frightening, crimson eyes. His killing intent was so intense that nearby players felt as if they had plunged into an icy hell. Before Tyrant Dragon could react to Seven Light's sudden transformation, the latter brandished his 2 swords. The speed and power of Seven Light's attacks had increased. Now, Tyrant Dragon had no opportunity to dodge the attacks, forced to receive the strikes with his great sword. Boom! One attack was already more than enough to send Tyrant Dragon airborne. Before the Berserker could adjust his posture, another slash struck him. Seven Light's longsword cutting through his armor and plundering all of his HP. Meanwhile, Starlink's ordinary experts and 3 kills personal security despaired when they saw Seven Light's transformation into a Demonkin. Sherfong was already difficult enough to deal with. Now, another monstrously powerful Demonkin had joined the battlefield. Not even 3 kills, who watched from atop one of the roadside cliffs, could maintain his composure, looking down at the fight with a somber expression. You definitely aren't from the 100 Flowers Palace. There is no way the palace has experts like you. Who are you? 3 kills demanded, glaring at Sherfong and Seven Light. Chapter 2039, Zero Wing. Chapter 2039, Zero Wing. 3 kills words echoed throughout the valley. Starlink's members, who were in the midst of battle, promptly reacted to his words, their gazes shifting to Seven Light and Sherfong in fear. As 3 kills had said, The 100 Flowers Palace was only an ordinary first-rate guild. There was no way the guild could break past their blockade with only 14 players, killing so many of Three Kills peak experts. No matter how they thought about it, the palace wasn't capable of the feat. There was only one explanation for this. These 14 players were from a different power. Are you from Unyielding Soul or Crimson Emperor? Do you really have to be so secretive? Three Kills asked, staring at Shifeng. It was only a matter of time before Shifeng's group shattered the blockade. Stopping them was impossible, regardless of how much Three Kills wanted to. He couldn't figure out which power would be capable of dispatching such a small, yet powerful, assault team aside from Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor. If either of these superpowers had intervened in this battle, Starlink would definitely have to be careful, especially if Crimson Emperor were responsible for this team. Starlink was already engaged in a war of annihilation with Unyielding Soul. If Crimson Emperor got involved, Starlink would likely have to face two superpowers at the same time. Three Kills needed to know if Shifeng's party originated from the superpower or not. You don't need to guess. We aren't from either of those guilds, Shifeng answered with a faint smile. He understood what Three Kills must be thinking. After all you've done here, don't tell me you're afraid of giving us your name? There are only a handful of powers in the Dark Knight Empire that are capable of accomplishing what you have. Do you really need to hide? Three Kills growled, attempting to provoke the swordsman. Starlink's members raised their voices in agreement the moment Three Kills finished his question. Our vice guild leader is right. You've already won this battle, yet you refuse to own up. You dare call yourselves a superpower with such cowardice. I bet they're afraid of our guild's retaliation, so they don't want to reveal themselves. That's right. Only cowardly guilds act like this. If they had faced us head-on, and honestly, we would have flattened them. Starlink's members started to lambaste Shifeng and his party. They said anything they could think of to get a rise from the group. They no longer cared about their crumbling blockade, considering the feat as a matter of course. Now, they were only irked by the fact that Shifeng's group refused to reveal their guild after launching such a surprise attack. Vice Guild Leader 3, are you certain that you want to know? Shifeng could not help but sigh at Three Kills. What's there preventing you from telling us? Three Kills asked, rolling his eyes. Since Vice Guild Leader 3 has requested the name of our guild, 7, tell them where we're from. Make sure you say it loudly, Shifeng said, turning to 7 Light. Understood. 7 Light, who had transformed into a demonkin, nodded. After taking a deep breath, he shouted, Listen up! We are from Zero Wing, and we have come under the 100 Flowers Palace's invitation. If you wish to keep your lives, you should run. After transforming into a gigantic demonkin, 7 Light's voice had become much louder than normal players. His words easily reached players that stood several hundred yards away. Even the independent players standing outside of the first defensive line could hear him clearly. What did he say? They're Zero Wing's members. How can that be possible? Starlink's members couldn't believe the claim. Zero Wing might be a foreign name to the Dark Knight Empire's general populace, but it was familiar to players from the various guilds. The guild was, after all, the overlord of an entire kingdom. As Starlink members, they would have more or less investigated such a powerhouse. However, Zero Wing was merely an up-and-coming guild, only capable of rivaling first-rate guild strength. Claiming that the guild had players who could break past their blockade so effortlessly was a joke. They must be lying. Right. They must be afraid of revealing which superpower they belong to, so they're using Zero Wing to mislead us. They are shameless. And here I thought you had the courage to take responsibility for your actions. What's the point of claiming to be from another guild? Starlink's reaction to 7 Light's declaration was frenzied, as if their rage could only be appeased if Sherfong and his comrades admitted that they were truly from a superpower. Seven Light and the other Zero Wing members were at a loss. They did not know whether they should laugh or cry. They had told Starlink's members the truth, but the latter refused to believe them, trying to find incomprehensible reasons to force them into admitting their identities. They finally, forget it, let's just destroy their fantasy and let them die in their foolishness, Sherfong said after glancing over Starlink's members, who had practically fallen into madness. Seven Light and his companions nodded, removing their black cloaks and revealing their true appearances before Starlink's forces. Even if Starlink's members refused to believe their claim, they couldn't ignore the six-winged emblem the party members wore. That's a fake. It must be a disguise. Right. They must be using a disguise. While Starlink's members still refused to believe that Seven Light and his party were from Zero Wing even after seeing the six-winged emblem pinned to their armor, the independent players on the sidelines didn't doubt the fact. Rather, they were shocked by the revelation. Zero Wing is actually this strong. Zero Wing broke past Starlink's blockade with just 14 players. This is big news. After watching Sherfong and the others smash through Starlink's third line of defense so easily, the nearby independent players began to record the remaining battle and post the videos on the official forums. They planned to use this opportunity to make a little extra money on the side. At this time, one of the 100 Flowers Palace's assassin scouts, who watched from several hundred yards away from the blockade, contacted Cleansed Rue. "How are things going on Zero Wing's side?" Cleansed Rue asked, anxiously. She had already notified the assassin scouts to contact her the moment Zero Wing's members began to falter, but she hadn't received word even after so long. She had even begun to wonder if the assassin scouts had forgotten to do their jobs. If they didn't send someone to pin down 3 kills the moment Zero Wing's members fell, Crimson Heart's army would fall into a precarious position. "They just broke through," the reporting assassin said. "What did you say?" Cleansed Rue asked again, wondering if she had heard wrong. "Vice Guild Leader, Zero Wing's 14 members have broken through Starlink's blockade. Starlink's forces have descended into chaos. This is the best chance for us to break through," the assassin reported excitedly. "Hey, broke through? But how?" Cleansed Rue couldn't help her astonishment. Was our information about 3K-Chai's presence incorrect? She couldn't understand how Sherfeng's group could have succeeded if 3 kills had been present, but even if he weren't, there were still plenty of experts guarding the mountain pass. It still shouldn't be possible for just 14 players to break past the blockade. Chapter 2040, we meet again. Chapter 2040, we meet again. Crimson Heart and her Dark Cloud Legion dashed through a quiet, forested canyon without paying any attention to their stamina consumption. Even when they were ambushed by monsters, their resistance was minimal, trying to avoid confrontation as much as possible. "Hurry! We must hurry!" Crimson Heart shouted as she looked at the system clock with a grim expression. 5 minutes had already passed since their assault on Starlink's blockades had begun. It was highly likely that 3Kill's team had already reached her path, waiting ahead to stop her team. Although they had broken past Desert Tiger's blockade and had been pushing their mounts to the limit ever since, there were still multiple roadblocks ahead. The forces waiting for them might not be as powerful as Desert Tigers, but they would slow the Legion's progress. "Vice Guild Leader, I spotted another blockade ahead. It's manned by roughly 3,000 players," a Tier 2 Ranger suddenly reported through the team chat. 3,000? Crimson Heart frowned slightly. This was bad news for their team. Normally, a guild would post its forces on multiple sections of the road to seal it off. She had never expected so many players to man the secondary blockades. They had already sacrificed over 400 players during the clash with Desert Tiger's forces, which meant they had less than 600 players remaining. If they tried to fight their way past another 3,000 players in such a forested region, they'd pay another considerable price and waste quite a bit of time. Gritting her teeth, Crimson Heart commanded, "Use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls. Once we shake apart the barricade, I want everyone to gather and force through from a single point." Aside from the blood source potions, she had prepared a few trump cards to fortify Moon Creek Town to increase their chances of surviving until the 100 Flowers Palace's army arrived. The Tier 3 summoning scrolls were one of these cards. She had planned to reserve these scrolls for the fight in Moon Creek Town, but to blast past Starlink's blockade as quickly as possible and maintain the distance between her team, 3 kills, and Desert Tigers, she had no choice but to use them. Understood. Several Tier 2 summoners behind Crimson Heart nodded in response. A short moment later, Crimson Heart and her force arrived before a section of wooded valley that several hundred MTs guarded. A large number of rangers and elementalists also hid in the trees along both sides of the road. As soon as Crimson Heart's team moved within range, these rangers and elementalists would bombard them with spells and arrows. However, when less than 100 yards separated the two forces, for summoners atop mounts began to chant an incantation, unfurling the magic scrolls in their hands. Responding to the summoner's magic, for level 75 Great Lords appeared before the Dark Cloud Legion and charged towards Starlink's defensive lines. Attack! Attack with everything you've got! Although the sudden appearance of 4 level 75 Great Lords had surprised Starlink's members, they were elite and expert players, reacting quickly and attacking the Great Lords on sight. Tier 2 skills and spells flew at the summon monsters, inflicting damages in the thousands. At the same time, the Tier 2 MTs on the front line activated their life-saving skills, while the rear line healers began to cast their healing spells. Despite the level advantage, the Great Lords weren't able to scatter the blockade quickly. However, with the 4 Great Lords taking most of the damage, Crimson Heart's team was able to approach the frontline MTs with relative ease. Starlink's Tier 2 MTs had their hands full with the level 75 Great Lords, and as a result, they fell instantly under the Dark Cloud Legion's concentrated attacks. In the blink of an eye, several Tier 2 MTs from Starlink died, opening a massive rift in the defensive line. Although the other MTs tried to fill the hole, Crimson Heart gave them no opportunities to do so as she brandished her daggers. When her blades struck, even Tier 2 MTs stumbled away from her. Despite the fervent attacks from Starlink's range players, Crimson Heart easily avoided their bombardment and continued to widen the gap in the enemy's defensive line by relying on the Great Lord's massive frames. This allowed the Dark Cloud Legion members to break past the blockade as a single unit. Yet, despite their success, Crimson Heart's team had still suffered more than 50 casualties in the assault. A few seconds after Crimson Heart's team broke through the blockade, a Tier 2 Ranger reported, "Vice Guild Leader, Starlink's members are giving chase." So soon, Crimson Heart's expression twisted when she heard this. She hadn't expected Starlink's players to reorganize and take up the chase so quickly. "How far are they?" "Roughly 700 yards, the Tier 2 Ranger said. "Leave 2 Great Lords behind to delay them." Crimson Heart commanded, after giving the matter some thought. Even for ordinary players, 700 yards wasn't a vast distance, much less elite and expert players with their own mounts. If they allowed the Starlink members to get too close, they'd get caught in a pincer attack the moment they ran into the next blockade. With the Legion's remaining combat power, a pincer attack would signal their demise. They could only try to buy as much time as possible in this situation. After receiving their orders, 2 of the 4 summoners controlling the Great Lords split away from the team, staying behind to delay their enemies. Fortunately, the two great lords were quite effective, allowing Crimson Heart's team to put more distance between them and Starling's forces as time passed. Now that the Legion had two great lords to lead the way, Crimson Heart's players no longer had to worry about monster interference. The great lords swept aside any monsters that attempted to ambush the players effortlessly. Moreover, with the great lord's strength, breaking past the blockades manned by 1,000 or 2,000 players became significantly easier. Vice Guild Leader, we'll reach Moon Creek Town in less than 10 minutes, a Tier 2 Ranger excitedly reported after looking at Silent Canyon's system map. Everyone get ready. Once we enter the town, we'll likely have another tough battle to face, Crimson Heart said as she breathed a sigh of relief. Their journey had not been easy. Despite using Tier 3 summoning scrolls, the Dark Cloud Legion had still lost players. Now, fewer than 200 members remained. Fortunately, they were almost to Moon Creek Town. As long as they passed the blood source potions out to the players in Moon Creek Town, they should be able to buy enough time for the 100 Flowers Palace's main army to arrive. However, as Moon Creek Town appeared on the horizon, several hundred fire arrows rained down on Crimson Heart and her team. Caught off guard, the Legion tried to dodge the incoming attacks. Unfortunately, the fire arrows were quite fast, and not even the Dark Cloud Legion's experts could dodge them in time, taking the hits. To make matters worse, these experts fell after taking 2 fire arrows. The arrow's power was nothing like the spells players typically used. As chaos tore at Crimson Heart's team, a gigantic magic array appeared in the sky, enveloping the Dark Cloud Legion. This is a magic barrier. Crimson Heart's expression darkened as she watched the translucent barrier form around her players. That's right, we prepared this specifically for you. Are you surprised? Suddenly, a rugged voice emerged from within the barrier, familiar enough that Crimson Heart and her companions spun toward its origin. Before they had realized it, a large group of players had appeared in the clearing ahead of them. The origin of the rugged voice was a level 62, Tier 2 Berserker. Desert Tiger? Crimson Heart was stunned when she saw the man. How did you get here? Her Dark Cloud Legion had lost over 400 members during the battle with Starlink's first blockade. Desert Tiger himself had been responsible for over 1/4 of those deaths. If her subordinates hadn't fought as desperately as they had, Desert Tiger might have pinned her down, and they never would have made it past the first roadblock. Logically, Desert Tiger should still be far behind her team, yet he stood before her now. Why wouldn't she be surprised? Don't tell me you think that mounts are the only way to cross long distances quickly. Desert Tiger chuckled as he looked at Crimson Heart. Could it be a flying tool? Crimson Heart suddenly thought of a possibility. Now that the Silent Canyon was sealed off, teleportation within the canyon would be impossible. The only other travel method she could think of that was faster than a mount was a flying tool. However, flying tools were extremely precious. She had only ever heard of such tools, never actually seen one before. Smart. Desert Tiger nodded. He then chuckled and said, "Well, are you going to surrender quietly, or do you truly want to face us a second time?" Surrender. Crimson Heart sneered at Desert Tiger and his team. That depends on whether or not you can force us to. Desert Tiger's team only consisted of 100 players at this point. Meanwhile, a dozen or so players maintained the magic barrier. This proved that the barrier wasn't that strong, so the Dark Cloud Legion had a chance of breaking out of it. Since that is your answer, show me what the 100 Flowers Palace is capable of, Desert Tiger said, smiling as he waved a hand. Immediately, the several dozen players around him stepped into the array and charged at Crimson Heart's team. However, once the two forces met each other in battle, the Dark Cloud Legion members were stupefied. The two forces' combat power was on entirely different levels. A single Starlink expert was strong enough to overwhelm 2 or 3 Dark Cloud Legion experts. In a one-on-one fight, none of the Dark Cloud Legion members lasted more than 10 moves. Even an expert as powerful as Crimson Heart was forced to focus on defense against 5 Starlink experts' coordinated attacks. Refinement Realm experts? Crimson Heart could tell that her 5 opponents were far stronger than the other Starlink experts her team fought. They had definitely reached the Refinement Realm. The overall standard of Desert Tiger's newest team was far stronger than the players he had commanded earlier. I'm sure you can see the difference between our forces. Staying in the 100 Flowers Palace is a waste for an expert like yourself. Why don't you join Starlink instead? If you submit to me, I can recommend that the guild give you an elder position at the very least. You won't have to fall with the 100 Flowers Palace, Desert Tiger offered. Despite the fact that he had Crimson Heart cornered, he didn't rush to finish her off. Instead, he continued to try to persuade her, saying, "If you are hoping that the team on the other path will reach the town, I'd suggest you abandon the idea. Unlike myself, those old fossils don't have the patience to play with their opponents." "In your dreams," Crimson Heart growled, determination flashing in her eyes as she prepared to make a last stand. "Since that is the case, I'll send you to hell alongside your precious palace." Desert Tiger bellowed. He immediately activated charge, targeting Crimson Heart. However, as soon as Desert Tiger entered the magic barrier, an indifferent voice echoed across the battlefield. "Vice Guild Leader Crimson, I'm truly sorry for the long wait." Everyone turned toward the voice's origin the instant they heard it, spotting a dozen or so figures a short distance away from the magic barrier. The leader of the group was a cloaked young man. Chapter 2041, She's Telling the Truth. Chapter 2041, She's Telling the Truth. Both Starlink's peak experts and the Dark Cloud Legion's members couldn't help but turn due to the arrival of Shurfeng's party on the plain Broad Road. "How are you here?" Shock overwhelmed Crimson Heart when she saw Shurfeng and his companions. For a moment, she even wondered if she was hallucinating. "Did you manage to circle around 3 kills blockade?" Logically, Zero Wing's team shouldn't have made it this far. 3 kills, someone far more powerful than Desert Tiger, had guarded the other path. Even her team suffered such severe casualties trying to get past Desert Tiger. Yet Zero Wing's team had arrived without losing a single member. No matter how she looked at it, Zero Wing's team did not look like it had engaged in battle. The only explanation she could think of was that Zero Wing's members had found another route, allowing them to bypass 3 Kills' team entirely. "There's a way to skirt around the blockades. Unfortunately, we didn't find one. We just fought our way here," Shurfeng said, shaking his head. Crimson Heart was speechless. She wanted to curse at Shurfeng for joking at a time like this, but before she could comment, she heard a commotion some distance away. Turning toward the source, Crimson Heart noticed a large group of several hundred players rapidly approaching her location. As these new arrivals grew closer, everyone finally got a clear view of their appearances. How is this possible? Crimson Heart was utterly confused as she stared at the approaching players. This group of players was none other than Cleansed Rue's team. She had been able to believe that Shurfeng's party had successfully evaded 3 Kills forces due to the party's small size, but for a 1,000-man team like Cleansed Rue's to evade detection, that was impossible. To come this far, the team definitely had to break past 3 Kills blockade. The most shocking part of all of this was that Cleansed Rue's team had suffered barely any losses. More people from the 100 Flowers Palace? Snapping out of his daze, Desert Tiger stared at Cleansed Rue's team in confusion. Starlink had already locked down the Silent Canyon. Crimson Heart's team should be the only players from the 100 Flowers Palace in the canyon right now. So, where did these several hundred Flowers Palace players come from? Rue, how did you make it here? Crimson Heart could not help but ask softly, how did we get here? We forced our way through the blockades, of course. Cleansed Rue said, giving the other Vice Guild leader a smug smile when she saw Crimson Heart's confusion. She had prepared herself for defeat today. She had never thought that Shifeng's team was actually that strong. Stop lying. There are only 2 paths leading here. Desert Tiger guarded one, and 3 kills guarded the other. 3 kills was on your path. So how do you get past his blockade and reach us without suffering significant losses? Crimson Heart demanded, rolling her eyes at Cleansed Rue. I'm telling the truth, Cleansed Rue said, her smile turning bitter. She then gestured to Shifeng's group and explained, it's all thanks to Zero Wing. If those 14 players hadn't torn apart Starlink's blockades along the way, we would have lost more than several dozen players before arriving. You're saying that Zero Wing's 14 players did all of the work, and your team simply followed them? Crimson Heart stated, her eyes twitching in anger. It was clear that she didn't believe Cleansed Rue's claim based on her expression. She felt that Cleansed Rue had gone too far to put Zero Wing in a better light. Meanwhile, Desert Tiger made his move during the brief moment the 2 Vice Guild leaders conversed. Do you think I'll allow more of your companions to sneak in? No. Those guild emblems do not belong to the 100 Flowers Palace. When Desert Tiger looked at Shifeng and the other Zero Wing members, he noticed the 6 winged emblems pinned to their chests. Laughing, since you all know each other, this will be simple. You will all die together. Waving a hand, Desert Tiger commanded, surround them. Don't let any of them escape. Leave it to us, boss. Suddenly, 50 Tier 2 players split away from the chaotic battlefield and charged toward Shifeng and Crimson Rue's group with playful expressions. To put it bluntly, Crimson Heart's team wouldn't even be a warm-up for them, now that reinforcements had arrived. However, they'd get the opportunity to stretch properly. Crap! Stop them quickly! Crimson Heart hurriedly commanded her subordinates. Although she did not know how Shifeng and Cleansed Rue's group had made it this far, they currently stood outside of the barrier. Fleeing from Desert Tiger's subordinates would be far easier for them than for her team. Moreover, Moon Creek Town was within sight. As long as Cleansed Rue could reach Moon Creek Town, they could solve the town's predicament. Can you stop them, though? Desert Tiger sneered as he watched 100 players from the Dark Cloud Legion move to intercept his 50 players. The 50-man team was no ordinary expert team. The team included a 10-man special assault squad comprised of refinement realm experts that had been specifically trained to fight superior numbers. Moreover, the assault squad's members were all Tier 2 berserkers. It was a team of absolute strength. Even a refinement realm expert team of equal size couldn't stop this assault squad, not to mention a team without any refinement realm experts. With the 10-man assault squad taking the lead, the 50 Tier 2 players from Starlink tore through the Dark Cloud Legion's blockade, as if it didn't exist at all. The assault squad easily blocked the Dark Cloud Legion's attacks before killing several experts in a brief clash. The two-side strength was on completely different levels. Damn it! Crimson Heart's anxiety peaked as she watched Starlink's refinement realm experts approach Shifeng's party. However, she couldn't do anything about the situation. She already had her hands full with the several refinement realm experts before her. She could not afford to care about others right now. But just as the 10-man assault team was about to massacre their targets, a blue light suddenly flashed by them. So fast was that an attack. The blue light bewildered the 10 refinement realm experts, but since it hadn't affected them, they didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, they focused on the upcoming assault. After a second, however, these refinement realm experts found themselves unable to move, following which the scenery before them changed, fading to a dull gray. What's going on? Why can't I move? Is it some sort of mental restriction? The assault squad couldn't help but consider the idea, but very soon they realized that they weren't affected by some skill or spell. The phenomenon they experienced was simply the result of their deaths. As the 10 refinement realm experts fell lifelessly to the ground, time in the battlefield seemed to freeze as everyone stared at the assault squad's corpses with wide eyes. Not only had the flash of blue light killed 10 refinement realm experts instantly, but it had also shattered the magic array around Crimson Heart's team. Damn it! What did he do? Many of Starlink's experts lost their minds after watching the event unfold. Even Crimson Heart's team was stupefied. Is he a monster? An indescribable shock filled Crimson Heart as she stared at Shifeng, who was in the process of sheathing Killing Ray. He had killed 10 refinement realm experts with a single attack. Moreover, he had shattered the magic barrier with the same attack. His strength was incredible. However, Crimson Heart found Shifeng's usage of his skill to be far more intimidating than his frightening strength. The assault squad hadn't run in a line, running at Zero Wing's party from 4 different directions to surround the players. Instead, to kill all 10 refinement realm experts with one attack, Shifeng would have had to make multiple minor adjustments to his attack trajectory the moment he activated his skill. Moreover, the slightest mistake could have taken out his allies as well as his enemies. Not only had he successfully slain the approaching refinement realm experts, but he had also avoided harming his allies. This forced Crimson Heart to reconsider Cleansed Rue's claim. She was telling the truth. Chapter 2042, Getting Serious. Chapter 2042, Getting Serious. While everyone was still shocked by the fact that 10 refinement realm experts had been instant-killed, Seven Light and his comrades took advantage of the opportunity to make their move. In the blink of an eye, 13 figures dashed into Starlink's ranks with vicious attacks. Taking the lead, Seven Light activated Windblade and arrived before 3 Starlink MTs and 4 melee players. He then brandished his swords at the MT's sturdy shields. Tier 2 skill, Omni Slash. Suddenly, 4 sword lights radiated out from Seven Light, and although Starlink's members blocked the spreading lights, the resulting impact forced them to stumble back several steps, revealing several holes in their defenses. Seven Light then swung his 2 swords again. 2 sword lights flew toward one of the Tier 2 MTs. One knocked away the MT's shield while the other bit into the player's armor. The MT began to lose HP rapidly. Before the rear line healers could react, Seven Light followed up by swinging one of his long swords and activating the Tier 2 skill, Dispersing Slash. Suddenly, 6 sword lights left Seven Light's longsword, devouring the Tier 2 MT's remaining HP. Although Seven Light's actions seemed slow, from afar, one would only see him charge into the crowd. Then, as if for no reason at all, the 7 players around Seven Light stumbled backward. One even fell to the ground, dead. The results of Stubborn Bone and the other Zero Wing members' assault were roughly the same. During the initial confrontation alone, more than 10 of Starlink's surviving 40 Tier 2 experts had died. Now, less than 30 players remained. Desert Tiger's 50-man team had held the advantage against Crimson Heart's players, but due to the arrival of Cleansed Rue's team, the situation had taken a turn for the worst for Starlink's force. Vice Guild Leader, we're too outnumbered. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before they annihilate us. One of Starlink's Tier 2 Guardian Knights anxiously reported. They would have still had a chance if they had only needed to face Crimson Heart and Cleansed Ru's teams, but Shifeng's party continued to slaughter their members. It wouldn't be long before the remaining 20-plus players who fought Shifeng's players were eliminated. If Shifeng's party finished them off and regrouped with Crimson Heart and Cleansed Ru, they would suffer for it. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Desert Tiger grimly commanded. He also realized the outcome that awaited them if they continued this fight. Firing a fierce glare at the distant Shifeng, he growled, "I'll let you live for a little while longer." Desert Tiger then turned and left, showing no intention of staying for this battle. Seeing this, Starlink's players began to split up and flee into their surroundings. Despite the retreat, the 100 Flowers Palace's vice guild leaders didn't try to chase them down. Starlink's forces hid all around Moon Creek Town. If they gave chase, they'd only throw their lives away. Moreover, Moon Creek Town's safety was their priority. They were not here to fight Starlink's forces. Elder Yifeng, thank you for your help. Had you not arrived in time, I'm afraid that Desert Tiger would have slaughtered us. Crimson Heart said as she approached Shifeng, complex feelings twisting inside her. She had wanted to prove the 100 Flowers Palace's power to Zero Wing, but she had only embarrassed herself. Her Dark Cloud Legion had started this operation with 1,000 members. Now, less than 200 remained. In contrast, Zero Wing's party of 14 was completely intact. Zero Wing had even escorted Cleansed Ru's team without allowing the latter to suffer significant casualties. The difference between them was obvious at a glance. Finally, she, more or less, understood why Cleansed Ru had so strongly supported an alliance between the 100 Flowers Palace and Zero Wing. "You're welcome." Crimson Heart's sincere thanks surprised Shifeng, but her actions also indirectly acknowledged Zero Wing's strength. He could now assume that his trip to the Dark Knight Empire hadn't been fruitless. It is still too dangerous here. Let's head to Moon Creek Town. Crimson Heart nodded in response. She knew that they could be ambushed at any time. Immediately, both the 100 Flowers Palace and Zero Wing's members hurried toward Moon Creek Town. Fortunately, the small army hadn't encountered any of Starlink's members during the last of their journey. This allowed the group to reach the town safely. Once they were in the town, Crimson Heart and Cleansed Ru got to work. Aside from organizing the town's defenses, they distributed blood source potions to the town's elite and expert players. They had brought a combined total of 4,000 blood source potions with them. And while it wouldn't be enough to turn the tide of war, they could ensure the town's survival for at least 3 hours against an army of 300,000 elite and expert players. 3 hours were more than enough for the 100 Flowers Palace's main army to arrive. Once it did, Starlink would have to pay the price in blood if it wanted to capture Moon Creek Town. Needless to say, Starlink would avoid paying such a price. After all, Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor were its true targets. Losing a large number of elite players to defeat the 100 Flowers Palace simply wasn't worth it. Doing so would only give Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor an edge in the overall war. Following which, time passed uneventfully, due to Crimson Heart and the others' arrival. A relaxed energy replaced the previous gloomy atmosphere that had swallowed the town. Many players had even begun to chat about the upcoming Starlink siege, as if they weren't related to the war in the least. "Big Sis Ru, I've just received an offline message. The guild leader has gathered an army of 200,000 and is on the way now. She should arrive in 3 hours or less," Cleansed Ru excitedly told Crimson Emperor, who observed the situation beyond the town from the town's walls as she approached. 3 hours? Crimson Heart felt as if she had just heard the voice of God, revealing an ecstatic expression. Surviving 3 hours against Starlink's army was no longer a major issue for Moon Creek Town. In other words, Moon Creek Town was practically safe from capture. Next, the 100 Flowers Palace needed to stabilize its position in the Dark Knight Empire. Losing East Valley Town had significantly impacted the palace's operations. After all, meanwhile, she saw the wisdom in partnering with Zero Wing after witnessing the guild's performance. Although, she still deemed it necessary to negotiate the conditions of their partnership. While Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue chatted merrily, Moon Creek Town's crisis alarm rang out, echoing throughout the town. Both Vice Guild leaders spun toward the distant plains and canyon. The alarm announced that the scout players stationed on the town's walls had discovered threatening forces, and the guild members in town should prepare for battle. Suddenly, a large army of players slowly entered the spacious plains. There were so many of them that the army looked like a creeping shadow swallowing the plains. However, these players came to an abrupt halt after crossing a short distance. They quietly stood outside of the defense turret's range, as if waiting for something. "Are they not here to attack?" Cleansed Rue muttered as she watched Starlink's grounded army. "Are they hesitating on whether or not to siege the town?" When an army sieged a town, it usually did so without pause to ensure that the defenders didn't have time to prepare. Otherwise, the invading army would have to pay a much greater price during the siege. As a superpower, Starlink should know this rule quite well, yet its army still stopped outside of the town. It was unusual. "They're not attacking?" Crimson Heart had a bad feeling as she stared at Starlink's unmoving army. "No, something's not right, Rue. Why would an army, which has a high chance of success, stop its advance? To raise morale? Or maybe the army has absolute confidence in its victory?" Cleansed Rue considered the situation, but after a moment, she realized something. "Tell everyone to get ready. Activate the defensive magic array. Our enemy likely has more than just 300,000 players. I think we're witnessing a superpower getting serious for the first time." Crimson Heart yelled. Chapter 2043, A Battle with Two Options. Chapter 2043, A Battle with Two Options. Hearing Crimson Heart's conclusion, Cleansed Rue couldn't help but tense up. Thus far, the 100 Flowers Palace's fights with Starlink had only been minor skirmishes. Even so, the small forces Starlink had dispatched had been enough to threaten the palace. If Starlink were truly taking this battle seriously, it wouldn't end as easily as they had hoped. While Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue ordered their players to man specific sections of the town walls, the Starlink members in the distance finally made their move. Slowly, the army parted in organized areas, opening multiple, small paths. Players began to push large ballistas down these paths. The scene was so unexpected that the two Palace Vice Guild leaders froze in shock. Every player from the 100 Flowers Palace on the walls was stupefied by what they saw. They weren't simply surprised by the large ballistas themselves, but by the fact that Starlink's forces had arrived with more than 100 of the war weapons. Even though they had never witnessed the power of large ballistas before, seeing them from afar was more than enough for them to understand that these weapons were extraordinarily powerful. Aside from their massive size, the ballista's steel arrows were engraved with crimson magic runes, which attracted the ambient mana. Seeing the flow of mana around the weapons, the 100 Flowers Palace's members realized that those arrows carried power at the Tier 3 standard or stronger. In other words, each large ballista had as much firepower as a defense turret. And Moon Creek Town only had 8 defense turrets. If all of those 100-plus large ballistas fired together. So, this is why they're not in a hurry to attack. Crimson Heart's expression darkened as she watched Starlink's players push the large ballistas into position. Initially, she had thought that the 100 Flowers Palace had some ability to fend off a superpower, but after seeing the large ballistas, she found the idea laughable. "This is Starlink. Is this a joke?" How are we supposed to fight that? The palace's players began to despair when they saw the massive war weapons, their fighting spirit vanishing. Not only were they heavily outnumbered, but the difference between their war weapons was also massive. How were they supposed to fight such an enemy? Surviving 10 minutes against those large ballistas might not be possible, much less 3 hours. At this point, the players in Moon Creek Town had gone into an uproar after witnessing Starlink's forces. The various guilds' spies in the town frantically reported the situation to their superiors. While a 300,000-strong army of elites was a powerful force, it wasn't impossible to defeat. An army of 100,000 elites, with the defender's advantage, should be more than enough to repel the force. However, it was a different story if the enemy had 100-plus large ballistas. With the current defensive capabilities available to guild towns, fending off so many powerful war weapons would be impossible. Not even the various superpowers guild towns were an exception. As long as Starlink wanted to, it could eliminate any guild town it wished. Relying on a guild town's defenses to deter Starlink and secure a foothold in the Dark Knight Empire was no longer possible for the various guilds. The moment word of Starlink's large ballistas got out, it caused a commotion among the Empire's various powers. How is this possible? Unyielding Hart frowned as he read the report he had just received from a subordinate. How did Starlink get its hands on so many large ballistas? Unyielding Soul had been keeping an eye on Starlink's movements. Naturally, Starlink's attempt to pacify the 100 Flowers Palace hadn't escaped the guild's notice. Unyielding Soul had been preparing in secret to help the 100 Flowers Palace and foil Starlink's plans, but now the guild's own towns might be at risk. This move is truly— Shadow Flower gritted her teeth when she saw the numerous large ballistas in the recording before her. How is this just an attempt to capture Moon Creek Town? Starlink is basically solidifying its position as the Dark Knight Empire's overlord. Starlink could have easily taken Moon Creek Town, yet it had taken its sweet time to set up blockades and use fanciful maneuvers. It was clear what Starlink's true goal was: making an example of the 100 Flowers Palace. Starlink knew that the various major powers, including the 2 superpowers, were watching the situation in Moon Creek Town. So, it planned to use the palace to prove its strength to the Empire's various major powers. Guild leader, do we still plan to head to Moon Creek Town? One of the 100 Flowers Palace's upper echelons could not help but ask. Notify Crimson and Rue. Tell them to abandon the town immediately and get as many people out of there as possible. Shadow Flower commanded, frustrated, after giving the matter some thought. Understood. Silent Canyon, amidst Starlink's army positioned outside of Moon Creek Town. Guild leader, the 100 Flowers Palace's Crimson Heart has just contacted us to express the palace's willingness to hand Moon Creek Town over to us. In return, they have requested that we allow them to leave the town. Dawn Webb, who wore a set of luxurious mage robes and carried a crystalline staff, said, smiling at Lu Xinglua. They want to surrender now that they've realized how much stronger we are. Lu Xinglua revealed a playful smile. From what 3 and Tiger have told me, Zero Wings members are participating in this war. That is the case, Dawn Webb confirmed. Zero Wing has ruined my plans multiple times now. Since we've met again, I want them to pay interest for their previous insults. Tell the 100 Flowers Palace that if it wants to leave the Silent Canyon, it must kill every Zero Wing player in the town within the next 10 minutes. I'll allow them to leave the canyon safely if they complete the task. If not, they should abandon any hope of leaving this place alive. Lu Xinglua said, sneering. Understood. I'll notify them right away. Dawn Webb replied before sending her subordinates to relay the message. Meanwhile, standing on Moon Creek Town's walls. Big Sis Crimson, Starlink has sent a reply. Zero wing or survival. We can only choose one, Cleansed Rue said grimly as she read the message her subordinate had sent. Starlink must really look down on our guild, Crimson Heart said frostily. Notify everyone. We will fight the enemy to the death. Even if we are annihilated, we'll take some of Starlink's forces with us. Rue, organize an expert legion. Once the battle begins, escort Zero Wings members away from the battlefield. This is the 100 Flowers Palace's problem. Zero Wing has already helped us quite a bit. We cannot drag them any further into this mess. I understand. Cleansed Rue nodded. Cleansed Rue left to follow Crimson Heart's instructions. As for Crimson Heart, she began to gather her forces to prepare for combat. 10 minutes passed quickly. Good. Very good. When Lu Xinglua, who watched Moon Creek Town from a high vantage point, didn't receive a reply from Crimson Heart, he commanded, since they want to die, I will grant their wish. Notify our members to begin the attack. I want every player from the 100 Flowers Palace dead. Chapter 2044, Disparity in Combat Power. Chapter 2044, Disparity in Combat Power. Starlink's 300,000-strong army had Moon Creek Town completely surrounded. With Lu Xinglua's command, the 100-plus large ballistas slowly advanced, stirring fear in the hearts of the town's players. This was the first time the Dark Knight Empire had seen such a large-scale siege battle. As the mass of players swarmed toward the town, the 100 Flowers Palace members on the town walls couldn't help but shudder in fear. Although they had experienced a few large-scale battles, those fights were insignificant compared to the battle awaiting them. When Seven Light, Remnant Cloud, and the rest of Zero Wings members saw this, they, too, were shocked. Amazing! So this is a guild war? Although I've watched guild wars before, spectating and participating are on two different levels. So this is a superpower's true strength. Although they were refinement realm experts, Seven Light, and his comrades couldn't help but feel insignificant before such a large army. In a battle of this scale, an individual wouldn't make even the tiniest wave. They had successfully broken past one Starlink blockade after another and fended off thousands of players, but they had only done so due to the canyon's narrow terrain. A few hundred players would be fortunate if they could attack at the same time, but this battlefield was about to take place on an open plain. On a battlefield like this, they may have to face thousands of players at once. Surviving would be difficult enough, not to mention turning the tide of battle. Moreover, they had the large ballistas to contend with. If 100 large ballistas fired simultaneously, they would even blow a group of peak experts to smithereens. Starlink didn't only plan to annihilate the 100 Flowers Palace. It also wanted to make an example of the guild for the rest of the Dark Knight Empire's players. Surefong could not help his rueful sigh as he watched the gradually approaching war weapons. Large ballistas were far more useful than a town's defense turrets. Although they didn't have as much range as the defense turrets, the ballista's attacks were undoubtedly at the Tier 3 standard. Furthermore, they had slightly shorter cooldowns than the defense turrets. Fortunately, the large ballistas didn't have as large of an AoE as the defense turrets. Since the large ballista's design wasn't particularly difficult to obtain, and its materials weren't that rare, it had become a mainstream weapon when sieging towns or cities in the past. The high production cost was the only drawback. A single attempt to produce the large ballista cost roughly 1,000 gold. If a basic master forger attempted to craft one, the total cost would amount to around 3,000 gold. The fact that Starlink had more than 100 of these war weapons meant that the guild had spent at least 300,000 gold in the weapons production. Surefong had to admit that a superpower was certainly impressive. It had both strength and money. If it were up to him, he wouldn't have sacrificed so much to mass-produce the large ballistas. Although crafting the large ballistas cost half as much to construct a defense turret, the turret had incredibly high defense. It could even survive multiple Tier 4 attacks. But the large ballistas were different. They could barely endure 2 or 3 Tier 3 attacks before crumbling, much less Tier 4 attacks. Moreover, using the large ballistas would reduce their durability, and repairing the war weapons would cost a hefty fee. Unless one was particularly wealthy, they couldn't afford to rely on the large ballistas. "Commander Yifeng, I've finally found you," Cleansed Rue said as she ran towards Shifeng. "The battle will begin soon. Moon Creek Town is too dangerous now. Your team should prepare to leave immediately. After the fight begins, we'll find an opportunity to open a gap for you to escape." "You're abandoning Moon Creek Town?" Shifeng asked in an odd tone. From what he understood, Moon Creek Town was the 100 Flowers Palace's final ray of hope for survival in the Dark Knight Empire. If the palace lost this town, it would have no choice but to leave the empire. "We can no longer afford to defend the town. The difference between our forces' strength is simply too great. At this point, all we can do is try to preserve as much of the guild's strength as possible," Cleansed Rue said, shaking her head. She, too, wanted to protect Moon Creek Town, but the difference between her guild's strength and their enemies was clear for all to see. Even if Shadowflower's army of 200,000 elite and expert players reached the town in time, the reinforcements couldn't change the war's outcome. Against more than 100 large ballistas, Moon Creek Town's defenses were practically non-existent. Rather than throwing their lives away in a pointless struggle, it would be wiser if they simply found another location to settle in. "Is that so?" Shifeng, more or less, understood the 100 Flowers Palace's reasoning. Smiling, he asked, "What if I say that there is a way to hold on to Moon Creek Town?" "Hold on to Moon Creek Town?" Cleansed Rue blinked in surprise at Shifeng's words. Defending against Starlink's assault isn't exactly impossible. Only if you want to hold Moon Creek Town, we'll have to touch upon Zero Wing's core secrets," Shifeng said, nodding. "Is that really possible?" Cleansed Rue asked, needing confirmation from Shifeng once more. She knew what Shifeng was trying to say. As long as the 100 Flowers Palace agreed to ally with Zero Wing would help protect Moon Creek Town, but she couldn't figure out what method they could employ to save the town. "I'm 80% confident," Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. 80%. Cleansed Rue stared at the swordsman in shock. Despite facing a 300,000-strong elite army and 100-plus large ballistas, Shifeng insisted that they had an 80% chance of victory. If she hadn't been traveling alongside this swordsman and gained a certain understanding of this man, she would have suspected him of lying to her. "If we fail to protect the town, I will represent Zero Wing in abandoning the alliance conditions. On the contrary, if we succeed, our previous conditions will remain unchanged. What are your thoughts?" Shifeng asked. "All right, I'll negotiate with the guild leader immediately." Cleansed Rue nodded to Shifeng's conditions and confident tone. She then contacted Shadowflower and Crimson Heart, relaying the offer word for word and asking them to make a decision. Hold Moon Creek Town against such an assault? Crimson Heart found Cleansed Rue's claim difficult to believe. Not even Unyielding Soul and Crimson Emperor would dare interfere in this war now. Not even they could protect Moon Creek Town against Starlink's forces, and they were too afraid of drawing the guild's attention. However, since Zero Wing had made the offer, we won't suffer any additional losses if this plan fails. Giving it a try doesn't matter at this point, Shadowflower said after considering the situation. In the end, she agreed that Shifeng's conditions were better than doing nothing and fleeing from the Dark Knight Empire. Following which, Cleansed Rue signed a contract with Shifeng on behalf of Shadowflower, solidifying the alliance between Zero Wing and the Hundred Flowers Palace. If Zero Wing successfully protected Moon Creek Town, the Hundred Flowers Palace would hand over the management rights to 50% of its shops in the Empire. On the other hand, if Zero Wing failed, this agreement would be null and void. Commander Yifeng, what do you need the Hundred Flowers Palace to do? Cleansed Rue asked once the contract had been signed. How many players do you currently have in Moon Creek Town? Shifeng responded with a question. We have 35,000 members garrisoned in the town. Among them, around 3,000 are experts. There are also 1,000 NPC soldiers, 300 of which are Tier 2, Cleansed Rue said. If need be, we can also utilize 4,000 blood source potions to create 4,000 temporary experts. Normally, such a force would be more than enough to defend a town, but against 300,000 elite players, the force would be quite fragile. Not bad. It should be enough. Shifeng nodded approvingly. He then shifted his gaze to Seven Light and the others and commanded, All right, let's get to work. Starlink's large ballistas will be your targets. Wonderful. I didn't think we'd get a chance to use them this time. Seven Light and his comrades' eyes glowed as they received their orders. Chapter 2045, Guardian Puppet Appears. Chapter 2045, Guardian Puppet Appears. Just them. Cleansed Rue was confused as she watched Seven Light and the other Zero Wing members make their way toward the town's main entrance. She couldn't fathom what Shifeng intended to do. Although she had previously witnessed their strength, individual combat power would be utterly useless in the upcoming battle. A melee peak expert might even fare worse than an ordinary Tier 2 elementalist. An elementalist, after all, had AoE spells they could use to cause immense damage on the battlefield. Seeing this, she wondered if Shifeng was playing a prank on her. Relax, Seven Light, and the others are quite strong, Shifeng said with a faint smile. This place is too remote. Let's head to the main entrance to get a better view of the situation. Cleansed Rue was speechless, but it was true that she needed a proper view of the battlefield. A large group of players from the Hundred Flowers Palace stood on the walls around the main entrance in strict organization. They anxiously awaited the arrival of Starlink's slowly advancing army. Knowing that this battle would determine their guild's fate, even the palace's expert players who had experienced countless life-or-death battles couldn't help their growing nerves. As Crimson Heart carefully observed the battlefield, Shifeng and Cleansed Rue arrived near her post on the wall. Commander Yifeng, you're here, Crimson Heart greeted Shifeng. Looking at the situation, Starlink seems intent on breaching the town from its main entrance. It hasn't positioned any forces on the town's other sides. By the looks of it, Starlink plans to trap us all in Moon Creek Town before wiping us out. Starlink's people are despicable. They dare to look down on us. Do they think they only need a fraction of their strength to annihilate us? A middle-aged upper echelon from the Hundred Flowers Palace growled. Although Starlink's forces were frightening, Moon Creek Town had its own war weapons prepared. A total of 8 gnome cannons and 4 catapults were stationed in the town, all of which had been set up in key locations. With a single command, these war weapons would fire simultaneously. However, when Cleansed Rue realized that Starlink was trying to belittle them, she wasn't angry but relieved. It was true that Starlink qualified to belittle the Hundred Flowers Palace. Moreover, facing the 60 large ballistas leading the charge would be far less difficult than fighting more than 100. They mobilized 60 large ballistas. It didn't surprise Shifeng overmuch as he watched the approaching army. Large ballistas were consumable items. They lost durability during use. Starlink's goal in this battle against Moon Creek Town was simply to put on a show for the Dark Knight Empire's major powers. Since it could complete the task with just 60 large ballistas, it didn't need to mobilize its full force and waste the resources to repair them afterward. Furthermore, if the large ballistas moved at full speed, the town's defense turrets would struggle to hit them from farther than 1,000 yards. Meanwhile, the large ballistas had a maximum range of 3 yards. As long as they stayed between the 1,000-yard mark and 1,300-yard range, the defense turrets wouldn't pose much of a threat. With Moon Creek Town's defenses, 60 large ballistas would be more than enough to decimate the town. Shortly after Sherfong arrived on the wall, he heard a voice from a nearby defense turret. "Vice Guild Leader, Starlink's army is within shooting range." The announcement forced the palace members' anxiety over the tipping point. They immediately turned to Crimson Heart. Now that the enemy was within the defense turret's range, the battle would begin. Attack! Target the most concentrated areas. Crimson Heart commanded after taking in a deep breath. Every defense turret and war weapon in Moon Creek Town fired simultaneously, a round of explosions echoing throughout the town. Boom, boom, boom. Contrary to everyone's expectations, however, the attacks exploded in the air before reaching Starlink's army, as if they had collided with a translucent wall. Crimson Heart's expression darkened as she stared at the space above Starlink's army. Do they have a defensive magic array? Defensive magic arrays fell into 2 categories. The first type included town or city defensive magic arrays, while the second type was reserved for field defensive magic arrays. Field-type defensive magic arrays were excruciatingly rare, since they could be used anytime and anywhere. They were godly tools in large-scale combat between guilds. Even until now, the 100 Flowers Palace didn't have a single magic array scroll for this type of defensive magic array, let alone a complete set. Naturally, town and city-type defensive magic arrays could only be used within towns or cities. Due to their limited usage, they were considerably easier to obtain. Obtaining such a magic array wasn't too difficult for a first-rate guild like the 100 Flowers Palace. Meanwhile, Starlink clearly employed a field-type defensive magic array. Ha ha ha! Did you think Starlink would attack without considering its own defense? Lu Xinglue laughed as he watched Moon Creek Town's attacks fail. Notify the army. Tell them only to attack with the large ballistas. We need to show everyone the consequences of making an enemy of Starlink. Understood. Dawn Webb replied before relaying Lu Xinglue's command. Meanwhile, Starlink's army increased its pace toward Moon Creek Town. Very quickly, the army came within 3 yards of the town. Attack! Suddenly, all 60 large ballistas launched their gigantic arrows, bombarding Moon Creek Town. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of multiple explosions and cracking stone rang out through the town. Although the town's defensive magic array could hold off Tier 3 attacks, the array still cracked under such a ruthless assault. It was obvious that the first volley had depleted a significant portion of the magic array's energy reserves. This made the 100 Flowers Palace members even more nervous. Defensive magic arrays had a limited amount of energy. Once their energy reserves had been depleted, the array would vanish. Normally, a town's defensive magic array could survive ordinary attacks for a long time, but it would be a different story if the attacks were capable of cracking the barrier. The defensive magic array wouldn't last long under such an assault. If Moon Creek Town lost its defensive magic array, players like them would bear the brunt of the ballista's attacks. The 100 Flowers Palace players weren't the only ones shocked by the large ballista's assault. Even the town's visiting players were stunned, especially the spies from the various major powers. They had never expected the large ballistas to deal additional damage to the town's magic barrier. This effect was disastrous news for the Empire's various major powers. Sure enough, a basic defensive magic array that can block large ballistas' attacks is too much to ask for, Shi Feng thought to himself as he looked at the cracks that had appeared above the town. He then turned to Seven Light, Remnant Cloud, Silent Blade, and Stubborn Bone, commanding, "It's time for you to act. Be careful of those large ballistas." Understood. Hearing Shi Feng's command, the 4 players in question revealed ecstatic expressions. They then jumped from the wall and charged towards Starlink's forces. What are they trying to do? Are they crazy? No, that's not it. They don't seem to be from the 100 Flowers Palace. Look at their guild emblems. I think they're from Zero Wing. Both Starlink's members and the distant spectating players were shocked to see the 4 players dash towards Starlink's army. Are Zero Wing's members trying to escape? Have we scared them, silly? Lu Xinglua sneered at Seven Light and the others. Relay my commands. Even if they've lost their minds, do not let them leave. Blast those 4 to pieces. For large ballistas, which had been aimed at Moon Creek Town, suddenly fired at Seven Light and his companions. For massive arrows transformed into streaks of red light as they tore through the sound barrier and flew toward Zero Wing's members. However, just before the crimson lights struck Seven Light's group, 4 gigantic figures appeared before the players. The streaks of red light stopped abruptly in front of the gigantic figures, incapable of proceeding an inch farther. Impossible. Everyone watching these gigantic figures was stunned. For massive robots had grasped the ballista arrows, which were as wide as tree trunks, in their palms. Chapter 2046, Might of the Guardian Puppets. Chapter 2046, Might of the Guardian Puppets. The large ballista's attacks were at the Tier 3 standard. Even Great Lord-ranked monsters would stumble and lose their stance upon receiving such attacks, yet the 4 giants had blocked all 4 arrows from the ballistas. To be precise, they had caught the ballista arrows, as if they had plucked up a small twig from the roadside. This situation challenged everyone's sanity. Attack! All large ballistas! Attack those robots together! After seeing the Guardian Puppets' performance, Starlink's upper echelons realized that if they allowed the combat puppets to come within range of their army and the large ballistas, tragedy would ensue. Hence, they needed to get rid of those puppets as quickly as possible. The remaining 54 large ballistas abandoned their focus on Moon Creek Town and shifted to the Guardian Puppets. After taking aim, all 60 ballistas fired at their targets simultaneously. Xiao! 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 The sonic boom of the arrows breaking through the sound barrier shook the battlefield repeatedly, like a meteor shower. The arrows rained down on the 4 Guardian Puppets. The large ballista's attacks were well coordinated, rivaling ranged experts' attacks. Now, each Guardian Puppet had to face over a dozen arrows. In addition, every ballista now used explosive arrows. Even if the arrows did not strike their target directly, they would cause a certain amount of damage as long as they landed near the Guardian Puppets. With the mechanical life form's slow reactions, blocking so many attacks would be impossible. Seven Light and his comrades, who controlled the Guardian Puppets, also knew that they could block so many incoming arrows. Instead, they began to move their puppets. Boom, boom, boom dash, following which a series of explosions rocked the battlefield as a chilling, silent atmosphere descended on the plains. The 4 Guardian Puppets successfully evaded every arrow the large ballistas had fired. As if they were skillful, nimble assassins, the Guardian Puppets evaded the attacks with minimal movements, allowing most of the arrows to brush past harmlessly. How is this possible? How are those mechanical puppets so dexterous? As the players controlling the large ballistas watched the guardian puppets charge toward them, their eyes nearly fell from their sockets. In God's domain, mechanical life forms were famed for superb strength and defense, but they also shared one weakness: slow reaction times. When the guardian puppets had caught the ballista arrows earlier, the puppets' great strength had left them in shock and awe, but watching the constructs dance like flexible monkeys had destroyed their previous understanding of mechanical life forms. Even the knowledgeable upper echelons from the various guilds were confused, not to mention the many expert players present. Only Sherfoam remained unperturbed. Seven Lights Group had improved significantly after training in the Extraordinary Tower. Although they had yet to enter the realms of truth, they were close to the Truth Realm standard. It was only natural that they could exhibit greater combat standards than ordinary experts when controlling the combat puppets. With their skills, dodging a dozen or so arrows would be child's play. Defend yourselves. Do not let those things get near us, Starlink's army commanders shouted. Despite firing volley after volley of arrows, the large ballista's attacks did nothing to slow the guardian puppets' advance. On the contrary, the ballistas were forced to retreat to maintain their distance from the constructs. However, Seven Lights Group controlled bronze combat puppets. Their movement speed was far superior to the large ballistas, and as a result, the gap between them continued to shrink. 800 yards, 500 yards, 200 yards. When less than 100 yards separated the two sides, Starlink's members began to grow nervous. However, the four guardian puppets came to a sudden halt, as if they had slammed into a translucent barrier. A defensive magic array. Looking at the barrier before him, Seven Light met it with a series of punches, but the magic barrier remained intact. What a pity! Although my defensive magic array is only basic rank, it has been formed with 49 magic array scrolls. It is one of the best basic defensive magic arrays available. You'll never deplete its energy reserves with a few tier 3 attacks. Lu Xinglua sneered. Seven Lights Group. All large ballistas focus fire on one of those machines. I refuse to believe they can dodge all 60 attacks. While it was true that the large ballistas had a 3-yard attack range, the farther away their target was, the slower their attacks would become due to the air's natural drag. Their accuracy would also suffer. In other words, the closer the targets were, the faster the large ballista's arrows would reach them, and the easier they'd be to hit. A few moments ago, the guardian puppets had been several hundred yards away, so the constructs had plenty of time to dodge the arrows, but now, only 100 yards separated them. Moreover, the 60 large ballistas had previously targeted all 4 guardian puppets separately. Now that they focused on a single target, the cluster of attacks would be 4 times as dense. Even if the puppets were as agile as monkeys, they'd still become porcupines. Immediately, 60 ballista arrows flew towards Seven Lights' guardian puppet, the cluster of attacks as fast and dense as if a massive mountain were descending on the construct. Boom, boom, boom. Although Seven Light had desperately tried to block or dodge the incoming volley, more than half of the arrows hit their marks, and a towering pillar of fire enveloped his guardian puppet. When the arrows had struck, the impact had blasted a huge crater around Seven Lights' position. Even players in Moon Creek Town, over 1,000 yards away, could see the smoke rising from the crater. We're doomed. The 100 Flowers Palace members, who had still held on to hope, turned ashen when they saw this. Once again, they were forced to realize how powerful the large ballistas were. Although the guardian puppet was quite powerful, even it would become scrap metal if it had to face 60 large ballistas simultaneously. Prepare to fire the next volley. Lu Xinglua nodded approvingly, his satisfaction over the large ballista's capabilities reaching new heights. However, as the 60 war weapons adjusted their aim to another guardian puppet, a mechanical roar rose from the crater at the edge of the defensive magic array. Suddenly, an 8-meter-tall figure emerged from the thick, black smoke. It was none other than Seven Light's guardian puppet. Aside from a little dirt, the puppet's outer shell remained whole. It's unharmed. How is that possible? Lu Xingluo's smile froze when he saw Seven Light's guardian puppet. He simply could not believe that 60 large ballista's attacks had been ineffective against this mechanical life form. Unfortunate, the guardian puppet wasn't exactly unharmed as Lu Xingluo and everyone else assumed. It had taken a little damage from the 36 arrows it had received. In total, it had lost 36 durability points. Each ballista arrow had only cost the puppet a single point of durability. However, since the guardian puppet had a total of 1,000 durability, the damage it had received was insignificant. Now that you're done, it's my turn. After climbing out of the crater, Seven Light's guardian puppet transformed into a blur as it dashed toward the defensive magic array. One of its gigantic mechanical arms then twisted into a massive steel sword with crimson runes decorating its length. Once the runes had gathered enough of the surrounding mana, the guardian puppet thrust its blade into the magic barrier. Tier 3 skill, Flame Jab. Boom! A flaming vortex emerged from the sword, devouring everything in its path. The roaring flames tore a massive hole in the previously indestructible magic barrier, and the array slowly began to disintegrate. It was obvious that Flame Jab's power had exceeded the defensive magic array's tolerance. Chapter 2047, Let's Get Serious as Well. Chapter 2047, Let's Get Serious as Well. As the defensive magic array protecting Starlink's army began to disintegrate, time seemed to freeze across the entire world. The players controlling the large ballistas, who had been preparing to attack another guardian puppet, stilled, staring at the puppet standing before their shattering magic barrier. No, this is impossible. How can a Tier 3 attack possibly exceed the magic array's limit? Could that be a Tier 4 mechanical puppet? The Starlink players that maintained the defensive magic array were confused and afraid when they saw their depleted mana. Unconsciously, they began to step away from the guardian puppets, instinctively increasing the distance between them and their enemies as much as possible. When they had faced the defense turret's intense attacks, the magic array hadn't even cracked, but now this one guardian puppet had shattered the barrier with a single strike. They couldn't think of any reason that their array would shatter in one hit unless the strike had been a Tier 4 attack. When they considered the possibility that a Tier 4 mechanical life form stood before them, and that the construct was under a player's control, they couldn't help but shudder in fear. At this stage of the game, the various superpowers spent a lot of time preparing to raid a single Tier 4 mythic monster. They even expected their teams to wipe multiple times before defeating the monster, and that was with the understanding that monsters had various forms of behavioral restrictions. If these restrictions were removed, killing a mythic monster would be several times more difficult. A Tier 4 puppet. When Seven Light and his 3 companions heard Starlink's members, they chuckled. They had never thought that Seven Light's use of strength combination would lead the enemy to believe that their guardian puppets were Tier 4 combat puppets, but they welcomed the misunderstanding. With this, they would have a much easier time defeating their foes. The mental pressure players faced when fighting a Tier 3 being versus a Tier 4 was completely different. After all, the 4 Zero-Wing players controlled their guardian puppets, striking at the large ballista's locations. As the constructs moved, they devastated the ground beneath them, sending players in their way into the air. Before the large ballistas could fire another volley of arrows, Seven Light and the others reached the weapons. They then swung their transformed arms at their targets. Boom! Although the large ballistas were over 4 meters tall, they were no different than pebbles on the roadside compared to the 8-meter-tall guardian puppets. When the guardian puppets' sword arms descended, they halved the large ballistas before them. They also carved deep groves, over a dozen meters or so long, into the ground. There was no question that these constructs' strength was at the peak of Tier 3. In that single exchange, Starlink had lost 4 of its large ballistas. For a moment, the surrounding players were utterly stupefied. While the large ballistas appeared to be made of only wood and metal, magic runes strengthened their structure. Even a Tier 2 player would need to attack for a long time to destroy one. These war weapons could even survive a few Tier 3 attacks. Yet, the guardian puppets could destroy a large ballista in one hit. While everyone was still in shock over the guardian puppets' power, the constructs destroyed 4 more large ballistas. Damn it! All large ballistas, retreat immediately! Lu Xingluo hurriedly commanded, his expression grim. Summoning unit, use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls. Do not let those things get close to the large ballistas. Producing each large ballista cost 3,000 gold. This battle had only begun a short moment ago, yet they had already lost 8 large ballistas. Even though Starlink was wealthy, it could not afford such a costly war. Following their orders, Starlink's summoning unit activated 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, commanding their 8 summoned great lords to work in pairs to pin down the enemy constructs. In the meantime, the players operating the large ballistas frantically retreated. Scram! 7 Light brandished his guardian puppet's 2 sword arms at the approaching 2 great lords, sending the summoned creatures flying and dealing over -1 million damage to each. Without pause, he then dashed toward the nearest large ballista. Remnant Cloud and the others managed to shake off the great lords as easily, chasing after the retreating war weapons. Seeing this situation, Lu Xingluo and his fellow upper echelon's eyes twitched with fury. Although the great lords could significantly reduce the puppet's mobility, Starlink still lost 1 large ballista after another. After a short moment, another 10 large ballistas had been destroyed. Amazing! So, this is the strength Zero Wing has been hiding all this time. Crimson Hearts and Cleansed Rue's eyes bulged as they watched Zero Wing take 1 large ballista after another from Starlink's army. The large ballistas were an absolute nightmare for the 100 Flowers Palace, but to the Zero Wing's guardian puppets, they were little more than toys. Now, it was only a matter of time before the constructs destroyed all of Starlink's war weapons. It was at this moment that Crimson Heart finally understood why Zero Wing was so confident of helping the 100 Flowers Palace repel Starlink. I want all of them dead. Dead! Lu Xingluo bellowed as he glared at the 4 guardian puppets. Relay my command. All troops are to attack Moon Creek Town now. Understood. Dawn Webb promptly relayed the command for all forces to attack. They were no longer capable of stopping the guardian puppets' rampage, but at the end of the day, there were only 4 of these constructs. As long as the large ballistas scattered and fled in different directions, the guardian puppets would have to waste a lot of time chasing them down. The puppets would never be able to catch up with every one of the ballistas. Meanwhile, they still had 300,000 elite and expert players, as well as the 60 other large ballistas on the other side of Moon Creek Town. Even if the guardian puppets were more powerful, they couldn't save the town. Under Lu Xingluo's command, the Starlink forces surrounding Moon Creek Town took action. Big, says Crimson. The 60 large ballistas on the other side of the town are approaching. Moreover, the enemy players have started to charge towards us. By the looks of it, Starlink no longer intends to conserve its strength, Cleansed Rue commented anxiously after receiving a report from the players on the other side of Moon Creek Town. Crimson Heart's expression darkened. Turning to Shifeng, she asked, Commander Yifeng, Do you have any countermeasures? She was already out of ideas. The difference between the combat power under her control and her enemies was too massive. Players alone could no longer turn the tide of this battle. Sure enough, 4 guardian puppets aren't enough. The situation didn't particularly surprise Sherfong. Although the guardian puppets were quite powerful, with so few of them, it was unrealistic to rely on them to protect Moon Creek Town. After a moment, he replied, "Since Starlink has gotten serious, let's do the same." "Get serious? Us." Sherfang's answer rendered Crimson Heart speechless. They had been taking this war as seriously as they could, and more. "Let's head over to the other side and take a look," Sherfong said, chuckling. He then led the way across town. Meanwhile, on the other side of Moon Creek Town, by the time Sherfong and the others arrived, the battle had begun. The town's defensive magic array repeatedly cracked under the large ballista's bombardment. It was only a matter of time before the magic barrier shattered. Moreover, a large number of Starlink players were already within 300 yards of the town. Even though these players didn't have the protection of a defensive magic array, they paid no heed to the defensive turrets and arrow towers attacks. They focused fully on advancing and attacking the town. Kill them! Their defensive magic array won't last much longer. When Starlink's members realized that the magic barrier was taking longer to regenerate, they attacked with even greater ferocity. This made the 100 Flowers Palace members on the town walls nervous. Guild leader, the battle on the other side of Moon Creek Town has begun. Once the magic array falls, our men will charge into the town, Dawn Webb reported to Lu Xinglua. Good. I want to see just how Zero Wing intends to help the palace protect the town now. Lu Xinglua snarled viciously as he watched the 4 guardian puppets, which were still chasing the retreating large ballistas. Suddenly, however, a gigantic magic array appeared on the other side of Moon Creek Town, dyeing the sky crimson. Even though Lu Xinglua wasn't anywhere near the array, he could clearly see the violent mana storm it caused. After a short moment, a flame dragon, looming over a dozen meters tall, emerged from the magic array. The dragon's roar echoed throughout Moon Creek Town and its surrounding area. A dragon? Chapter 2048. This side is scarier? Chapter 2048. This side is scarier. Why is there a dragon? Lu Xinglua was stunned to see the flame dragon hover above Moon Creek Town. Dragons were destruction incarnate in God's domain. Even if the flame dragon before him were not a true dragon, merely an inferior dragon, it would still be extremely difficult to take down. When they saw the flame dragon appear on the battlefield, Starlink's army, which stood before Moon Creek Town's walls, was dazed. Not only was the flame dragon before them gigantic, but it was also a level 80 monster. It would be a nightmare to deal with for current players. Moreover, the creature's aura was even more frightening than its massive form. The Starlink members within 100 yards of the monster felt as if their bodies had been replaced with mercury, and their instincts screamed at them to run away. Don't panic, everyone. A single monster can't stop us. Besides, this flame dragon is only Tier 3. Summoning unit. Use the Tier 3 summoning scrolls. If that flame dragon gets close, suppress it with a magic array. Magic unit. Starlink's experts shouted. Although they, too, were nervous, they realized the flame dragon's limitations after a moment of careful observation. If the flame dragon were a Tier 4 mythic monster, they would turn around and flee without a second thought. Numbers weren't enough to defeat such an existence. However, it was a different story for a Tier 3 flame dragon. Even if they were 20 levels lower than the flame dragon, they could still put up a fight against it with a magic array suppression. Furthermore, they'd also have the help of Tier 3 summoned creatures. They could definitely whittle the flame dragon down. although they'd have to pay a high price to do so. Following which, Starlink's army summoned another 8 Tier 3 summon creatures. Although these summon creatures were not as high-leveled as the Flame Dragon, they were still level 78 or level 79. The level difference was practically negligible. They have 8 more Tier 3 summon creatures. Crimson Heart could not help but tense up when she saw the 7-meter-tall summon creatures on the battlefield. Tier 3 magic scrolls were extremely rare, and summoning scrolls were among the rarest. To pin down the 4 guardian puppets, Starlink had already used 8 Tier 3 summoning scrolls, and now it used another 8. Starlink's foundations were simply astonishing. Although the Flame Dragon was much stronger than the Tier 3 summon creatures, it wouldn't be able to deal with so many of them. While the 100 Flowers Palace had 4 Tier 3 summoning scrolls it could use as well, the Flame Dragon would still be at a disadvantage if it had to fight 4 Tier 3 summon creatures. Furthermore, there were still the 60 large ballistas behind Starlink's army to contend with. The large ballistas might not be useful against the guardian puppets 7 Light and his comrades Controlled, but they would have no problems dealing with monsters. Monsters couldn't exhibit as much combat power as players. The large ballistas' arrows could easily find their mark. However, just as Starlink's army was about to attack Moon Creek Town, another crimson magic array appeared above the army, covering a 300-yard radius and causing another massive mana surge. The array gathered so much fire-type mana that its density was visible to the naked eye. "No! Quick! Get out of there!" Starlink's magical class players shouted, trying to warn their allies that stood within the array's range. Unfortunately, the magic array's formation was too fast. In as little as 2 seconds, the magic array had completed, and a moment later, meteorites began to fall from the sky. Tier 3 Curse, Heaven's Fall. Countless meteorites tore through the sky as they rained down on Starlink's army, causing one explosion after another as they struck the ground. Even players from over 1,000 yards away could feel the attack's shockwaves. In the blink of an eye, the earth beneath the array transformed into a sea of fire. After 3 waves of descending meteorites, the ground below the magic array had sunk by several meters, a raging inferno burning in the crater. Even a fool would know what end had befallen the players that had been caught in the magic array's range. The Starlink members that had escaped the attack had come to a full stop as they stared at the scene before them. Fear and joy shone in their eyes. A single attack had decimated a massive portion of the battlefield. Not only had more than 2,000 players died in that attack, but Starlink's 8 Tier 3 summon creatures also lay within the sea of fire. Although the summon creatures were still alive, they were heavily injured. They could no longer serve as additional combat power. Damn it! How do they have a Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll? Wait, I think that spell came from the Flame Dragon. Huh, isn't the spell over? Why are there still magic arrays around that Flame Dragon? No, it's casting another spell. Starlink's members had a bad feeling as they watched the magic arrays circle the fire spirit's body. The intensity of the mana that gathered to the arrays felt horrifically familiar. Before anyone could react, another gigantic crimson array appeared above Starlink's army, but unlike the previous attack, this was a 2-fold magic array. This magic array gathered even more mana to it than before, and its range was clearly larger. This is a trick. This can't be real. Seeing the colossal magic array above them, Starlink's members realized what was about to happen. Although they could try to run, the array covered a 400-yard radius. As a result, they could only curse their fate. This time, meteorites didn't fall from the sky. Instead, pillars of fire burst from the ground, devouring everything within the AoE. Even the Tier 2 MTs that activated their life-saving skills lost all of their HP the instant the flames touched them. None of them had any hope of resisting the attack. When the flames dissipated, the crowd of players that had stood before Moon Creek Town's walls was gone. Only a plot of scorched earth remained. Both Starlink's members and the players from the 100 Flowers Palace were thoroughly shocked. Several thousand players had vanished just like that. The slain players hadn't even had time to scream before their bodies were vaporized. This was no longer a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Once more, everyone was forced to recognize just how useless Zerg tactics were in the face of large-scale destruction spells. This flame dragon was far more terrifying than the 4 guardian puppets on the other side of the town. Only Sherfong remained unperturbed. Calmly, he shifted his gaze toward the distant large ballistas and ordered the fire spirit, "Go! Destroy those large ballistas." The fire spirit had been considered a godly war weapon during his previous life, not because of its physical combat prowess and high intellect, but because of its ability to use a variety of fire-type curses and large-scale destruction spells. Without these abilities, the fire spirit wouldn't have been capable of single-handedly fending off superpowers' large-scale assaults. Although his fire spirit was only a Tier 3 creature, right now, even the strongest player at this stage of the game was only Tier 2. Starlink's members had no hope of defending themselves against the Tier 3 advanced fire spirit's attacks. After receiving Sherfang's command, the fire spirit flapped its wings, transforming into a blazing fireball as it flew toward its new targets. Its movement speed was much higher than the guardian puppets, and although the 60 large ballistas tried to repel the dragon with attacks, they couldn't land a single hit. Meanwhile, with the fire spirit's ability to fly, it crossed the 1,000 yards to the large ballistas in only a brief moment. Before Starlink's upper echelons could order a retreat, the fire spirit cast a Tier 3 spell, summoning 36 scorching flames spears around it. It then launched these spears at the nearby large ballistas. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the 11 large ballistas within 60 yards of the fire spirit burned to ash. Chapter 2049, Starlink defeated. Chapter 2049, Starlink defeated. When they saw the fire spirit destroy 11 large ballistas with a single spell, the Starlink players controlling the other war weapons were stunned. They had intended to attack the fire spirit, but after witnessing its power, they couldn't make themselves move. Quick, ranged players, stop that thing. Large ballistas scatter and retreat. Starlink's upper echelons paled as they watched the fire dragon destroy their large ballistas. In the blink of an eye, they had lost 11 war weapons. The fire spirit was an even more dangerous and more expensive opponent than the 4 guardian puppets. Although the guardian puppets were much faster than the large ballistas, Starlink still had Tier 3 summon creatures to slow them down. The puppets would need some time to catch up to one of the ballistas, but it was a different story for the fire spirit. Not only could the fire spirit fly, but its movement speed was also higher than the guardian puppets. Moreover, it possessed powerful ranged attacks. It could hunt down the large ballistas far more easily than the guardian puppets. The only benefit they had was the fact that players' attacks were somewhat effective against the flame dragon. Starlink's members swarmed toward the fire spirit, bombarding it with ranged attacks. Meanwhile, the remaining 49 large ballistas began their retreat. However, by the time Starlink's members had gathered around the fire spirit, the dragon had already finished casting the Tier 3 curse, Scorching Laser. Suddenly, the fire spirit stretched open its maw, and a twofold magic array manifested before it, rapidly gathering the surrounding fire-type mana. In less than a second, the array transformed into a blinding miniature sun. As the miniature sun's scorching heat washed over them, nearby players felt a stinging pain. Roar! As the fire spirit voiced its anger, the miniature sun transformed once more into a white beam that swept across the land, extending up to 200 yards away from the flame dragon. The beam annihilated everything it touched, and the players who were hit didn't even have a chance to scream before they were vaporized. When the beam disappeared, it revealed a scorched groove 5 meters deep in the ground before the fire spirit, separating Starlink's army into two halves. 2 large ballistas that had been caught in the attack had instantly been turned to ash. Seeing this, the 100 Flowers Palace members watching from Moon Creek Town's walls could not help but gape in shock. So, this is Zero Wing. An intense shock filled Crimson Heart as she turned to Sherfong beside her. Just one of Zero Wing's monsters was enough to drive Starlink's army into chaos. This battle had certainly altered her understanding of combat in God's domain. Zerg tactics? Siege tools? In front of absolute power, neither mattered. If a guild fought a monster like the Fire Spirit, which wielded numerous large-scale destruction spells, and failed to cope properly, there would be no battle to speak of. There would only be a slaughter. Meanwhile, the various major powers watching from within the town fell silent as they watched the scene through their magic mirrors. What is that monster? Isn't it a little too powerful? It can use so many large-scale destruction spells. Amazing! With this, Starlink will have trouble capturing Moon Creek Town. The 100 Flowers Palace has actually kept such a card hidden. That can't be right. If the 100 Flowers Palace had something like this, it would have used it to defend East Valley Town. I saw that cloaked fellow summon that monster. He should be one of Zero Wing's members. What kind of guild is Zero Wing? I thought it was merely an up-and-coming guild without any backers. How could it have such a powerful foundation? For a moment, the various major powers' curiosity regarding Zero Wing grew. First, Zero Wing had revealed 4 incredibly powerful guardian puppets, slaughtering Starlink's forces. Then, the guild had proceeded to summon the Fire Spirit, a creature that was akin to a natural disaster on a large battlefield. With such strength, Zero Wing could certainly afford to clash with any superpower, yet despite its strength, they had rarely heard of Zero Wing before this battle. All they truly knew was that Zero Wing was a relatively new guild that could rival first-rate guilds. However, this information was laughably incorrect. If a guild with such frightening combat power was only considered on par with first-rate guilds, what would that make their actual first-rate guilds? At this point, the victor of the battle over Moon Creek Town was obvious. Starlink was utterly powerless to stop the Fire Spirit and Guardian puppets from destroying its large ballistas. If the superpower continued this fight, it would only suffer greater losses. Zero Wing. Lu Xingluo's expression darkened when he read his subordinate's status report. Despite how short the battle had been thus far, Starlink had already lost 43 large ballistas. Once the Fire Spirit had joined the fray, in particular, the ballistas began to fall even faster. Guild leader, are we going to continue this battle? Dawnweb could not help but ask. Retreat. Have everyone retreat. Lu Xingluo growled, grinding his teeth as he glared at the rampaging guardian puppets. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was truly powerless to stop the guardian puppets and Fire Spirit at this time. He'd lost far more war weapons if he chose to stay. Every large ballista cost a fortune to craft. They were also Starlink's only advantage in battle. While they might capture Moon Creek Town, if they continued, it would cost every large ballista in Starlink's possession. The trade simply wasn't worthwhile. Understood. I'll relay the command right away. Dawnweb breathed a quiet sigh of relief when she heard Lu Xingluo's decision. Shin then began to contact the various units' commanders. Following Dawnweb's instructions, Starlink's forces began to scatter and flee. Neither the guardian puppets nor the Fire Spirit gave chase. allowing Starlink's army to leave without a fight. The enemy had far too few players now, and with how scattered Starlink's forces were, they'd hardly kill anything even if they chased them down. Big Sis Crimson, Starlink is retreating. We've held Moon Creek Town. Cleansed, Rue exclaimed as she watched Starlink's players flee from the battlefield. Ease. We held it. Even Crimson Heart revealed a joyful grin. For a moment, everyone in Moon Creek Town was stunned as they watched Starlink pull away. Are you kidding me? Starlink actually lost. Zero Wing is just too strong. I doubt even Starlink expected this outcome. Zero Wing can actually fend off a superpower like Starlink. It seems the Dark Knight Empire will have 4 contenders in the future. With a single fire spirit and 4 guardian puppets, Zero Wing had repelled a force of 300,000 elite and expert players and more than 100 large ballistas. This was the first time anyone had achieved such a splendorous victory in the Dark Knight Empire. The most shocking aspect of the battle was that a superpower hadn't been responsible for the feat, but Zero Wing, a guild with hardly any renown. This battle's outcome would undoubtedly shake the entire empire. Now that a power capable of contending with Starlink had arrived in the Dark Knight Empire, the Empire's prior status quo was irrelevant. Chapter 2050, Empire Upheaval Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. Chapter 2050, Empire Upheaval Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. A large number of players visited the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital every day. The city was constantly active and lively both day and night. It was a city that never slept. Currently, however, a deathly silence reigned over the meeting room in Unyielding Soul's residence. What did you say? Starlink lost. Unyielding Heart, geared in a suit of black armor, was stunned when he heard his subordinates report. Not even Unyielding Soul was guaranteed to defend Moon Creek Town against 300,000 elites and 100-plus large ballistas, yet Starlink had suffered defeat. No matter how he looked at it, the situation was ridiculous. MHM, according to the latest report from Moon Creek Town, Starlink has pulled out of the Silent Canyon. The guild lost roughly 7,000 players in the battle, in addition to 50-plus large ballistas. The losses are pretty severe, the Tier 2 assassin said, nodding. We have also collected some footage of the battle. All of the details are in the video. Unyielding Soul had known for some time about Starlink's plan to capture Moon Creek Town and had, subsequently, dispatched quite a few players to the town. This gave the guild access to information on the battle over the town. Everything from the Guardian Puppet's destruction of Starlink's defensive magic array to the Fire Spirit's massacre of the guild's forces had been recorded. With this, Unyielding Soul's upper echelons had an in-depth view of the battle. Amazing! With such combat power, it's no wonder why Starlink retreated. Zero Wing should not be underestimated. Heart, haven't you had a few dealings with the guild before? See if you can rope Zero Wing into an alliance. We'll offer 3% of our shares in exchange for 10% of Zero Wings. A share exchange? The proposal the guild's upper echelons suggested slightly surprised Unyielding Heart. He had never thought that they would willingly offer the guild's shares to another entity that wasn't a superpower. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. A share exchange was also an exchange of guild interests, but when Unyielding Heart considered the Fire Spirit and 4 Guardian Puppets Zero Wing had revealed, he agreed that the guild was worth the price. Long Soul and Hunting Blade could not help their rueful sighs. Not long ago, Zero Wing had been a guild on par with first-rate guilds, yet it had already grown into a power that even a super first-rate guild like Unyielding Soul would willingly offer a share exchange for its cooperation. Starlink has suffered a significant loss this time. It will likely need quite some time to recover, and will have trouble taking action against us in the near future. We can use this opportunity to secure the rally point in the Phantom Maze. That's right. Starlink has been fighting us for control over the Sea of Trees' Phantom Maze. If we secure the Phantom Maze's rally point, we can acquire a large number of magic crystals and combat techniques. We won't have to worry about nurturing expert players. Although the Strength Zero Wing had displayed surprised, unyielding souls upper echelons, they paid more attention to Starlink's defeat. To them, this was definitely a matter worth celebrating. By this time, the Dark Knight Empire's other major powers had also received news about the battle at Moon Creek Town. All of these major powers were astounded. They had never thought that the peerless Starlink would suffer defeat. Moreover, Zero Wing, a guild that they were barely familiar with, had been responsible for its defeat. Zero Wing, investigate them. Send someone to look into Zero Wing immediately. Zero Wing had suddenly become the center of attention for the Dark Knight Empire's various major powers. Every power was intent on learning more about the guild. After all, a new guild that was powerful enough to defeat Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire meant major changes to the Empire. If they didn't investigate Zero Wing now, they might end up buried under these changes. Dark Knight Empire, Silver Pine City. After the battle at Moon Creek Town, the dark atmosphere that had previously enveloped Silver Pine City had dispersed. The city had reverted to its original, peaceful state. Many players from other cities began to swarm to Silver Pine City, and if one visited the city's teleportation hall, they'd find that most of these new arrivals were guild players. Even elusive guild upper echelons wandered the city streets. It seemed as if Silver Pine City had become the Dark Knight Empire's imperial capital as various major powers gathered here. Big Sis Crimson, the vice guild leaders from 3 second-rate guilds and 1 first-rate guild have come to seek an alliance, a level 58 female summoner reported as she entered the vice guild leader's office. Do you want to meet them? Again, Crimson Heart could not help her bitter smile. All right. Have them wait in the reception room. I'll head there in a moment. Since she had returned to Silver Pine City, more than 20 large guilds had sought her out. The weakest among them was a third-rate guild, while the strongest could even rival the 100 Flowers Palace. This was the first time she had experienced anything like this. This was all due to the alliance between the palace and Zero Wing. To get closer to Zero Wing, the various large guilds had approached her. On the surface, these guilds expressed their desire to cooperate with the 100 Flowers Palace, but in reality, they simply wanted her to recommend them to Zero Wing. They would have far more credibility with an ally's recommendation to Zero Wing than if they approached the guild on their own. Understood. The female summoner nodded before turning to leave, pride filling her heart. Before the battle at Moon Creek Town, Crimson Heart would have been forced to meet with any first-rate guild's vice guild leader if her presence were requested. However, things had changed. Even such important figures would have to wait in line for a meeting. Crimson Heart shifted her gaze to Shifeng, who currently sat on one side of her office. Commander Yifeng, are you sure these shops are acceptable? Crimson Heart asked curiously. According to their contract with Zero Wing, since the guild had helped hold Moon Creek Town, the 100 Flowers Palace had to agree to the previously proposed alliance. In the future, Zero Wing would protect the palace from Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire. In exchange, the 100 Flowers Palace would concede the management rights of 50% of its shops. She had thought that Shifeng would select shops in important NPC cities, but much to her surprise, that hadn't happened. He had chosen quite a few NPC cities with very small player populations. Some of the shops he had chosen were even in NPC towns. He hadn't actually touched any of the 100 Flowers Palace's top 5 shops. His decision was confounding. MHM, these will do. Feng nodded, not bothering to explain his choices. NPC cities with high player populations weren't important to Zero Wing. It had already joined the secret chamber of commerce and no longer lacked sales channels in major NPC cities. As long as Zero Wing rose within secret, it would gain access to even more NPC cities. What Zero Wing currently lacked was access to NPC cities and important NPC towns with small player populations. Moreover, he had chosen the 100 Flowers Palace's NPC towns while considering non-bag space material transportation. Such items would become far more important in the future, including materials used to craft epic items and war weapons. Fortunately, not a single power in God's domain knew about this yet. Naturally, he had to plan ahead. As Feng discussed the transfer of management rights with Crimson Heart, the sounds of a series of system notifications reached their ears. System announcement: a total of 100 NPC cities in God's domain have qualified for promotion. In 3 hours, various promoted cities' auction houses will activate the auction arena system. Once active, players may visit the promoted auction houses to learn more. Chapter 2051: Struggle for Hegemony. Chapter 2051: Struggle for Hegemony. The system announcement drove God's Domain's players into an uproar. They all wanted to learn more about this auction arena system, and the various major powers promptly launched investigations into the matter. To these players, a new game function meant a new opportunity. The power behind this new function was even more important. It was no exaggeration to say that this event could overturn the current status quo in God's domain. Naturally, the various major powers would place great importance on this auction arena system. It's activating already? Feng could not help but frown when he saw the system announcement. He knew that the auction arena system's activation wouldn't be far off after White River City had been promoted, but he hadn't expected it this soon. Although the auction arena system wouldn't bring about as much of a change as a system update, its influence was staggering. The system was related to management rights in NPC cities, which would finally give players a substantial level of control in NPC cities and allow them to manipulate the city's economy. With control of an NPC city's economy, rival powers would have a far more difficult time spreading their influence throughout the city. Moreover, one could secure an extraordinary amount of income from the auction house after securing control of it. The higher a city's player population was, the more profits one could earn from the auction house they controlled. Hence, the auction arena's activation would shake God's domain to its very core, signaling a new era. This would also intensify the competition between the various major powers in the game. This competition between the game's powers would reach new heights. Not only would the Dark Forces participate in the struggle, but the various adventurer teams would join as well. A power did not need to be a guild to take control of a city's auction house, and the auction house's manager didn't need to protect anything. Even a solo player could manage the auction house and earn a massive amount of profits. With such a tempting treasure trove before them, who wouldn't jump at the opportunity? Before today, the various major powers had controlled themselves when competing to protect their foundations from harm, but the auction arena would push them to desperation. Some large guilds, which had been afraid of provoking superpowers, would jump into the competition with these giants without hesitation. The true struggle for dominance in God's domain was about to begin. After Feng settled the management rights transfer for the 100 Flowers Palace's shops, he teleported back to White River City using a return scroll. He did not bother to waste any more time in Silver Pine City. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. As Feng stepped out of the magic array, he noticed even more players in White River City than before. Despite the teleportation hall's several new floors, the building was still crowded. The number of merchant and lifestyle players, in particular, had significantly increased. However, guild players still made up the majority of White River City's visitors. Sure enough, they've come to investigate, Shifeng thought to himself as he watched the cloaked players move about the hall. With the help of omniscient eyes, he clearly saw the guild emblems these players hid under their black cloaks. Many of these players were from guilds outside of Starmoon Kingdom. There were even some players from superpowers and dark guilds in the teleportation hall. So far, only 100 NPC cities had been promoted and activated the auction arena system. On average, not even every kingdom and empire had an NPC city with an active auction arena. Fortunately, White River City was one of the 100 NPC cities which had attracted many major powers, all of them wanting to learn more about the auction arena. Shifeng walked to one of the advanced restaurants in the teleportation hall. Melancholic Smile and 30-plus merchant players already waited for him in one of the restaurant's VIP rooms. Guild leader, I've brought all of the 2-star merchant members you requested, Melancholic Smile quietly reported as Shifeng entered the room. Good. From now on, I want them to memorize the materials on this list. I also want you to use this Thunder Axe crystal to teleport them to Thunder Axe City. Have everyone purchase the materials from the NPC merchants there. Buy as much as you can, Shifeng said as he passed a list of materials and the Thunder Axe crystal to Melancholic Smile. The auction arena's competition tested more than players' combat standards. It also tested players' resources. Players were allowed to use their resources to increase their strength in the competition. Unlocking equipment was a basic example of this. In the auction arena, players had limited choices when it came to their equipment. Equipment past fine gold rank would be temporarily frozen at fine gold rank. To remove the seal and improve one's equipment rank, players had to pay resources. This was why one's victory hinged on the resources they possessed. A power would only be able to secure control over more NPC cities with enough resources and experts. However, the auction arena didn't accept just any resources. It only accepted epic materials, which was why the various major powers had such an advantage in the auction arena. Normally, one only had a chance of acquiring epic materials when raiding 50-man hard mode dungeons or greater, but they were guaranteed to drop in 100 and 200-man team dungeons. Ordinary large guilds could easily raid 50-man team dungeons, but 100-man hard mode team dungeons was more of a challenge. Only their main force would likely succeed. In comparison, the various major powers had multiple teams that could raid 100-man hard mode team dungeons. Superpowers easily surpassed ordinary large guilds when collecting resources. There was no doubt that Zero Wing's combat power in the fields was extraordinary, but when it came to raiding 100-man team dungeons, it was no match for superpowers. However, Zero Wing wasn't exactly doomed. After all, there was more than one way to acquire epic materials. Trading with special NPC merchants was another method, although doing so required a lot of time. Moreover, players had to become 2-star merchants to trade with these NPCs. Fortunately, these special NPC merchants were common in a super large-scale neutral city like Thunder Axe City. It was one of the best places to collect epic materials through trade. Initially, Shifeng had planned to accumulate epic materials from Thunder Axe City's NPCs slowly through his 2-star smithy. Collecting epic materials through the smithy would be far easier than sending merchant players to trade with NPC merchants, but now that the auction arena system had activated sooner than he had expected, he had no choice but to use every available method to acquire the necessary resources. Shifeng also instructed Melancholic Smile to send some of her subordinates to collect epic materials from the various major cities. Although the various major powers would never sell these items, there was a chance that an expert player was lucky enough to come across some. Settling the matters regarding Thunder Axe City and the epic material collection, Sure Feng contacted Aqua Rose, instructing her and the others to focus on raiding 100-man team dungeons. He then returned to his special forging room in the Candlelight trading firm and retrieved the ancient god's secret key. He hadn't bothered to use the ancient god's secret key because he hadn't spent time raising his combat power past his current limit. If he used the key recklessly, he'd only waste a golden opportunity. Not even God's domain's various superpowers would get many of these chances. However, he had increased his strength as much as possible, and there wasn't a lot of time left before the secret key expired. Sure Feng tapped on the key made of red luminary stone, and a silver magic array manifested under his feet. Mana surged toward the magic array, and space seemed to freeze due to the influx. After a short moment, Sure Feng transformed into a streak of black light and vanished from the room. Chapter 2052, Road After Tier 2. Chapter 2052, Road After Tier 2. After Sure Feng activated the ancient god's secret key, he found himself moving through a tunnel of time and space. Various images, visions of God's domain's history, zipped past him. Some images showed the rise of a kingdom, others depicted a war between empires, and some showed heroes as they triumphed. After quite some time, a massive black hole appeared before Sure Feng. Countless arcs of pitch-black electricity snaked in and out of this black hole. Even though Sure Feng was still far from the black hole, he could sense how powerful the arcs of electricity were. He suspected that these black electric arcs would even turn a Tier 5 being to ash in an instant. As Sure Feng fell into the black hole and encountered the black electricity, the magic barrier around his body protected him from harm. In the end, he entered the black hole in one piece. By the time Sure Feng recovered from his daze, he stood inside an ancient, dilapidated palace. System: you have discovered the ancient god's maze. System: while inside the ancient god's maze, communication with the outside world is prohibited. Time flows within the maze, as it does in the real world. You will automatically be transported out of the ancient god's maze in the event of your death. So, this is the trial ground. The system notification didn't particularly surprise Sure Feng. After all, he currently stood in a place the ancient gods had left behind. Severed communication and the altered flow of time were normal. He was far more interested in the maze's environment. Aside from the tightly shut stone doors, there were no paths leading further into. However, this palace's mana density was incredibly high. Even zero-winged cities paled in comparison. The environment was a godsend to Sure Feng. Not only could players exhibit greater strength while in a high-mana environment, but they would also recover their stamina and concentration much faster. Players could continue to fight without worrying about running out of the resources. Following which, Sure Feng approached the tightly shut doors. Many divine runes had been carved into the doors, which were made entirely of black luminaries stone. The closer Sure Feng got to the doors, the more pressure he felt from them. He felt that the door's aura was no weaker than that of a Tier 5 NPC. System: you have discovered the ancient God's Gate. You may choose one of 4 difficulties: normal, hard, hell, and Azura. No changes will be allowed once you have made your selection. Please choose carefully. There are 4 difficulties. Sure Feng was stunned when he heard the system notification. He remembered that after using the ancient god's secret key, one should only have 3 difficulties to choose from: normal, hard, and hell. The secret key's trial had the same difficulty modes as dungeons in the outside world. As a result, many players who had challenged the ancient god's secret key's trial had taken the difficulty selection too lightly, wasting their golden opportunity. Ordinary experts had no trouble raiding normal mode dungeons. In fact, they usually raided hard mode. However, peak experts accepted Nothing less than Hell mode dungeons. Most peak experts considered weaker modes an insult to their strength. In the end, however, ordinary experts proved incapable of even clearing the normal mode trial. Peak experts had even been rendered powerless when challenging the hard mode trial. This was why many players who had obtained an ancient god's secret key had wasted their opportunities in the past. One would have a high chance of earning an epic item if they could complete the normal mode trial. Completing the hard mode trial could award players several epic items, with a small chance of obtaining a fragmented legendary item. Finally, completing Hell mode gave players a high chance of acquiring a fragmented legendary item. However, Shifeng had never heard of an Azura mode. Why wouldn't it surprise him? This turn of events left Shifeng unsure of which difficulty he should choose. The ancient god's secret keys trial scaled to the challenger's level. As such, it was far more important for the player to improve their combat and equipment standards rather than increase their level. Shifeng had intended to challenge Hell mode and pray for a fragmented legendary item, and he had been relatively confident in succeeding. The discovery of an Azura mode, however, put him in a bind. The difficulty of the secret keys trial increased substantially with each difficulty mode. Of course, if one succeeded, they'd be handsomely rewarded. He was almost certain of completing Hell mode, but he'd likely have a hard time if he chose Azura mode. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's go with Azura mode. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng chose Azura mode. Although he knew he'd have a high chance of earning a fragmented legendary item if he cleared Hell mode, it wasn't a guaranteed drop. Based on the trial's setting, however, he should be guaranteed a fragmented legendary item if he cleared Azura mode. Rather than gamble on Hell mode, he might as well take the risk and challenge Azura mode. 2 epic items would be of little help to him or zero wing. Only fragmented legendary items could bring about significant changes. As players reached higher levels and improved their combat standards, epic items would become more common in God's domain. Zero Wing could still rely on its numerous epic items to contend with superpowers peak experts, but as time passed, the low quantity and quality of Zero Wing's peak experts would begin to show. As luck would have it, nurturing a peak expert took a lot of time, even with players that had ample resources and heaven-defying talent. The only way Zero Wing could keep up with God's domain's rapidly developing world was to rely on fragmented legendary items. Moreover, epic items' help would be limited after reaching Tier 2. Tier 3 had been a massive turning point in God's domain. In the past, countless powers had risen to prominence or fallen into the pits of hell when the Tier 3 era had begun. Fragmented legendary items, and above would be players' last hope for a significant power boost after reaching Tier 3. These items could even help experts with lacking combat standards reach Tier 3 and Tier 4. This was why guilds with fragmented legendary items had had more Tier 3 and 4 experts than guilds that did not. Every additional fragmented legendary item Zero Wing gained would ensure 1 more Tier 3 or 4 experts to support it in the future. Since the Azura mode could guarantee a fragmented legendary item, he had no choice but to choose the difficulty. Once Shifeng made his decision, the ancient god's gate released a golden light. The doors slowly parted to reveal a dark corridor. Sure enough, this trial won't be that simple. Shifeng's expression tensed slightly as he stared down the dark corridor, his instincts screaming that danger awaited him. He could already see multiple skeletons strewn along the corridor's sides from its entrance. The skeletons all wore excellent equipment, every piece radiating with the glow unique to epic equipment. The skeleton's armor was clearly damaged beyond repair. It was easy to imagine how difficult the Azura mode trial was. Those unfamiliar with God's domain would most likely treat these skeletal corpses as mere decorations. But Shurfeng, who had experienced more than a decade in God's domain, knew that wasn't the case. Rather, they were a warning. Epic items were extraordinary, and they weren't easy to damage. This held true for both players' items and NPCs. Taking a deep breath, Shurfeng summoned the fire spirit and instructed it to lead the way. The instant the fire spirit stepped through the gate, a furious roar echoed from the corridor's depths, so loud that Shurfeng had to cover his ears. This roar was particularly familiar to Shurfeng. A dragon's roar. Chapter 2053, Epic Armor Kit Fragment. Chapter 2053, Epic Armor Kit Fragment. The majestic dragon's roar reverberated throughout the entire corridor, so powerful that even the sky seemed to shake. Only after the roar faded away could Shurfeng finally move his body again. However, after the roar ended, both Shurfeng and the fire spirit received a debuff called Dragon's Might, which reduced their reaction speed by 20%, movement speed by 30%, and physique by 15%. They also couldn't receive any buffs from skills and spells. So this is Azure mode. Shurfeng was astonished as he looked at the debuff he and the fire spirit had received. The reduction in physique and speed was only secondary. The crucial point was the inability to receive buffs. This meant that even berserk skills were useless. Having berserk skills sealed was potentially fatal to expert players, especially when surviving out in the fields. Berserk skills could be used during crucial moments to save one's life or deal with a problem that could not be dealt with normally. Berserk skills could even be used to achieve reversals. Without the ability to use berserk skills, all these possibilities would be gone. If one came across unexpected danger, they would undoubtedly die. Not daring to be careless, Shurfeng immediately used the Bible of Darkness to summon a level 85, Tier 3 demon. Although the demon was also suppressed by Dragon's Might, and its overall combat power was inferior to the fire spirits, having the demon was still better than not having it. During crucial moments, he could use it as a meat shield. Following which, Shurfeng had the Tier 3 Tomahawk Demon lead the way, with the fire spirit following closely behind it. As for himself, he maintained a 50-yard distance from the fire spirit. At this distance, even if the Tomahawk Demon and fire spirit got caught in a trap, he would be safe. If they stumbled upon a dangerous situation, he could also run away at a moment's notice. However, contrary to his expectations, he did not come across any dangerous situations at all, even after walking for more than 10 minutes, let alone a monster. There wasn't even a simple trap set up in the corridor. He traversed the corridor and arrived at a dark hall relatively easily. The hall was the size of a football stadium, with stone pillars erected on all sides. The divine runes carved onto these stone pillars made the place extraordinarily chilly. Even Shurfeng, with his extremely high ice resistance, could not help but shudder. Fortunately, the cold only had a slight impact on his movements. He did not lose any HP. Meanwhile, as soon as the Tomahawk Demon and the fire spirit arrived at the center of the hall, the divine runes on the surrounding stone pillars suddenly shone. Both the demon and the fire spirit disintegrated, the elemental mana used to make up their bodies reverting to its original form. Afterward, the entire hall lit up brightly as blade-wielding soldiers emerged from the ground one after another. These soldiers were giants made from various types of elemental mana. Elemental Guard, Elemental Creature, Great Lord, level 72, HP 32, 000, 000/32, 000/000. Among these elemental giants, one held a staff. Mana belonging to the 4 major elements gathered passively around this giant. All of the ambient mana responded to every single action this giant made, as if this giant was the elemental overlord of this entire hall. Elemental Prayer, Realm Lord, Elemental creature, Grand Lord, level 73, HP 65, 000, 000/65, 000/000. As these elemental creatures appeared, a translucent pillar made out of magic crystal rose from the center of the hall. Sealed inside this translucent pillar was a dazzling crystalline bottle that radiated a shudder-inducing aura. A bloodline. A trace of surprise flashed across Shifeng's eyes when he saw the crystal bottle inside the magic crystal pillar. Although he had been confident that the Azura Mode trial's reward would be something excellent, he never imagined that it would be this excellent. At his standard, epic items no longer posed a temptation. Only top-tier epic items could move him now. However, a bloodline was far more valuable than any epic item. The value of even the most ordinary bloodline rivaled that of a fragmented legendary item. A bloodline might provide expert players more help than a fragmented legendary item. Despite that, the first item he came across in the Azura Mode Ancient Gods Maze was already a bloodline. How could he not be surprised by this situation? However, Shifeng calmed himself very quickly. The bloodline was indeed valuable, but it would mean something only if he actually obtained it. The monsters standing before him were extraordinary. Moreover, since summoned creatures could not be used inside this hall, he would have to rely entirely on himself to deal with these monsters. However, with just a rough glance, he already spotted more than 200 Great Lord ranked elemental guards. The elemental prayer standing at the center of the hall was even a realm lord, an existence whose combat power far surpassed that of monsters of the same rank and level. Against such a force, even a level 70, 100-man expert team would not be a match. In a situation where berserk skills and summon creatures could not be used, even Shifeng would have no choice but to turn tail and run when coming across the elemental prayer. It wasn't because his combat power was inadequate. After all, his current weapons and equipment were already beyond extraordinary. He could easily contend against a Grand Lord of the same level. The problem was that the elemental prayer had too much HP. Before he could whittle down the elemental prayer would have long since killed him. Let's give it a try. Looking at the bloodline stored within the central pillar, Shifeng still decided to attempt the trial. Unlike other trials, the Ancient Gods' Secret Keys trials allowed players to head to other locations to search for treasures, even if they could not pass a particular hurdle. Each location would have varying difficulties. Only if players died would their time in the trial come to an end. However, it would be such a pity to simply abandon the bloodline and search the other locations. After all, not every location would contain treasures rivaling fragmented legendary items. Other locations in this Azura Mode trial might contain only epic items. Following which, Shifeng moved to a corner of the hall and started luring the elemental guards over, one after another. He planned to clear out the elemental guards first before dealing with the elemental prayer. If he tried fighting the elemental prayer and the elemental guards together, he would definitely die a very swift death. Faced with the 4-meter-tall elemental guards, an ordinary Tier 2 expert would have long since run away. However, the elemental guards posed no trouble for Shifeng, as his strength already rivaled that of great lords of the same level. The elemental guard that discovered Shifeng charged at him without hesitation, the great sword in its hands transforming into numerous phantoms as the blade slashed down on Shifeng's head. Tier 3 skill, Shadow Entanglement. Each phantom carried 120% of the elemental guard's strength, and all 7 phantoms struck down at Shifeng from different directions. Even a Tier 2 expert would be killed instantly if they were not careful. However, these attacks were nothing before Shifeng. Crisscrossing the abyssal blade and killing ray, he deflected 2 of the 7 phantom swords toward the other phantom swords, neutralizing the attack in the blink of an eye. Shifeng received no damage at all, following which he stabbed the elemental guard's elemental core. Minus 43,574. He dealt a critical hit when striking the core. The elemental guard's HP promptly fell by a visible chunk. Afterward, Shifeng stabbed the elemental core once more with his other sword. As the battle wore on, the elemental guard's HP continuously decreased. Even though the elemental guard's battle recovery was strong, killing the elemental guard was only a matter of time. If another Tier 2 expert were here, they would definitely be shocked by the current scene playing out. A Tier 2 player was actually overwhelming a level 72 Great Lord without using any skills or spells, a feat that even peak experts of the same level could not achieve. However, while Shifeng was indeed capable of killing the elemental guard, at the end of the day, it was still a bona fide Great Lord. Even after he started using skills, he still took close to 8 minutes to finish off the elemental guard. After the elemental guard fell, it dropped several items. When Shifeng took a look at his experience bar, he frowned involuntarily. He had gone through great pains to kill a Great Lord, yet he was awarded only a pitiful amount of EXP, at the standard of a lord of the same level. However, when Shifeng recalled that this was an ancient god's trial, he found the situation understandable. Great Lord ranked monsters were relatively rare in the outside world. Now, however, there was a bunch of Great Lords before him. If every one of these Great Lords gave normal amounts of EXP, then his leveling speed would be absurd. Afterward, Shifeng collected the loot on the ground. Just as he was about to lure another elemental guard, he suddenly took note of one of the items he was holding, an epic armor kit fragment. Chapter 2054, Treasure Trove. Chapter 2054, Treasure Trove. Although Shifeng had already checked that nothing was wrong with the system display, and confirmed that the item in his hands was indeed an epic armor kit fragment, his heart still shook with disbelief. In God's domain, most armor kits were categorized into basic, intermediate, and advanced ranks. Above advanced armor kits were the extremely rare epic armor kits. Unlike the usual armor kits, epic armor kits could promote dark gold equipment to the epic rank. Most expert players already considered epic equipment godly, since an epic armor kit could transform dark gold equipment into epic equipment. One could easily imagine how valuable an epic armor kit was, especially when players used it on dark gold equipment that they had high compatibility with. Of course, the level of epic equipment upgraded using the epic armor kit was fixed. If the base equipment was level 50, then it would only have the attributes of level 50 epic equipment. The upgraded equipment's level would not scale with players to a maximum limit. Even so, an epic armor kit was still something countless players fervently sought to obtain. Meanwhile, as long as Shifeng collected 100 epic armor kit fragments, he could synthesize one epic armor kit. Normally, epic armor kit fragments only dropped in level 60+ 100-man Helm mode team dungeons or 200-man hard mode team dungeons. Mythic field bosses also had a chance of dropping the fragments, but the drop rate was much lower than in team dungeons. Shifeng never thought that the elemental guards would actually drop the fragments as well. His view of the elemental guards immediately changed. Now, they were no longer detestable monsters, but walking epic armor kits instead. Moreover, the elemental guard had dropped elemental cores, in addition to the epic armor kit fragment. An alchemist could use 10 cores to synthesize an elemental crystal. As an energy source, the elemental crystal was superior to the magic crystal. When used instead of magic crystals in the production of magic scrolls, the resulting magic scrolls were more powerful. At the same time, an elemental crystal could also be used as the core of a magic array. Magic arrays powered by elemental crystals were at least 30% more effective. As an example, a defensive magic array that originally could block only ordinary Tier 3 attacks would be capable of blocking peak Tier 3 attacks if powered by elemental crystals. Overall, the elemental crystal was a strategic resource with a very wide range of uses. On the market, one elemental crystal was worth more than 100 magic crystals. Now, after killing just one elemental guard, Shi Feng had already obtained 3 elemental cores. Following which, he proceeded to kill elemental guards with great enthusiasm, despite having to fight arduously for roughly 8 minutes just to kill each elemental guard. When he thought about the Great Lord's loot, the suffering he had to endure was of no consequence whatsoever. Moreover, thanks to the high mana environment, Shi Feng did not feel tired at all, even after killing over 40 elemental guards in succession. On the contrary, his fighting spirit reached even greater heights than before. This was because killing these 40-plus elemental guards had earned him 31 epic armor kit fragments and 126 elemental cores. The various large guilds would go mad with envy if they learned about this harvest. After all, during his previous life, a 100-man expert team would have to work tirelessly for more than half a day just to obtain 2 or 3 epic armor kit fragments. Meanwhile, he had only grinded for 6 hours, yet he had already reaped many times more than that. This harvest was simply frightening. However, despite the great harvest, Shi Feng did not continue grinding. Time in the ancient god's maze flowed at the same rate as in the real world. Since he had grinded in the maze for 6 hours already, 6 hours had also passed in the real world. In addition, it had been a long time since he had logged out of God's domain. Even if his avatar inside God's domain was still in a spirited state, his body in the real world needed a certain degree of activity to remain healthy, following which Shi Feng chose to log out of God's domain and rest. When he climbed out of his virtual gaming cabin, the sun outside the window had already risen to its highest point. However, the scenery at Ouroboros's main headquarters was much better than that of the Greenwater Villa. He could see the entire city from his room, unlike before. Meanwhile, ever since Zero Wing gained its new headquarters, its development speed had skyrocketed with the recruitment of a large number of experts with great potential. It now had over 2,000 internal members. Although the newly recruited internal members were not particularly high-leveled, with Zero Wing's resources in God's domain and Ouroboros's original training system, these members could soon become a part of the guild's main fighting force and be used to raid team dungeons. In God's domain, the best place to obtain a large number of resources and high-ranking equipment was undoubtedly team dungeons. This was also the reason why Zero Wing was never able to match up against the various first-rate guilds and superpowers. Moreover, due to the guild's rapid expansion, the guild was also spending credits like there was no tomorrow. The credits the guild had saved up were gone before anyone realized it. Now, the guild couldn't sustain its operations simply by relying on the income from completing tasks commissioned to the guild and equipment sales. Fortunately, the company Gentle Snow's family provided some financial support. With the additional funding, the guild was just barely able to get by. Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile also had plenty of headaches over the lack of funds. Recently, even Liang Jing, who was overseeing some tasks in the headquarters, had started complaining to him about this matter. After Shi Feng had his lunch and nutrient fluid, he headed to the physical training room of the building to stretch his body. When he entered the training room, which was roughly half the size of a football field, he came across several hundred Zero Wing members. These Zero Wing members stopped what they were doing and greeted him as soon as they saw him. Some of them even had a reverential look when they did so. As there were too many people present, Shi Feng could only nod and smile in response. However, when he saw more than a dozen people lining up before the physical training machines, he could not help but feel a little ashamed. During his previous life, it had been rare to see 5 or 6 people waiting to use the physical training machines Shadow possessed. Now, there were more than a dozen people waiting for their turn. He had to admit that the current Zero Wing was only the shell of a first-rate guild. If it wished to catch up to the various first-rate guilds and superpowers, it needed a lot more funds. Insufficient funding would impede the guild's development significantly. I need to figure out a way to earn some credits through God's domain, Shifeng thought to himself as he gazed at the guild members working out. After all, he couldn't rely solely on Gentle Snow's company. Previously, 5 major companies were necessary to keep Ouroboros functioning, although the current Zero Wing wasn't as large as the past Ouroboros. Sustaining its operations with just one major company was still impossible. Roughly 1 hour into Shifeng's training, Blackie suddenly rushed into the training room, an anxious expression on his face. Did something happen? Shifeng asked curiously. Something big happened. Representatives of the Blackwater Corporation have come to talk with us, Blackie said in a panic as he looked at Shifeng. Chapter 2055, Blackwater Visits. Chapter 2055, Blackwater Visits. Blackwater. Shifeng couldn't help his confusion. Why are they here? The Blackwater Corporation was a major international corporation. Aside from super first-rate guilds and super guilds, other existences were nothing in the corporation's eyes. Furthermore, Zero Wing had clashed with Blackwater quite a few times thus far. Our guild has been prospering in the Or Empire recently. Maybe they're here to warn us away? Blackie wondered aloud after calming down. Why don't we just leave them hanging? Even if they're a major corporation, they can't do anything to us on the surface. And moving against us in the shadows won't be easy as long as we're prepared for it. You're overthinking things. Blackwater is still a major corporation at the end of the day. They wouldn't bother with a personal visit to warn us because of our skirmishes in the Or Empire. They wouldn't be able to afford the humiliation of such an act, Shifeng said, chuckling. Forget it. Rather than waste time with random guessing, we might as well hear them out. He still knew a little about how these major corporations operated. If Blackwater really wanted to strike out at Zero Wing in the real world, it wouldn't have sent representatives. It would have made its move behind the scenes. Following which, Blackie led Shifeng to the top-floor reception room. In the reception room, Liang Jing, who was slightly nervous to receive the Blackwater Corporation's representatives, visibly relaxed when she saw Shifeng enter the room. Before she had met Shifeng, a major international corporation would have been unreachable, yet such a power had sent representatives to visit Zero Wing. Why wouldn't she be shocked? In contrast, Aqua Rose maintained her calm composure despite sitting face-to-face with Blackwater's representatives. As a previous honorary elder in a first-rate guild and the princess of her own major corporation, she had experience in these situations. 2 representatives from the Blackwater Corporation waited in the room. One was a handsome, middle-aged man wearing casual clothing. Although he wasn't tall or muscular, he radiated a strange pressure. The other representative, a tall, robust man in a black suit, stood behind the middle-aged man. Based on his appearance, he seemed to be the latter's bodyguard, although he didn't radiate any particular pressure. As if he were just a pedestrian, Shifeng recognized the bodyguard as extraordinary. He could feel the subtle threat of death from this bodyguard. Hello, you must be Zero Wing's elder, Yifeng. Sure enough, as the rumors have said, you really are quite young. Your future is truly limitless, the middle-aged man said, smiling after observing Shifeng closely for a moment. Right, let me introduce myself. I am the Blackwater Corporation's Jingyang, currently serving as an elder in the Blackwater Guild. Elder Jingyang, to what does Zero Wing owe this visit? May I know what you wish to discuss? Shi Feng asked, as he eyed Jingyang, getting straight to the point. He was somewhat familiar with the name, but his knowledge of this man was limited to God's domain. Jingyang's name was familiar due to his status as a Tier 5 Grand Wizard in the past, although the man hadn't amassed any eye-catching battle records. A Tier 5 player was still formidable. He had stood at the peak of God's domain. Shi Feng had certainly never expected the Blackwater Corporation to send such a big shot to visit Zero Wing. What a straightforward question, Jingyang said, laughing. He then nodded and continued, since that is the case, I'll be direct. I'm here in place of the Blackwater Guild's Xuanwu Chisa. Vice Guild leader Xuanwu has a very favorable view of Zero Wing, and she knows that Zero Wing is facing some financial difficulty. If Zero Wing is willing to sell us 10 guardian puppets, not only will we pay an ample amount of credits, but we'll also provide 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. I'm sure you'll have no issues nurturing more experts quickly with these resources. 50 S-rank nutrient fluids. Blackie's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he heard Jingyang's offer. He and Shi Feng had seen plenty of credits before, but S-rank nutrient fluid was a different story. Blackie was no longer ignorant regarding training in God's domain. After his special training in the Extraordinary Tower and the S-rank nutrient fluid Shi Feng occasionally granted him, he understood how valuable the fluid was. Not only did the S-rank nutrient fluid improve his real body's physique and brain function, but it also helped improve his combat standards in a short time. Unfortunately, S-rank nutrient fluid wasn't something one could buy with money alone. Their swift improvements thus far had been thanks to the S-rank nutrient fluids the White Tiger Dojo had sent as payment. If Zero Wing could secure 50 more bottles, combined with the Guild's current real-world training facilities and the Extraordinary Tower, the Guild wouldn't need long to nurture another batch of refinement realm experts. So, this is what they want. Shi Feng finally understood what Blackwater's aim for this visit. He had to admit that the battle at Moon Creek Town had made the Guardian puppets famous. Now, even Blackwater wanted to get its hands on the puppets, but it wasn't a weapon players could steal. As a result, Blackwater was forced to attempt to purchase it from Zero Wing. Seeing Shi Feng's silent reaction and Blackie's surprise, Jingyang chuckled and said, now that the auction arena system has activated, the struggle for the various NPC cities has begun. As the only promoted NPC city in Starmoon Kingdom and the neighboring kingdoms, White River City will become a target for the various major powers. You can easily imagine how intense the competition for its auction house will be. Moreover, we have heard that Starlink now bears immense hatred for Zero Wing due to the battle at Moon Creek Town, and has already begun preparations to claim White River City's auction house. If you are willing to sell us 10 guardian puppets, Vice Guild leader Xuanwu will help you secure White River City's auction house. What do you think? Jingyang's voice had been very gentle, and temptation laced his words as if he had a thorough grasp of Zero Wing's weakness. He had even convinced Aqua Rose of this transaction's worth. Setting aside the 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids, the offer to help Zero Wing secure White River City's auction house made the transaction worthwhile. The struggles for an NPC city's auction house weren't like combat in the field and siege battles. It was a competition that heavily relied on the number of experts and resources one possessed. Compared to Starlink, Zero Wing severely lacked both aspects. However, if Zero Wing had Xuanwu Chisa's assistance, one of Blackwater's Vice Guild leaders, securing White River City's auction house was almost guaranteed. Moreover, Zero Wing desperately needed operating funds. If the guild received a large income of credits, its development could skyrocket. When Jing Yang saw the yearning looks on both Aqua Rose and Blackie's faces, he was not surprised in the least. Blackwater's conditions were quite generous, offering exactly what Zero Wing currently needed. All they had to do was sign the contract and seal the deal. However, after giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng looked at Jing Yang and earnestly replied, "I'm sorry, but we refuse." Chapter 2056. You'll regret it. Chapter 2056. You'll regret it. At Shi Feng's words, the reception room fell deathly silent. Both Jing Yang and Aqua Rose were stunned and confused as they stared at Shi Feng. Why? Jing Yang could not help but ask after taking a deep breath. Blackwater's conditions were incredibly generous. If Zero Wing accepted the offer, it could grow more powerful than it had ever been. No guild would consider rejecting such an offer, and this was the perfect opportunity to reconcile with Blackwater. It was always better to have another ally than an extra enemy in God's domain. The Guardian Puppet was a very powerful war weapon, first-rate, whether protecting a town or attacking it. Other war weapons couldn't hold a candle to it, but it was only powerful right now. As players reached higher levels and Tier 3, the Guardian Puppet would become obsolete. At most, one could rely on it as a slightly tougher Tier 3 combatant. In his opinion, Shi Feng should be more than willing to agree with Blackwater's conditions. It should already be an honor for Zero Wing that Blackwater had paid a personal visit. Other first-rate guilds couldn't even qualify for the corporation's attention, yet Zero Wing was unappreciative of Blackwater's goodwill. "It's nothing major. The price your guild has offered is just too low, so we don't wish to sell," Shi Feng replied in an extremely calm tone. Lo! Jing Yang was stunned. Softly, he asked, "How much do you want then?" "In addition to the credits, I want 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 10 high potential shops in major NPC cities," Shi Feng said after giving the matter some thought. Both Aqua Rose and Blackie turned to their guild leader in shock, gaping. 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. Not even the White Tiger Dojo could afford such a price. Even a major corporation like Blackwater would feel a sting if it gave away 100 bottles. Furthermore, Shi Feng wanted high potential shops as well. Not even 10,000 gold was enough to purchase such things. 10 shops would equate more than 100,000 gold. "Are you insane?" Jing Yang demanded. "Do you know how much money 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 10 high potential shops are worth?" He wondered if Shi Feng was trying to challenge his bottom line. He could accept paying 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid, but asking for 10 shops was a joke. The Guardian Puppet's value would decrease as players reached higher levels, but major NPC cities' shops would not. Their value would only increase as time passed. More players joined God's domain each day, and owning high-potential shops guaranteed a stable income. Even leasing these shops to others would generate substantial profits. To put it simply, the Guardian Puppet's value couldn't compare to that of high-potential shops. Not even 4 Guardian Puppets were worth a shop in a major NPC city, let alone a one-on-one trade. "Elder Jing Yang, if you find these conditions unacceptable, you may return to negotiate with your superiors," Shi Feng said, smiling at the enraged man before him. His asking price was far above average, but at this stage of the game, 10 Guardian Puppets were worth it. With 10 units, the Guardian Puppets could exhibit sufficient combat power, and whoever controlled them could effortlessly capture a guild town. They would also be a massive help when establishing a guild town in a neutral map. If he didn't need the S-rank nutrient fluids and credits so desperately, he wouldn't have even considered selling the Guardian Puppets to Blackwater. Constructing 10 puppets wouldn't be easy, and the materials were quite rare. Young man, you shouldn't be too greedy. Zero Wing will only benefit in the future if it secures Blackwater's friendship. Forget about the high potential shops, Jingyong said after calming himself down. He then looked at Shifeng and stated his final price, 70 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid, as well as the conditions I mentioned previously. Take care as you leave. I won't be able to see you off. Shifeng said. Very good. You'll regret this decision. Jingyong nearly spat blood when he heard Shifeng's response. He left the room in a huff, not wanting to linger in Zero Wing's headquarters a moment longer. After Jingyong left, both Aqua Rose and Liang Jing, who had witnessed the entire conversation from a corner of the room, turned to stare at Shifeng in befuddlement. They also could not help but admire Shifeng. That was 70 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid they were talking about. Yet, despite the temptation of Blackwater's offer or its threats, Shifeng had remained unfazed. After Jingyong left Zero Wing's headquarters, he contacted Xuan Wuchisa and updated her on the negotiations' outcome. What an interesting person, Xuan Wuchisa could not help her smile. Even though Zero Wing's existence is on the line, he insists on keeping a tight grip on the Guardian puppets. In my opinion, Zero Wing is not worthy of your attention, Vice Guild Leader. They have no idea that Starlink isn't the only guild targeting them, and that many other superpowers have set their sights on White River City. They don't realize the lifeline we're offering. They will regret their decision today, Jingyong said, sneering. In truth, he had visited Zero Wing's headquarters for 2 reasons. The first reason was for business. The second was to determine whether Zero Wing qualified to become one of Blackwater's puppets. However, it would seem that the guild's members were simply ignorant fools. All right, enough. Return for now. We still have much to do, Xuan Wuchisa said before disconnecting the call. She did not bother to comment further on the matter. Once the negotiations with Blackwater came to an end, Shifeng received Zero Wing's latest status report from Aqua Rose and Blackie. The guild continued to develop rapidly, especially regarding member recruitment. Zero Wing's elite member count now exceeded 400,000, and more than 4,000 expert members operated in Starmoon Kingdom. The guild's growth was frightening. Shifeng had to admit that the battles in the Witch's Hill and near Moon Creek Town had elevated Zero Wing's fame and reputation. Now, many previously hesitant elite and expert players had finally decided to join Zero Wing. In addition, Fire Dance and Zero Wing's other main force members had finished training in the Extraordinary Tower, splitting up into multiple 100-man teams to raid level 60 team dungeons. Their raid progression had also been impressive. They'd likely obtain the first clear of Starmoon Kingdom's various 100-man team dungeons in a few more days. The lack of funds was the only problem now, giving Aqua Rose and Blackie plenty of headaches. In response, Shifeng agreed to rent Zero Wing City's shops for credits, reducing the guild's coin income. After Shifeng had assigned tasks, he returned to his room and logged back into God's domain. Chapter 2057, Improving Swords Transmigration. Chapter 2057, Improving Swords Transmigration. Level 72 elemental guards wandered around the quiet hall supported by numerous stone pillars. They left no space for players to approach the hall's center. As one approached the central crystal pillar, the elemental guards closed ranks. The moment Shifeng logged back into the game, he returned to clearing out these elemental guards. Blackwater's sudden business proposition and Zero Wing's rapid development had helped Shifeng realize that his guild's development had reached a bottleneck. Growing further would be painfully difficult with the guild's financial predicament. Nowadays, Zero Wing's fame and territory were growing. The guild's member count also continued to rise. Although he had been working to secure Zero Wing's foundations and had restricted the recruitment conditions further, the guild had still reached its financial limit. Even an outsider like Blackwater could see this. It was easy to imagine that other guilds had also noticed Zero Wing's struggles. Normally, a guild would attempt to negotiate with companies and corporations for investment once it reached a developmental bottleneck. Shadow had been the same in the past due to the guild's rapid development. The guild had desperately needed capital. Only after receiving several large companies' investments did the guild continue its development, eventually becoming a second-rate guild. This was the most common option for upstart guilds, although it also scattered the guild shares, decreasing its cohesion. Of course, there was another method to break past this bottleneck. A guild could maintain its state or reduce its member count, ultimately slowing its development speed. Normally, Feng might have chosen that option. At worst, it would allow other guilds to surpass Zero Wing. However, now that the auction arena system had activated, the competition between the various major powers had reached a peak. If Zero Wing's competition surpassed it now, it wouldn't be surprising if the guild were removed from God's domain entirely. Hence, deliberately stifling Zero Wing's development would only ensure a slow and imminent death. Since he didn't wish to share the guild's authority or abandon its phenomenal development speed, there was only one option available. He had to earn a large sum of credits through God's domain. Feng hadn't had the means to do so in the past. God's domain's resources weren't easy to obtain, and converting them into credits would be akin to putting the cart before the horse. However, things were different in this life. Once he had entered the ancient god's secret maze, Feng had realized that acquiring a large number of credits through the game wasn't necessarily impossible. The elemental cores. Not only could one synthesize elemental cores into elemental crystals, but they could also trade the cores for stamina gemstones from the Sea of Illusion's 4-star wandering merchants. Stamina was imperative to every player. Players' stamina largely restricted their activity in the fields. Hence, items that could increase one's stamina or stamina regeneration were immensely valuable in God's domain. Players could bind stamina gemstones to their equipment to improve their recovery rate. Each gemstone increased stamina recovery rate by 7%, and the more of these gemstones one equipped, the faster they'd regain their stamina. Stamina gemstones were one of the few items in God's domain that would never lose their value. No matter what level players reached, they still needed stamina to move, and recovery took a long time. However, players couldn't obtain stamina gemstones from killing monsters. Only 4-star wandering merchants sold the items. Moreover, each wandering merchant demanded a different price for the gemstones. The wandering merchants in the Sea of Illusion, a secret land in God's domain, required elemental cores for their stamina gemstones. Several players had discovered the secret land early and made a fortune from it in the past. They had ventured across God's domain, purchasing elemental cores, and traded them for stamina gemstones in the Sea of Illusion. When the public eventually learned of this secret, the elemental cores' prices had skyrocketed. Now that Feng could collect a large number of elemental cores from these elemental guards, he could use this opportunity to make a fortune by selling stamina gemstones. After all, no one had visited the Sea of Illusion, a level 100 map, yet. Realizing this, Feng's enthusiasm to grind the elemental guards reached new heights. He also began to use divine providence to increase his harvest. Although killing these elemental guards was monotonous, Feng considered it a good opportunity to refine his bronze combat technique, Sword's Transmigration. High mana environments were extremely rare in God's domain, let alone one with denser mana than Zero Wing City. He wouldn't have to worry about his stamina or concentration consumption rates while using the bronze combat technique here. As Feng executed Sword's Transmigration, he became more familiar with the technique. As a result, he could divert and use more of his enemy's attacks. Initially, he had only been able to take advantage of 3 enemy attacks at once, but after some practice, he could use 4, then 5 attacks to his advantage. Moreover, the technique's power increased substantially. The closer he got to the central pillar, the closer the elemental guards clustered. If he weren't careful, he would lure 2 guards at a time, significantly increasing the time he needed to kill each. At first, he had spent nearly 30 minutes trying to kill the elemental guards that approached him in pairs, with more than 20 of those minutes focused on the first elemental guard. However, as he mastered Sword's transmigration, he eventually lowered that time to 20 minutes per pair. Finally, after nearly 2 days of fighting, Shi Feng had eliminated all of the elemental guards in the hall. During that time, Shi Feng had slain over 200 elemental guards, obtaining 727 elemental cores and 213 epic armor kit fragments. He now had enough to synthesize 2 complete epic armor kits. Even Shi Feng was stupefied by his harvest. He had to admit that the Azura mode trial was wondrous. He hadn't even ventured past the maze's first hall, and he had yet to face the Guardian boss. Yet he had acquired enough of a bounty to make superpowers envious. After organizing his loot, Shi Feng shifted his gaze toward the 5-meter-tall, 4-armed elemental prayer a short distance away. The Guardian boss wore white robes and held a staff and a golden longsword. Shi Feng hadn't been particularly confident of defeating the elemental prayer earlier, but after improving his skill with Sword's transmigration, he was more than eager to fight the Guardian boss. As long as he won, he would obtain a bloodline. Stealthily, Shi Feng approached the elemental prayer from behind. Unsheathing his swords and activating Wind Blade, he transformed into a blur as he thrust his blades toward the Realm Lord's back. Chapter 2058, Fighting the Realm Lord. Chapter 2058, Fighting the Realm Lord. Although Shi Feng's movement speed was very high, the elemental prayer was a Realm Lord. Not only would it have increased combat power within its territory, but it could also suppress enemies. These 2 effects made the Realm Lord far more powerful than ordinary monsters of the same rank and level. The instant Shi Feng moved within 50 yards of the elemental prayer, he felt his body grow heavier. His speed significantly decreased as well. The gravity around it is so powerful, Shi Feng could not help but frown. Realm Lords had different methods of controlling their territory. Some manipulated physical objects to attack players, while others suppressed players' basic attributes. The most troublesome Realm Lords were those that could control their environment. Realm Lords with environmental control could transform the area around them into a sea of fire or an icy hell. There were also some Realm Lords like the Elemental Prayer that could increase the gravitational force around them. For players, increased gravitational force was far more frightening than movement speed reduction. More gravitational pull would slow every movement they made. The elemental prayer discovered Shi Feng the moment he entered its domain, and it began to chant a spell and wave its staff. Suddenly, over 20 wind blades flew at Shi Feng. At the same time, rocky spikes began to emerge from the ground under his feet. The Guardian boss had needed no time at all to complete its double cast. Shi Feng had no choice but to jump up to dodge the rock spikes. Unfortunately, while he was airborne, he wasn't able to dodge the wind blades that had arrived a moment later. Without being able to dodge the wind blades, Shi Feng's only option was to receive the magical attack with his sword. Sword's orbit. Boom, boom, boom. The instant Shi Feng's swords collided with the wind blades, he felt as if he had batted away a cannonball. His arm felt slightly numb from the impact of a single collision. Moreover, the numbness lingered for longer periods with each subsequent deflection. With the increased gravitational force slowing his reactions, Shifeng began to struggle to keep up with the wind blades' attacks after a few clashes. Seeing so many wind blades left, Shifeng activated Defensive Blade to block the remainder of the Elemental Prayer's first round of attacks. So strong. When Shifeng landed and noticed the Elemental Prayer double casting again, he could only stare at the Realm Lord for a moment in astonishment. Against so many powerful attacks and the increased gravitational force, even a level 70 expert would likely die in an instant. However, before Shifeng's arms could regain feeling, the Elemental Prayer finished chanting its spells. Like its first round, the Guardian Boss attacked with rock spikes and wind blades. Break. This time, Shifeng didn't try to dodge the rising rock spikes, using Purgatory Pentaslash to shatter them. Instead, he then spun around and dashed toward a nearby stone pillar. With his current basic attributes and the battlefield's gravitational force, dodging all 20-plus wind blades would be impossible. His death would be guaranteed if he tried to take those attacks head-on. Hence, he had to rely on the stone pillars around him to block the wind blades. Using the stone pillars to reduce his blind spots, Shifeng found it easier to dodge and block the incoming wind blades. In the end, he survived the Elemental Prayer's second offensive unscathed. Sure enough, these stone pillars are here for a reason. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief when, after taking a few hits from the wind blades, he saw that the stone pillar remained intact. If the wind blades, which had peaked Tier 3 power, had shattered the stone pillars, this battle was as good as over for him. Although he could rely on the stone pillars to block the Realm Lord's attacks, approaching the Elemental Prayer was still extraordinarily difficult. After multiple attempts, Shifeng discovered that the Realm Lord used a greater variety of spells the closer he got to it. Sometimes, the Elemental Prayer fired a beam of roaring flames. Other times, it called down a column of water from above. Of course, the Guardian Boss still used the occasional rock spikes and wind blades. The boss's coordination with the 4 types of attacks made approaching the Elemental Prayer practically impossible. As expected of a Realm Lord, this boss could likely even annihilate a 100-man team of the same level. Trying to fight it alone is asking too much. Shifeng could not help his bitter smile as he watched the Elemental Prayer cast one spell after another. Magical class monsters were most afraid enemies getting close. After all, they were vulnerable in close-range combat, but Shifeng couldn't even get within 40 yards of the Realm Lord, much less melee range. He felt as if he were surrounded by a party of Tier 3 magical class players as Tier 3 spells continued to bombard him. He could only rely on the surrounding stone pillars to evade the spells. If any other peak expert were in his shoes, they'd have likely died a long time ago. Shifeng had to admit that the Azura mode Guardian Boss was astounding. Trying to acquire an item that rivaled a fragmented legendary item wasn't going to be easy. Shifeng retrieved the Ring of Gospel from his bag and spent 7,000 magic crystals to activate Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance. Miniature World instantly reduced the gravitational force that affected Shifeng. At the same time, the Elemental Prayer's basic attributes fell by a significant chunk. Although Miniature World's suppression didn't hinder the Realm Lord drastically, it still reduced its basic attributes by 20%, which considerably reduced the power of its spells. Meanwhile, Ring of Brilliance improved Shifeng's physique and basic attributes by 20%. Now, Shifeng could intercept the Elemental Prayer's wind blades with his swords without relying on the stone pillars. Moreover, Shifeng could exhibit his full strength now that the Elemental Prayer's gravity domain had been weakened. He could dodge the boss's attacks with ease and soon reached the Realm Lord. Killing ray tore through the air, sending a streak of blue light slicing at the Elemental Prayer. Although the guardian boss wielded a golden longsword, its melee prowess paled in comparison to its magical power. Shifeng easily maneuvered his attack past the elemental prayer's defenses and landed a direct, critical hit, dealing over minus 40,000 damage. Despicable intruder! Suffer God's fury! The elemental prayer bellowed after taking the hit. The golden longsword in its hand disintegrated, and 8 smaller versions appeared around the realm lord, each wrapped in golden flames. Under the elemental prayer's control, golden longswords flew toward Shifeng. Shifeng hurriedly moved and executed sword's transmigration to block the attacks. The power within these golden longswords was immense. They clearly harbored more strength than Shifeng currently possessed. Instead of receiving the attacks head-on, Shifeng expertly used his movement techniques to evade some of the flaming weapons, while deflecting the rest. By doing so, he managed to fend off the guardian boss's attacks without taking damage. After knocking away the golden swords, Shifeng used the opportunity to bombard the elemental prayer with one skill after another. Thundering flash, thunder flame explosion, flame burst, shadow blade. Damages in exceeding minus 100,000 began to appear above the elemental prayer's head, with some in the hundreds of thousands. The guardian boss's HP began to fall at a visible rate. Once that round of attacks had ended, the elemental prayer continued to manipulate the golden swords, pressing its attack. However, Shifeng managed to block every incoming strike. Although the elemental prayer occasionally cast spells, Shifeng could heal himself with the 7 luminaries' ring's life domain. Overall, although Shifeng had the advantage, the elemental prayer had too much HP. Although its maximum HP had been reduced to 52 million, its battle recovery restored 520,000 HP every 5 seconds. This slowed Shifeng's progress in the fight. Even after more than 5 minutes, the elemental prayer still had 95% of its HP remaining. Unfortunately, Miniature World only had a 10-minute duration, and without it, Shifeng wouldn't be a match for the Realm Lord. Furthermore, Shifeng had to spend 5,000 magic crystals each time he activated the skill, and he had only brought a little over 20,000 with him. Should I give up? Shifeng had fought for nearly 10 minutes, yet the elemental prayer still had 92% of its HP. If he couldn't increase his DPS, the guardian boss would eventually wear him down and kill him. However, when Shifeng saw the 8 golden longswords flying toward him once more, his eyes lit up with inspiration as he considered a way to increase his damage. He simply needed to use the elemental prayer's strength against it. This time, Shifeng didn't dodge the 8 golden longswords. Instead, he met all of them in battle. Swords Transmigration. Chapter 2059, Bronze Combat Techniques True Ability. Chapter 2059, Bronze Combat Techniques True Ability. The elemental prayer's attacks were quite cunning. Since the start of the battle, it had used the 8 golden longswords to attack Shifeng from all directions. Moreover, the flaming weapons were far more nimble than the wind blades, and could even alter their attack trajectories during their attacks. Even a shield warrior or guardian knight skilled with the shield would take a direct hit if they weren't careful. As soon as Shifeng began to execute Swords Transmigration, he deflected 5 longswords, sending them in different directions. 2 of them slammed into 2 longswords Shifeng hadn't deflected, nullifying the attacks. Due to Shifeng's limited strength, he couldn't fully utilize the remaining 3 deflected longswords. He wasn't able to send them toward the elemental prayer. Moreover, he wasn't able to deflect or nullify the last longsword, and it cut through Shifeng's right shoulder. Minus 83,167. Sure enough, I'm really pushing my limits. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his HP Just one of these golden longswords could deal enough damage to kill a level 60 magical class player. Even a level 60 MT would likely be in danger. Fortunately, Shi Feng's defense far surpassed that of a level 60 MT. Amassing 80,000 HP alone was difficult for current players, but Shi Feng had already reached level 70, had a bloodline, and possessed multiple fragmented legendary items. Including the Ring of Brilliance's effects, he had as much as 260,000 HP. He was even sturdier than a level 70 tier 2 metric tons. This was what made monsters fearsome. Despite the fact that their combat standards were no match for players, their extraordinarily high HPs rendered players helpless. Unless players' combat power far surpassed the monsters they fought, they'd have no choice but to flee. HP was one of the weaknesses solo players faced. Even if a solo player were stronger than a boss, they'd never defeat the monster unless they had the help of certain tools. However, after blocking the latest attacks, Shi Feng finally saw a ray of hope. There was no doubt that his strength was no match for the golden longswords, so his ability to deflect and direct the weapons was limited. However, sending the flaming weapons toward the elemental prayer wasn't impossible. Only his grasp of positioning and timing had to be perfect. This was also the first time he had to deflect 5 attacks with so much strength, so he severely lacked the proper experience. After taking a brief moment to consider his next move, Shi Feng began to attack the Realm Lord again. Like before, the 8 golden longswords flew toward him from multiple directions. This time, however, Shi Feng immediately activated Void Shield, the translucent barrier enveloping his body. Sword's transmigration. Boom, boom. 2 golden longswords struck the Void Shield, and the 5 blades Shi Feng deflected landed near the elemental prayer's feet, missing the boss by a few inches. Did I attack too soon? Seeing the flaming longswords land at the elemental prayer's feet, Shi Feng knew he had been too hasty, resulting in an undesirable outcome. He needed to make some minor adjustments. Despite seeing the elemental prayer launch another round of attacks, Shi Feng deliberately maintained his speed. Boom! 3 golden longswords flew into the Void Shield simultaneously. Fortunately, Shi Feng had sent one of the 5 longswords he had deflected into the elemental prayer's foot. A damage of over minus 300,000 appeared above the Realm Lord's head, far exceeding what Shi Feng's normal skills were capable of. This excited Shi Feng. The outcome was almost as he had imagined. The system calculated the damage monsters dealt to each other differently than the damage they dealt to players. Although the flaming weapon had lost a fraction of its power after Shi Feng had deflected it, it still dealt far more damage than what he could manage. Now, Shi Feng, more or less, understood why the various superpowers in the past had kept such a tight lid on their bronze combat techniques. Mastering a bronze combat technique, like Sword's Transmigration, was far more powerful than obtaining a curse or taboo skill. Even without external tools, players would have the potential to solo high-ranked bosses with such a technique. The successful experience gave Shi Feng a far better grasp of his timing, following which Shi Feng returned another 12 attacks to the elemental prayer. Moreover, his deflections became more accurate with each successful attempt. Initially, he had only been able to hit the Guardian boss with one of the golden longswords, but eventually he returned 2 flaming weapons, doubling his DPS and devouring the Realm Lord's HP. 95%, 85%, 80%. Although he wasn't able to return the other 3 golden longswords he deflected, as he became more familiar with the process, he was able to nullify the remaining attacks. He no longer allowed any of the golden longswords to hit him. Time quickly passed. When the elemental prayer's HP fell to 30%, the Realm Lord went berserk and called down lighting to strike around it. This forced Shi Feng to activate Absolute Domain to survive. Foolish mortal, burn to ash. The elemental prayer's eyes lit with a scorching glow as it glared down at Shifeng. Suddenly, the surrounding mana began to surge toward the guardian boss, and the mana storm that ensued prevented Shifeng from approaching. The elemental prayer then raised its staff, manifesting a threefold magic array above its head that covered a 100-yard radius. Raging thunder. Suddenly, arcs of golden electricity shot up from the ground. A large-scale destruction spell. Surprised, Shifeng activated the Seven Luminaries' Ring's fantasy domain, which made him immune to all magic damage. Magical class bosses generally possessed a few large-scale destruction spells, but they didn't normally cast the spells when players were within melee range, since such spells didn't differentiate between friend and foe. It was very easy to get caught within one's own spell if cast at close range. This was also why Shifeng hadn't bothered to use any of his own large-scale destruction spells. Yet, the elemental prayer before him cast its spell without hesitation. The guardian boss intended to perish along with its enemy. After Shifeng activated Fantasy Domain, a sea of electricity enveloped everything within a 100-yard radius, with the elemental prayer in its center. Even the guardian boss suffered damage, his HP continuing to decrease. The golden arcs only began to dissipate after 6 seconds, having destroyed a significant portion of the hall. After its large-scale destruction spell, the Realm Lord had only lost 5% of its HP. What a powerful spell! Was that a Tier 3 curse? Shifeng stared at the rising smoke on the elemental prayer's body in astonishment. If not for his magic immunity skill, that attack would have killed Shifeng. He barely had any lightning resistance, and his magic resistance alone wouldn't have been enough. Clearly, the elemental prayer didn't have that problem. As an elemental creature, its magic resistance was immensely high. Even after taking damage from its own Tier 3 curse, it had only lost 5% of its HP, roughly 3 million in total. If it were any other boss, it would have lost at least 6 million HP. However, it was clear that the elemental prayer was slightly weaker after casting the Tier 3 curse. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shifeng fervently hacked and slashed at the Realm Lord. Fortunately, the 8 golden longswords no longer had more strength than Shifeng, and as a result, he easily deflected the flaming weapons back at the guardian boss, taking more HP from it than before. When the elemental prayer's HP fell to 1%, Shifeng activated Divine Providence and finished it off with Instant Strike. With a short cry, the elemental prayer collapsed, transforming into countless particles of light. Chapter 2060, Elemental Prayer's Loot. Chapter 2060, Elemental Prayer's Loot. The mana density within the hall rose sharply after the elemental prayer's death. It went berserk as it gathered around the Realm Lord's dissipating corpse, gathering the particles of light into a dazzling ball. Slowly, the ball of light rose into the air, growing larger as it absorbed more mana. The light illuminated the hall as if a miniature sun had risen. After several seconds, the gigantic light ball burst, and 2 dazzling streams of light flowed toward the ground. 2 items? Shifeng watched the 2 beams shine before him in utter astonishment. According to his understanding, every Guardian boss players killed in the Ancient God's Secret Keys trial only yielded 1 item, but that item would undoubtedly be top-tier quality. However, the elemental prayer had dropped 2 items, the equivalent of killing 2 Guardian bosses. Shifeng had definitely hit the jackpot. When Shifeng stepped forward and touched the 2 beams of light, the light faded and revealed 2 translucent globes, each containing 1 item. When these 2 items revealed themselves, the sound of a system notification reached Shifeng's ears. System, congratulations! You have slain the elemental prayer within 30 minutes. You may choose one of the two items before you as your reward. Shifeng was speechless. He had hoped that divine providence had doubled his loot, but in the end, he'd still walk away with a single item. This choice was simply a result of killing the elemental prayer within half an hour. However, after giving the matter some more thought, Shifeng found the situation reasonable. All of the items these guardian bosses dropped were the best of the best. Being able to double one's loot with higher luck would be absurd. Let's have a look at these two. Then, after containing his excitement, Shifeng tapped on the two items and inspected their attribute panels. After a brief look, Shifeng's heart began to pound with elation once more. Although he knew that these items would be top tier, he couldn't help his gasp after inspecting them. Both items were amazing. Not even a mythic field boss's loot could compare to either item's value. One of the two items was an emerald bead named Elemental Protector. It was a bona fide epic item that could summon 4 elemental beasts of the same tier as the user and 5 levels higher at no cost. Each of these 4 elemental beasts could use skills and spells that correlated with their element: earth, water, wind, and fire. However, this item could only summon up to tier 4 elemental beasts, and it had a 12-hour duration and a 2 Natura cooldown. As long as a player reached tier 4, they could use the Elemental Protector to summon 4 tier 4 beasts to fight alongside them. It was an astounding ability. Tier 4 magic scrolls were even rarer than epic items in God's domain, and Shifeng had only heard of tier 4 summoning scrolls, never actually seen one. Regardless of the era, a tier 4 summon creature would be an immensely powerful ally, even after 10 years in God's domain. Tier 4 and above combatants were extremely rare. First-rate guilds would be incredibly lucky if they had a single tier 5 player. Any first-rate guild with a tier 6 god-ranked expert would be considered a top-ranked guild, no matter how weak the rest of its members were. Without a doubt, the Elemental Protector was one of the best epic items available in the game. It would easily fetch an astronomical price, regardless of when it sold. The other time the Elemental Prayer had dropped was called the Twilight Blade. It was the same weapon the Realm Lord had used against Shifeng, and although it wasn't a famed sword, it was a replica of the legendary weapon, Afterglow. Every legendary weapon had once been famous throughout God's domain. Some had even been treated as kingdom's heirlooms. Even a legendary weapon replica was far beyond any epic weapon. Most replicas were the crafter's failed copies when trying to produce the real deal. Some replicas had even been crafted with the same materials as the true legendary weapon, and some included even better materials. Meanwhile, the Twilight Blade before him was somewhat special. It was actually a prototype of Afterglow. However, the crafter hadn't used high enough quality materials in its creation, so it hadn't become a legendary weapon. This replica hadn't been a result of a flawed production process. Twilight Blade, replica, one-handed sword, epic rank, level 60, level 120 equipment requirement, strength 2000 attributes adjust according to user's level, attack power plus 2360, level 60, strength plus 205, agility plus 130, endurance plus 157, attack speed plus 18. Ignore 40% of the target's defense. When equipped, strength increased by 25%, agility increased by 10%, all sword skills plus 1 levels. Ignore levels plus 15. All skill completion rate increased by 2%. Attacks have a 40% chance to trigger the floating light effect, splitting the weapon into 3 copies. The 2 duplicates cannot be blocked and deal 100% damage. Additional passive ski-h dash. Twilight Glow. Twilight power will corrode any targets the Twilight Blade strikes, decreasing their reaction speed by 15%. Additional active skill 1 dash. Twilight's Shadow transforms the Twilight Blade into 8 copies, each carrying 80% of the original's strength. Duration 5 minutes cooldown, 3 hours additional active skill 2 dash. Twilight of the Gods transform a radius of 100 yards into a Twilight domain. While within the Twilight domain, users' basic attributes decrease by 25% and is split into 8 physical doppelgangers. If the doppelgangers wield the blade's Twilight Shadow summons, they will have 85% of the user's basic attributes. Duration 3 minutes. Cooldown 6 hours. The famed smith, Flock Bayer, created this sword as a prototype for Afterglow. It is a masterpiece that was formed by combining all of Flock Bayer's forging techniques. In Shifeng's opinion, if not for Afterglow's existence, the Twilight Blade would have been one of God's Domain's 36 famed swords. It could almost rival the Sacred Sword, Killing Ray. If he only compared the weapon's attack power and strength, it was even more powerful than Killing Ray. Killing Ray had been crafted with a fragment from one of God's Domain's 10 great legendary weapons, yet the Twilight Blade could rival its power. Although the Elemental Protector allowed players to summon elemental beasts, boosting their combat power, the Twilight Blade was a top-tier epic weapon with amazing additional skills. If one combined the Twilight Blade's 2 active skills, their combat power would skyrocket for a short time. God's Domain's experts would go crazy for either of these items. Let's go with you. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng chose the Twilight Blade. The Elemental Protector might be the better choice from a guild's perspective, but it would only be useful if the guild had a Tier 4 player. Tier 4 was still a long time away for Shifeng and Zero Wing. Moreover, he had the Bible of Darkness, which was even more powerful than the Elemental Protector. On the other hand, the Twilight Blade could increase his combat power now. His Abyssal Blade's level was too low at the moment. Its evolution speed couldn't keep up with his leveling speed. If he wanted to explore more of the ancient god's maze and acquire its treasures, he had to prioritize his own combat power. Following which, Shifeng replaced the Abyssal Blade with the Twilight Blade. Although most players would struggle to fulfill the 2,000 strength equipment requirement, it wasn't a problem for Shifeng. Once he equipped the Twilight Blade, Shifeng felt his overall strength increase substantially. His attack power, in particular, rose by a whopping 15%. Shifeng then shifted his focus to the crystalline pillar in the center of the hall. After all, it was the most valuable item in the area. Chapter 2061, Advanced Bloodline. Chapter 2061, Advanced Bloodline. A magic array surrounded the crystal pillar in the center of the hall, preventing players from approaching. Although the seals seemed quite simple, not even a Tier 4 being could force their way through it. When Shifeng stepped up to the barrier and lightly tapped it, a system window opened before him, introducing the magic array. Truly amazing. If I hadn't already grasped the technique to decipher advanced magic arrays, I wouldn't have been able to do anything but stare at this barrier. Shifeng couldn't help his surprise after gaining a general understanding of the array. There were 2 types of magic arrays that protected system-generated treasure in God's Domain. The first type disappeared once the guardian boss protecting the treasure died. The second type required players to unravel the magic array through their own abilities. This type didn't care for players' combat power, but their ability to understand magic arrays. The first type was the easiest to remove, but as players leveled up, they'd begin to encounter more of the second type. Hence, it had been very important for players to take on the Magician subclass and develop it during Shifeng's previous life. Many expert players had to study magic arrays seriously even though they hated learning about them, especially magical class players. Due to how common the second type of magic arrays had become at later levels, God's Domain's various guilds had also turned more focus to the Magician subclass. During the game's later stages, a master magician's status wasn't any lower than that of a master forger or master alchemist. Meanwhile, to remove the magic array protecting the crystal pillar before Shifeng, one had to be a master at deciphering advanced magic arrays, at the very least. Normally, players only encountered basic, ranked ceiling magic arrays after level 70. It was very rare to find an intermediate magic array protecting items of this level, yet the array before him required an advanced magician to untangle. Although the various superpowers had tasked many of their players to learn about magic arrays, there were very few intermediate magicians at this stage of the game, much less advanced magicians. Once Shifeng had inspected the array, he began to dismantle it. Dismantling a magic array wasn't particularly difficult, although that didn't mean it was easy either. As long as a player knew how to draw the ceiling magic array in question, it could be undone. Looking at the array, Shifeng was relieved that he had already become an advanced magician. Otherwise, he could only watch as a bloodline slipped through his fingers. Finally, after studying for 5 hours, Shifeng finally learned how to draw the ceiling magic array. The barrier around the crystalline pillar began to shatter, and shortly after, it fell away entirely, revealing the pillar before Shifeng. The crystal pillar was translucent, and the bloodline within it shone with a dazzling light due to the magic barrier around the pillar. Shifeng hadn't felt anything particular from the bloodline, but now that he had removed the magic array, he could feel an intense pressure. The difference between his life rating and the bloodlines pressed down on him. Although he only stared at the bloodline, he felt as if he were being suppressed. Is it an advanced bloodline? Shifeng could not help his surprise as he felt the pressure. Bloodlines fell into 3 categories: basic, advanced, and peak. The dark iron bloodline he had obtained from the divine shrine was a basic bloodline. However, since the dark iron bloodline was extremely compatible with the swordsman class, it was considered a top-ranked basic bloodline. Yet despite that, he still felt an immense pressure from the bloodline within the crystal pillar. The only explanation was that his life rating was inferior to this bloodline. Hence, Shifeng guessed that it was an advanced bloodline. Although he very much wished that it was a peak bloodline, peak bloodlines were as rare and valuable as legendary items. The chances of finding one in the ancient god's maze were abysmally low, even for Azura mode. On the other hand, the chances of finding an advanced bloodline were relatively high. Even so, Shifeng was stunned. Any advanced bloodline could make reaching higher tiers far easier for players. With a little talent and effort, reaching tier 5 wouldn't be a problem. An advanced bloodline would even help players when challenging their tier 6 promotion, which was why God's Domain's various major powers had gone mad over bloodlines in the past. Without hesitation, Shifeng strode up to the crystalline pillar and removed the crystal bottle. He then inspected the bottle's attribute panel. Elemental bloodline. After obtaining this bloodline, a player will become one of the element's favored children, gaining increased compatibility with all spells. Mainly improves intelligence and vitality, followed by agility, endurance, and strength. It really is an advanced bloodline. After inspecting the elemental bloodline, Shifeng was ecstatic. Although the elemental bloodline's attribute panel did not indicate the bloodline's rank, basic bloodlines only focused on one attribute, while advanced bloodlines increased 2. Since the elemental bloodline concentrated on 2 attributes, it had to be an advanced bloodline. Moreover, the ability it provided was incredibly powerful, increasing a player's compatibility with all spells. It was at the very least far more powerful than any of the advanced bloodlines Shifeng had seen in the Divine Shrine. If a magical class player used this bloodline, their overall prowess would increase. This was certainly a top-tier advanced bloodline, even more valuable than top-tier fragmented legendary items. Feng carefully stored the elemental bloodline before he continued to explore the ancient god's maze. The maze was excruciatingly complex, and each time he entered a new hall, he had to face another group of elemental monsters. Moreover, these monsters' levels were a notch above the first group he had faced, all level 75 or higher. However, after equipping the Twilight Blade, Feng's combat power had risen significantly, and as a result, he was able to kill these stronger monsters faster than he had the first hall's elemental guards. Unfortunately, Feng only dared to watch the guardian bosses in these halls from afar. The easiest guardian boss he encountered was a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species, and some halls were even guarded by mythic monsters. Without the ability to rely on summoned creatures, he'd only find an early grave if he tried to face these guardian bosses. However, Feng didn't let any of the elemental monsters off the hook, even if he couldn't do anything about the guardian bosses. These monsters were walking epic armor kit fragments and elemental cores. Encountering an opportunity like this in the future wouldn't be easy. As such, Feng grinded in the ancient god's maze for 12 full days, wiping out every elemental creature that was not a guardian boss he came across. After exploring the ancient god's maze for so long, Feng eventually discovered a unique hall. This one was far better decorated than its neighbors. Rather than stone pillars, this hall's pillars were made of mana stone. However, due to the hall's poor lighting, Feng could only see 60 yards around him. The moment Feng set foot on the floor of magic crystal, he struggled to breathe. A deafening roar then assaulted his ears, and the entire hall trembled violently at the sound. The roar faded, and before Feng could regain his composure, a bright light illuminated the area. In the hall that could fit hundreds of thousands of people, a 60-meter-tall bronze dragon loomed before Feng. The bronze dragon's incredible aura was so powerful that it warped space around it, and when bathed in this aura, Feng couldn't even move an inch. Chapter 2062, Bronze Dragon King, a Dragon. Chapter 2062, Bronze Dragon King, a Dragon. Feng stared at the titanic figure before him in disbelief. Even though he stood several hundred yards away from the dragon, its aura felt as if he stood before a towering mountain. The pressure he felt from the dragon was absolutely stifling. Its aura was so powerful that he couldn't even move. He could only stand there quietly staring at the being. Powerful. Destruction. Death. These words ran through Feng's mind as the dragon's aura washed over him. Bronze Dragon King Dragon, Tier 5, level, HP, / Feng had no doubt that the slightest exhale from this bronze dragon could turn him to dust. Even a Tier 5 existence would be powerless before this bronze dragon king. A dragon's life rating was extremely high, and once it reached adulthood, it would automatically advance to Tier 5. The weakest Tier 5 dragon was an apex existence among other Tier 5 beings, and even during the gods' era, the dragon race had been one of the most powerful. Even gods and demons were afraid of dragons. Meanwhile, among dragons there were dragon kings. Dragon King's bloodline was beyond the reach of ordinary dragons. At Tier 5, they could even contend with Tier 6 gods. If a Tier 5 human NPC encountered a Tier 5 Dragon King, they'd have no hope of surviving. If they were wise, Tier 6 god ranked players would take the long way around a Tier 5 Dragon King. Trying to fight such a being head-on would be the epitome of foolishness. Fortunately, this Bronze Dragon King was sealed within a magic array. Otherwise, Feng wouldn't have even had time to run. With a wave of his claw, the Bronze Dragon King could send Feng on a free trip back to White River City. This is the final test. After seeing the raging Bronze Dragon King behind the magic barrier, Shifeng shifted his attention to his surroundings. The hall contained a second magic array, and within it sat a resplendent box. Most players might not think much of this box, but Shifeng, who was unusually familiar with God's domain, realized that this box had been made with 7 luminaries crystal. 7 luminaries crystal was incomparably valuable to both players and NPCs. It was one of the reasons that so many major corporations invested in God's domain. Nothing else in the hall grabbed Shifeng's attention. Unlike the previous halls, this one only contained a guardian boss. There weren't any mobs for Shifeng to kill. Although Shifeng wanted to approach and inspect the Bronze Dragon King, his powerful aura prevented the swordsman from moving. After raging for another 10 seconds or so, the Bronze Dragon King eventually calmed down. The ferocity of its aura also began to lessen, and Shifeng regained control of his body. But as soon as Shifeng began to relax, the imprisoned dragon spoke. "Little human, the fact that you have reached this place proves that you have some ability. According to the rules those despicable gods and demons had set, I will give you 3 options," the Bronze Dragon King said, watching Shifeng. "Your first option is to accept my trial. If you pass, you'll receive the treasure those gods and demons left behind. Taking the gods and demons' oath is your second option. You can also acquire the treasure this way. Your third option involves signing a contract with me. Although you won't get the treasure, you will receive my blessing. My blessing will grant you strength beyond human limits. Make your decision." Although the Bronze Dragon King spoke in the dragon language, which Shifeng knew nothing about, he was actually able to understand the Dragon King's intentions. There are choices. The situation surprised Shifeng a little. He had never imagined that the final hall in the ancient god's maze would offer him choices. He had never heard of such a thing. According to his knowledge regarding the Secret Keys trial, players weren't given any choices. If players wanted any of the trial's treasures, they had to defeat the guardian bosses, yet he now had 3 options to consider. The first option was undoubtedly the standard procedure. If players were confident of their strength, the first option would be the best. The second option allowed players to obtain the treasure without risking themselves overmuch. Many players would likely choose this option without a second thought. This was the final hall in the ancient god's maze, after all. The treasure in this room would be extraordinary, but Shifeng understood one thing. There were no free lunches in this world. Current players might know nothing about gods and demons' oaths, but he did. During his previous life, these oaths had earned the nickname divine contracts, and every one of them was a 2-way deal. By signing a divine contract, players would have to abide by the conditions the gods and demons had set. If they failed to do so, they'd suffer a miserable fate. Many in the past had eagerly signed divine contracts and failed to meet the stipulated conditions, and in the end, they had suffered such severe penalties that they had been forced to delete their accounts. Hence, while the second option the Bronze Dragon King had stated sounded good, the risk was considerable. The third option wasn't much different than the second, although this contract would be between the player and the Bronze Dragon King. There was no real difference between signing the Bronze Dragon King's contract and signing one with gods and demons, although the third option wouldn't award the final hall's treasure. A Dragon King's blessing was just as extraordinary. Any blessing held great significance to players, especially the Bronze Dragon King's. Its effects were likely even stronger than that of a bloodline. Blessings were so valuable in God's domain because of how few were granted. Only incomparably powerful existences could bless others, and those that received a blessing would acquire great power. However, this power had its price. The blessing's giver would have to segment a fraction of their strength, granting it to their target. In other words, the blessing giver would lose strength to empower others. Hence, Even Tier 6 gods were incredibly careful when offering a blessing. They never gave one on a whim. May I know what the oath's conditions are? Shifeng asked after giving the matter some thought. This I cannot answer. You may only learn more about the oath after taking it. This is a condition those gods and demons set for me so long ago, the Bronze Dragon King explained indifferently. Human, I do not have much patience. You only have 10 minutes to consider. Can't tell me, huh? Shifeng realized what was happening after listening to the Bronze Dragon King's words. Since players could obtain the treasure by taking the oath, its conditions were undoubtedly quite strict. However, whether or not a player could accept these conditions remained unknown. By denying players the oath's details, players couldn't determine the condition's severity. This also ensured some sense of fairness to the Bronze Dragon King's situation. If players knew the oath's conditions, they wouldn't bother with the dragon's blessing. Human, what is your choice? The Bronze Dragon King demanded in a deep tone after 10 minutes had passed. After taking in a deep breath, Shifeng replied, the first option. Whether it was the gods and demons' oath or the Bronze Dragon King's contract, the risk was too great. On the off chance that he couldn't fulfill the conditions, he would have to delete his account and start all over again. He didn't dare take such a gamble. What? The first option? Shifeng's decision stunned the Bronze Dragon King. Are you sure that is your choice? Chapter 2063, Suppressed Swordsmanship. Chapter 2063, Suppressed Swordsmanship. Confusion flashed in the Bronze Dragon King's eyes as he watched Shifeng. He was so surprised by this swordsman's answer that he couldn't help but ask for confirmation. Yes, I choose to accept your trial, Dragon King, Shifeng said, nodding. You really are a strange human. Ever since this maze was built, thousands of adventurers have visited, but none have accepted my trial because they already knew what outcome awaited them. Do not think my trial is so easy to complete. The Bronze Dragon King growled. But since you have decided, according to the rules the gods and demons have set, if you can survive against me for 3 days, you will pass my trial. Let's begin. The Bronze Dragon King began to chant an incantation, and abruptly he began to disintegrate into countless particles of light, passing through the magic barrier the gods and demons had set up. After passing through the barrier, these particles of light gathered to form a humanoid shape before Shifeng. After a short moment, a soldierly, middle-aged man in a suit of bronze stood within the hall. Unlike ordinary people, golden, divine runes marked this man's face and body, as if they were a seal. Death and destruction filled his amber eyes, which didn't contain a shred of humanity. Humanization? Shifeng stared at the soldierly man in astonishment. Extremely few beings were capable of humanization in God's domain. Rather, only legendary monsters were capable of the feat. Not only was humanization a sign of peerless strength, but it was also proof of a monster's frightening intellect. To current players, a monster's intellect, at most, equated higher combat standards, making these monsters more difficult to defeat than normal monsters. However, as players progressed through the game, they would discover that monsters with high intellect were absolute nightmares. Humanized monsters had, in the past, turned many kingdoms and empires upside down. One kingdom had even perished during a humanized monster's attack. That monster had merely been a Tier 4 mythic ranked creature, and by that time, many experts had already reached the same tier. However, even after the various superpowers had combined their strength, the humanized monster had annihilated their forces. Since no one was capable of stopping the monster's rampage, the kingdom had been obliterated in the end. The humanized monsters that had been defeated had only lost because they had been Tier 3 beings. Even so, defeating these monsters had required a large group of Tier 4 experts and a collection of powerful tools. This was when players had realized the horror of high-intellect monsters in the past. The humanized monsters' superhuman-like combat standards had even surpassed that of domain realm experts. In fact, the two weren't even on the same level. Human, according to the gods' and demons' rules, I will not use my full power against you. Moreover, you have 300 chances to succeed. You simply need to survive against me for 3 days, the Bronze Dragon King said as he smiled at Shi Feng. If you don't have any more questions, let the slaughter begin. Shi Feng's expression darkened as an unprecedented chill wrapped around him. Almost instinctively, Shi Feng activated Void Shield, and his mind went on maximum alert. Although he had known that this trial wouldn't be easy, he hadn't expected it to be this difficult. Players that hadn't experienced this situation might assume that the conditions for the Bronze Dragon King's trial were quite simple. They only had to survive against a level 70 Tier 3 monster for 3 days, and they were given 300 lives to do so. Even an ordinary expert could clear this trial with ease, much less a peak expert. However, Shi Feng recognized this for what it was. This was a one-sided slaughter. By the same time as Shi Feng's Void Shield took effect, the Bronze Dragon King, which had been 30 yards away a moment ago, stood before him. Before Shi Feng realized it, a dragon-scale greatsword had already stabbed through the Void Shield. What amazing footwork! Shi Feng stared at the longsword in shock. He had focused all of his attention on the Bronze Dragon King, his 5 senses never deviating from his opponent, yet the Dragon King had evaded his detection and arrived before him like a ghost. It was as if the Dragon King had used an instantaneous movement skill, but Shi Feng knew that he hadn't relied on some low-class skill or spell. Rather, the Dragon King had executed a footwork technique which had no cooldown and could be used as the Dragon King desired. That exceeded common sense. Meanwhile, with that one attack, the Bronze Dragon King had instantly dealt over minus 400,000 damage to the Void Shield. In other words, this opponent could destroy Shi Feng's Void Shield in 7 hits. Seeing this, Shi Feng didn't dare to hold anything back. He immediately leaped backward and used Shadow Blade. Under Shi Feng's control, 10 sword lights struck at the Bronze Dragon King, aimed to seal the Dragon King's movements and allow Shi Feng to increase the distance between them. Although the Bronze Dragon King was only a level 70 Great Lord, its basic attributes easily surpassed that of a Grand Lord of the same level. There was no doubt that this Dragon King's attributes were much higher than Shi Feng's. He had no chance in a head-on clash. Hence, he could only try to put as much distance between them as possible and buy as much time as he could. A good attack. Despite being a mortal, you've actually reached such a standard. The Bronze Dragon King leisurely praised Shi Feng as he examined the swordsman's incoming attacks. Just before the 10 sword lights found their mark, the Dragon King swung his greatsword, shattering the sword lights before they could come within 20 centimeters. The Bronze Dragon King's swing created a mesmerizing arc of light, which even captivated Shi Feng, but in the next second, the Dragon King stood next to Shi Feng, and he hadn't even seen his opponent move. Again, the dragon-scale greatsword had thrust into his Void Shield before Shi Feng had realized it. After taking the hit, Shi Feng instinctively executed Sword's orbit, his reactions visibly slower than the Bronze Dragon King's. Shi Feng had hoped that Sword's orbit would force the Dragon King to retreat, but he advanced instead, his dragon-scale greatsword vanishing suddenly. The Dragon King used the weapon to deflect Sword's orbit and strike the Void Shield again. So, this is a humanized monster? Shi Feng could not help his shock as his Void Shield was struck again and again. He had always surpassed his enemies by suppressing them with his swordsmanship, but this Bronze Dragon King's swordsmanship did the same to him. The Bronze Dragon King's slashes were so fast that his eyes could not keep up. He didn't even have the luxury to breathe while trying to defend himself. He barely even sensed that the Dragon King was attacking him. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. After several strikes, the void shield finally shattered, and Shifeng had to rely on his skills to avoid or block the Bronze Dragon King's attacks. To hell with it. At this point, Shifeng recognized how close he was to failing this trial. He immediately executed Sword's Transmigration, the strongest combat technique in his arsenal. Chapter 2064, Realm that Surpasses Human Limits. Chapter 2064, Realm that Surpasses Human Limits. As Shifeng executed Sword's Transmigration, 5 sword lights intercepted the Bronze Dragon King's silent attacks. Boom, boom, boom dash. Deafening metallic clangs echoed throughout the hall, and the collision's resulting shockwave was so intense that it made Shifeng shudder. Moreover, his arms had gone numb from the impact. It was so severe that he struggled to move them. The Bronze Dragon King had leisurely executed his attacks, and his basic attributes were only slightly higher than Shifeng's, yet he generated enough power to overwhelm Sword's Transmigration's strength tolerance. Shifeng could barely understand what could cause such a result. Without waiting for Shifeng to recover, the Bronze Dragon King's dragon scale greatsword vanished once more. Unlike before, however, the Dragon King's attack was truly silent. Shifeng couldn't sense the slightest hint of the Dragon King's attack trajectory before he felt a stinging pain in his chest. Before he realized it, the Bronze Dragon King had thrust his greatsword in Shifeng's chest, his HP depleting rapidly without signs of stopping. He is already beyond human limits. Shifeng looked up at the Dragon King in surprise as the humanized boss retrieved his weapon. Shifeng's vision darkened as his HP fell to 0, and he fell to the ground, lifeless. Sword's Transmigration was the strongest combat technique Shifeng possessed. He was even confident of posing a threat to domain realm experts by relying on the technique. However, against the Bronze Dragon King, Sword's Transmigration had only kept him alive for 1 move. The Bronze Dragon King was an apex existence in God's domain. Both his attacks and movement techniques were simply amazing. The Dragon King could launch his attacks without alerting Shifeng, as if the boss's boy acted without commands from his mind. The Bronze Dragon King's reflexes were so fast that Shifeng's mind couldn't even react. Although such a feat was normally impossible, the Bronze Dragon King had done it. He had completely surpassed human limits. Shifeng finally realized why the various superpowers in the past had dispatched tons of Tier 4 experts to defeat Tier 3 humanized monsters that were a much lower level, and even the players had still suffered tremendously to secure victory. 5 seconds after Shifeng died, he appeared before the magic array that had sealed the Bronze Dragon King with full HP. It felt as if the skirmish had been a dream. However, when Shifeng glanced at the Bronze Dragon King's humanoid form nearby, he understood that this was no dream. "All right, let's begin the second round," the Bronze Dragon King stated as he unsheathed his dragon-scale greatsword and resumed his attacks. Now that Shifeng had experienced the Dragon King's power, he didn't dare clash with the boss head-on. If he wanted to avoid dying 300 times in 3 days, he needed to buy as much time for himself as possible. With this in mind, Shifeng turned and fled. As if he had predicted this ploy, the Bronze Dragon King threw his greatsword at Shifeng, forcing the swordsman to a halt to avoid the flying weapon. Taking advantage of the brief pause, the Dragon King appeared behind Shifeng, and without alerting the player, another dragon-scale greatsword appeared in the boss's hands, swinging toward Shifeng before he had time to register the movement. Fortunately, Shifeng had expected something like this and had activated Divine steps a moment earlier. He promptly switched places with one of his doppelgangers, which were invulnerable to attacks. The following events happened as Shifeng had expected. Once the Bronze Dragon King realized that the doppelganger before him was immune to damage, he attacked the other Shurfeng copies. Although Shurfeng couldn't perceive the Dragon King's strikes, he knew that everyone revealed some weakness when attacking. Discovering the Bronze Dragon King's weakness was precisely his goal, following which Shurfeng swapped positions with the same doppelganger. He then turned and slashed at the Guardian boss. As the Dragon King attacked another doppelganger, his side was exposed. Seeing this, Shurfeng was ecstatic, and the hand that held Killing Ray sped towards the opening. Dang! However, just before the sacred sword met its target, an imperceptible attack countered the weapon, stopping its advance. So fast, the counterattack made Shurfeng realize that even if he found an opening in the Bronze Dragon King's defenses, he couldn't take advantage of it. The Dragon King was far faster than Shurfeng and could easily defend himself once he detected the incoming strike. Relying on speed to defeat the Bronze Dragon King would be impossible. Before Shurfeng could follow up with another attack, the Bronze Dragon King shoved his greatsword through Shurfeng's chest again, and the swordsman collapsed. Although Shurfeng suffered a second death, he didn't feel discouraged. Since he was no match for the Bronze Dragon King's speed, he'd have to contend with this opponent through his strength. After running away to buy time and evading the Dragon King's thrown greatsword, Shurfeng had realized that he couldn't shake off the boss. His only option was to face the Dragon King directly. On his third attempt, Shurfeng used Shadow Blade and merged the 10 blades into pairs. He then sent the 5 pairs of blades flying at the Bronze Dragon King. The Dragon King found Shurfeng's attempt at retaliation amusing. In response, the Dragon King swung its greatsword at the 5 attacks' convergence point. The convergence point of each attack was the size of a strand of hair, but the Bronze Dragon King countered all 5 pairs with the tip of his greatsword, nullifying 1 blade in each pair. This effectively transformed the 5 combination attacks into 5 ordinary attacks. The Dragon King's counter had also altered the remaining blades' trajectories. After nullifying Shurfeng's Shadow Blades, the Bronze Dragon King killed him again. However, Shurfeng refused to give up. Instead, he continued to try different methods of buying time and retaliated against the Dragon King. 10 times, 30 times, 100 times. The Bronze Dragon King killed Shurfeng again and again. Without knowing how much time had passed, Shurfeng immersed himself in the battle, focusing on nothing but fighting. Through these repeated battles, Shurfeng was able to verify his theories and challenge his ideas. As a result, he continued to extend his survival time. Initially, he had only survived against the Dragon King for a few seconds, but now he could last more than 20 seconds. Despite the Bronze Dragon King's ability to perfectly and effortlessly neutralize his attacks, Shurfeng's fighting spirit burned brighter as he fought. He insisted on trying out more attack methods, despite numerous failures. After dying over 200 times, both Shurfeng's mind and body were exhausted. His reactions were slowing, and even though he was immersed in a high-mana environment, he was still slightly pale. Eventually, the Bronze Dragon King initiated the 300th match. Advancing, the Bronze Dragon King arrived before Shurfeng, launching 6 slashes that escaped the swordsman's notice. This time, however, Shurfeng took a half step back and swung Killing Ray and the Twilight Blade in cross slash. Not only did Shurfeng manage to dodge 4 of the Dragon King's attacks, but he also deflected the remaining 2 with his own swords. However, due to the extreme power of the Dragon King's attacks, Shurfeng hadn't altered the greatsword's trajectory by much. As a result, one of the Dragon King's attacks grazed Shurfeng's shoulder, dealing more than minus 100,000 damage. He blocked my attacks. Confusion flashed in the Bronze Dragon King's eyes as he stared at Shurfeng. Shouldn't he be exhausted by now? How did he block them? Did he get lucky? I don't care how lucky you may be. This is the end. After Feng blocked the Bronze Dragon King's attacks, the boss assaulted his target more fervently. 9 extreme slashes. Chapter 2065, Domain Realm. Chapter 2065, Domain Realm. 9 streaks of silver light cut at Feng. Not only were the Dragon King's 9 extreme slashes silent, but the sword lights also bloomed like flowers, creating a mesmerizing scene. When the silver flowers bloomed, the world around the Dragon King seemed to freeze. If Miracle Dragon from Miracle saw this, he'd be stunned. He had been trying to master the technique, but the Bronze Dragon King's execution was perfect. Not only did the Dragon King's 9 sword lights avoid all forms of perception, but their trajectories eventually converged at a single point as well. The Bronze Dragon King had just executed a fully offensive combat technique. When the sword lights met, space around them shattered. A pitch-black spatial tear extended toward Feng. But despite the fact that the attack was impossible to detect, Feng responded, moving his feet forward and positioning Killing Ray in front of him. Then, he activated Parry, his actions simple and straightforward. From afar, it would seem as if Feng moved very slowly, and a spectator would see his every action. However, these slow motions actually blocked the Bronze Dragon King's 9 extreme slashes. Boom! When the Dragon Scale Greatsword collided with Killing Ray, a deafening boom echoed throughout the hall, and the resulting shockwave was so intense that it reached several hundred yards away. Due to the impact, Feng stumbled over a dozen yards back. After the dust settled, it revealed a deep cut in the ground at the Dragon King's feet, spreading 30 yards away from the boss. The power of the Bronze Dragon King's 9 extreme slashes was even greater than some Tier 3 skills. The Bronze Dragon King, who was responsible for this display of power, wore an astonished expression. A human actually saw through my attack. The Bronze Dragon King frowned at the horizontal cut. Before his feet, the angle of the cut wasn't a result of his 9 extreme slashes. It was obvious that his attack had been deflected. If Feng hadn't seen his attack trajectory, the human wouldn't have succeeded. He would have been sent flying. However, the Bronze Dragon King did not know that Feng hadn't seen his attacks in the least. Rather than self-reflection, Feng had forced his way through the bottleneck he had been stuck in and finally entered the domain realm. The outcome even surprised Feng. After such a long life-or-death battle, he was exhausted. Even his vision was blurry. He couldn't sense the Bronze Dragon King's attacks normally, much less with blurry vision. Under such extreme conditions, Feng had used every method he could think of to detect the Dragon King's attacks. Finally, rather than trying to predict the boss's attacks by watching his arms and body, Feng began to read the Dragon King's breathing and subtle movements. After repeated deaths and experiments, he finally managed to see the Bronze Dragon King's attack trajectory. So, this is the domain realm? Feng could not help his growing excitement as he glanced at the trembling sacred sword in his hand. He had finally risen to the realm he had never been able to touch. Perhaps it was because of his widened horizons or his changed perception of the world, but he now felt as if the world around him was utterly new. He finally understood how amazing it was to wield a domain. It was no wonder why domain realm experts were considered monsters. Now, he could predict his opponent's intentions and movements by watching the subtle changes to their bodies. It was no wonder why domain realm experts easily toyed with weaker players. However, the distant Bronze Dragon King had no intention of stopping his assault as Feng celebrated his successful evolution into the domain realm. The Dragon King immediately advanced and swung his dragon scale greatsword toward Feng's neck. Previously, Every time the Dragon King had employed such lightning-fast attacks, Shifeng had fallen in the next moment. But the swordsman wasn't as blind as he had been. Although barely, he read and predicted a fraction of the Bronze Dragon King's attacks, and countered them. Dang! 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 Metallic clangs echoed throughout the hall. The battle that had been one-sided for so long had evolved into a fierce back and forth. Although Shifeng was still at a complete disadvantage, and his HP continued to fall, this fight was no longer a one-sided slaughter. Although Shifeng had entered the domain realm, he's still shocked by the Dragon King's strength. He could counter some of the boss's attacks now, yet the Dragon King didn't evade his counterattacks, receiving them head-on. As a result, the massive gap between them hadn't shortened in the slightest despite Shifeng's newfound ability to predict some of the Dragon King's attacks. Following which, Shifeng activated one skill after another. He had even activated Life Domain. In the end, however, he couldn't change the outcome as the Bronze Dragon King continued to shave away his HP. It was only a matter of time before he died, yet as luck would have it, this was his 300th attempt. If he died again, he would fail this trial. Seeing how little HP he had remaining, Shifeng couldn't help but sigh. He decided to use all of his cards and see how far he could go. Not even a full day had passed since he had begun this trial. With the small fraction of HP he clung to, he wouldn't even survive 5 more minutes, much less 2 more days. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well use this Bronze Dragon King to test his new strength. Shifeng used the Twilight Blade's 2 active skills, Twilight's Shadow and Twilight of the Gods. The Twilight Domain dominated everything within 100 yards of Shifeng. Suddenly, he split into 8 copies of himself, each with 75% of the main body's basic attributes. Each copy then claimed a Twilight Blade, and their basic attributes soared to 85% of the original form. Although Shifeng had sacrificed some of his basic attributes to activate Twilight of the Gods, he had turned the one-on-one fight into an 8-on-1 battle. As the Bronze Dragon King charged toward him again, Shifeng activated the Ring of Gospel's Ring of Brilliance as well. Unfortunately, Shifeng didn't have enough magic crystals on him to activate Miniature World, but due to Ring of Brilliance, his doppelgangers now had 100% of his basic attributes. Their physiques were even stronger than his main bodies. Meaningless tricks. The Bronze Dragon King sneered at Shifeng. In response, he summoned a second dragon-scale greatsword, dual-wielding the 2 massive weapons. The intensity of his aura also skyrocketed. He still reserved some of his strength. Shifeng tensed as he felt the Bronze Dragon King's aura grow. "It's over, human," the Bronze Dragon King growled, transforming into a streak of light as he moved toward Shifeng. His movement speed was significantly higher than it had been, which made his movements more difficult to read. Divine Flash. Not one to fall behind, Shifeng surrounded the Dragon King with all 8 of his clones and executed Sword's transmigration simultaneously. However, as he exchanged blows with the Bronze Dragon King, Shifeng's vision abruptly darkened, and he fell forward. The Dragon King stood before Shifeng proudly, his expression as indifferent and arrogant as it had always been. The Dragon King had known that this trial was impossible for any mortal since the very beginning. However, just as the Bronze Dragon King was about to return to the magic barrier, he halted, frozen in place. Looking down, he discovered a faint, white mark on his arm. He had actually lost 1 HP. "He injured me?" Shock brightened the Bronze Dragon King's eyes as he stared at the mark on his arm.